Welcome back in, motherfuckers. So we are on Mass Effect 3. We have just started this particular game. It will be the first time I've ever actually streamed gameplay. I do want folks to know, though, that I am very familiar with the Mass Effect series. I've played and beaten all of them at least 4 to 6 times a piece. For the main 3, the first 3 games, I've probably beaten those a dozen times or close to a dozen times. I've had a chance to play them quite a lot in 47 years. Hello, ship bro. Oh, shit. That was not how I was trying to do that. Duh. I'm dumb on occasion. Sometimes I fuck shit up. I may have broken my bot. Oops. Oh, there it goes. I almost broke my bot. Not intentional, folks. Oh. There's an old friend. Alright, you piece of shit. Trying to fucking do something, goddammit. Fuck cooperate. All right. shit. I be the terror of deep space. So, here's a question for you folks. I'm curious. Regardless of whatever you may have for employment now, I want to know if you could do any job on Earth, what would your dream job be? Personally, for me, paleontology definitely is right up my alley. Professional wrestling is also something I'm highly interested in, along with MMA, though I'm not sure I could ever be really all that good at MMA, to be honest. I'm also very much into martial arts, so I have 4 potential dream jobs. If I had to pick one, I would say probably paleontology. I just love dinosaurs that much. I think they're fascinating. And I think there's still a lot about that period of Earth's history that we could learn. And I am fascinated to learn it. But I'm curious. What everybody else would say would be like their dream job. Now, tied with paleontology would be professional wrestling. I absolutely love the professional wrestling industry. I find it very fascinating. And I think I could be very good in that industry. But see, I'm mostly a talker. And I believe I've got a fair amount of charisma. So if I ever broke in, especially at my age, if I ever broke into the professional wrestling industry, I wouldn't be coming in as a wrestler. I wouldn't be coming in to like take bumps and shit. No, I'd be coming in as somebody's mouthpiece. Okay, I'd be the talker. I'd rile the crowds. I'd get people invested. I can't promise necessarily that I'd be able to stay on whatever scripts the boys would give me up in creative. But I guarantee I'd draw attention, and probably I could draw quite a bit of money. I think I could be very, very good at doing that. Because you get me on a topic and, like, I could talk. Like, I talk enough that, like, literally, you'd have to remind me to eventually stop. I love trying to talk. I love talking. I love trying to entertain. And if that entertainment comes at my own personal expense, you know, that's fine. Within certain specific guidelines. I don't mind that so much.
Violence is never the answer. So if a Jewish person in 1940 had successfully...
CBS made a mistake.
The only thing weirder than roller bears is finding out why they're more common than pistols.
I know. My parents invited me to dinner to make amends after 3 years of no contact. When I arrived, my entire family was there. 16 people. They had already ordered lobster, wagyu, a $400 bottle of wine. Dad smiled and said, "You're paying, right?" I called the waiter over, whispered 2 sentences, and the waiter nodded. 15 minutes later, my father learned the table was not the trap he thought it was. I did not even touch the chair at first. My mother, Ruth, stood with both arms open, smiling like we were at a welcome home party instead of a dinner I had been tricked into. My father, Owen, sat at the head of the table with a glass of wine in his hand. My sister, Brooke, had her phone tilted low, recording just enough to catch my face if I reacted badly. "Diana," Mom said, soft and sweet, "please do not make this awkward. We are trying to heal." I looked at the table. Aunt Linda, Uncle Greg, cousins I had not seen in years, 2 men from Dad's old contracting crew, a woman from Mom's church who once told me a daughter should never be too busy for family. And in front of the one empty chair, there was a folded place card. It did not say Diana, it said sponsor. That was the first warning. Mom had texted me 3 days earlier saying it would be just her, Dad, Brooke, and me. A quiet dinner, a chance to talk. No pressure, sweetheart. Those were her exact words.
Alright, so let's get into it. So, last time on Darth Zimby's Chaotic Creations, for lack of a better word, I started Mass Effect 3. In doing so, we saw the Reapers invade the universe, this section of the universe. We saw planets falling very quickly because they refused to listen to the warnings, like, you know, the character had given in previous games, that this was going to happen at some point, etc., etc., etc. Earth fell. Shepard ends up being re-enlisted into the military because she had been unenlisted due to the Batarian incident in Mass Effect 2. In short, the Batarian incident is that the Batarians captured an a bunch of human scientists captured a Reaper artifact that turned out to still be alive. It took control of their minds. They grabbed this asteroid, and we don't know what the Reapers wanted done with the asteroid in the end. We know the original plan for the asteroid was to destroy a Mass Effect piece of equipment that they used to make FTL jumps, because apparently it was a key entry point for the Reapers. If they managed to gain control of it, they'd very quickly spread regardless to everywhere. So it needed to be destroyed. The Reaper tech that this doctor found turned out to still be alive. It mind controlled everybody in the asteroid. They scrap the plan. Shepard comes in, can't be controlled, and make sure the asteroid destroys that Mass Effect relay. In the process of doing so, she tried to warn the colony of Batarians, housing 300,000 plus Batarians in the solar system to get the fuck out. Couldn't get the full warning out. Did make the attempt, but in the end, 300,000 Batarians died for doing the right thing. Sometimes doing the right thing has a massive cost to it. Shepard finishes the mission in Mass Effect 2, which is to stop the Collectors, who are, as we discovered in the story, are Protheans who got turned into Collectors by the Reapers to serve them and build more of them, etc. We stop them. Shepard goes home, faces a military tribunal. Looks like she got stripped of her command, but was technically kept in as part of the military. Just wasn't allowed to really do much because of the Batarian incident. This game starts, Reapers invade. Captain, now Admiral Anderson, a very close friend of Shepard's, basically throws Shepard back into the military, gives her command of Normandy once more, and then we get sent by Admiral Hackett to the Mars planet, because apparently there's a research station there looking into Prothean relics and has some kind of library or whatever, and they're not fucking responding. That is where we are at right now. Oh yeah, we worked with Cerberus in Mass Effect 2, but we also know Cerberus, run by the Elusive Man, is a very xenophobic, anti-alien organization who seeks to advance humanity and only humanity at the cost of every other species.
Did you authorize that? Every face found me. I picked up my sparkling water. That's it. Let me clear here.
Pokeballs out. Oh yeah, and in Mass Effect 2, Liara Tassoni became the Shadow Broker.
Some answers, finally.
Maybe. I've discovered plans for a brilliant device. One that can wipe out the Reapers. Here? On Mars? In the prison Mars, yes.
I should have warned you sooner. I'm sorry. I did not
No,
answer
no,
any
you're
of
not.
I sat behind the wheel, opened my purse, and looked at the
Process of elimination mixed with a little desperation.
still allowed to be
When
saved.
you
Diana, I thought that you
you thought it was all time, but then you went to investigation. I knew I had to do something. Hackett did too. He contacted me, asked if I would use my resources as a shadow broker to find a way to stop the Reapers. My search led me here. Hackett got me access to the archives and kept me updated on your status.
Not because it surprised me, but because it showed how
I
casually
meant to
see
see
my thoughts. A month later, a certified letter
I was under house arrest. There wasn't much I could do to help you anyway.
My name had been listed
I
as
suppose you're right.
but the
In
application
any case, my work paid off. The archives are full of data and overwhelmed. I think I found what we need.
They had started before dinner. The meal was not
Guess I'll believe it when I see it. Where do we find this weapon? It's not a weapon, not yet. It's plans for a device, a blueprint. More than where we gotta go. How do we get it? The archives are just across that tramway. Assuming Cerberus has locked it down. What are they after? They want you here. Why? The Proteans came close to defeating the Reapers. They had plans to destroy them, but ran out of time. What is it? Just might be something Cerberus would be interested in.
So it's a race to the archives.
We got company.
Bring it on.
Not this time, James.
What?
Get back to the shuttle. Cerberus needs us to the archives and you can reach the
But
Do it, James.
Now.
I hear you should take cover.
Looks like they found us.
Shows from behind the frame. No, not sponsor, not savior. Every evening when I come home, I set my keys in the blue dish beside the lamp.
Not a problem.
And let the quiet
That's all I found. Good. Let's find a way out.
I'm Commander motherfucking Shepard. I can shoot them all day, every day. As long as I got ammo.
Not sure. 1 minute we're getting reports of the Reaper invasion. The next there was chaos. Didn't realize it was Cerberus at first.
Could they be working with Reapers?
Don't guess anything's possible.
Move it, you two.
They've sabotaged the elevator.
There's gotta be a way up.
It's too easy to be able to go that route.
We'll need access to the headway controls to be nearby. Let me try. Damn it. Security's been tampered with. That's off. Shep, see if you can gain access to the headway. I can't seem to unlock the live feeds, but...
Did you see that? Was that woman in bed?
While in the hospital, I saw a news report about a luxury cruise.
That's
On
Doug's
the street with my
car.
parents.
She got here about a week ago.
Laughing. Feeling uneasy, I checked my phone.
Any luck?
Cruise trip charge on my credit card.
Headway's locked
How
out.
are you? At work. He said calmly. I smiled.
Looks like there's construction nearby. We can get out of the room. We can find a way around
my
the
life. The arrangement they had was taken.
Let's move.
Before I could put the phone down, Mateo, the kitchen manager at Mercer House, texted me a picture of our back door. His key was in the lock, but the red light above it was blinking. Sarah changed the codes. He wrote, "She says you resigned this morning. Is that true? I was recovering from emergency abdominal surgery. I had not stood without help since Tuesday." Yet attached to his next message was a staff announcement carrying my my younger sister Sarah would become sole managing owner immediately. My resignation was attached to the PDF. It had a neat signature, a real notary stamp, and a sentence surrendering my voting rights for one dollar. The document said I had signed it in the hospital family letter me that morning. I pressed enter. Understanding where I came in, saw my face, reached for the blood pressure. I need the exact times for my surgery. Barely. Storm caused interference. I asked if the woman whose family just used her hospital stay to reserve her own company. I didn't read that, James. After that, asked the medical records for the office of my wife and asked the jury to reserve the visit. Don't explain more than you have to tell the first year. Mercer House had started my grandmother's church. Good point. Freezer meals for new mothers and patients coming home from surgery. Sarah took pictures. Dad loaned us a van. Mom promoted us. And Ray, the man I later married, found vendors. But the recipes, food license, and first investment were mine. Our lawyer gave me a controlling share of the action without structure. Later, Sarah became a public face while I ran food safety inspection. I mistook her visibility and my ownership for separate currencies. The brass pantry key had belonged to Grandma June and opened the recipe cabinet. Sarah framed it for me on opening day with a card. You keep the heart. I'll bring people to the door. The week before my surgery, Ray had taken the key out of its frame. The cruise supplier summit wants heritage pieces for the display, he had said. I had heard about a supplier summit in Fort Lauderdale, not a cruise. Sarah said a resort group wanted our meals and vacation properties. I was supposed to join for one afternoon, but the emergency room found a ruptured appendix. Before surgery, Sarah promised to cancel everything. I think no deal mattered more than I did into my blanket. Inside that first week, credit card radius to my research. 4 of them were on television boarding a ship, and someone had filed my resignation while I was unconscious. The card company removed Ray as an authorized user and replaced my card. Our business attorney's assistant said he was unavailable and suggested I speak to Sarah, which told me enough. Finally, I called Elise Morgan, the banker who had handled our equipment line. Bonnie, she said carefully, I was told you were medically unable to participate. Participate in what? There was a silence filled with keyboard taps, the expansion closing. I looked at the plastic drain clipped to my gown. Send me anything with my name on it. I need authorization from the managing member. You're speaking to her. Another silence. This one sounded frightened. I'll call our compliance officer, she said. 10 minutes later, Sarah called. Music thumped behind her, then a door closed. Why are you upsetting the bank from a hospital bed? Why does Mateo think I resigned? Because you need rest. You nearly died, Bonnie. You made a temporary announcement so the staff will temporary document. Don't transfer ownership for one dollar. She exhaled. Ray said you fixed it for word or phone. That's why we didn't talk about She ended by saying she loved me. The next morning, Mercer House announced a franchise plan live from the ship. Or enabled my laptop so I would not pull the incision. Sarah stood beside a banner made from my grandmother's handwritten recipe card. The brass key hung around her neck. Ray stood at her right shoulder. My parents sat in the front row. The host told Sarah the founder of Mercer House. She smiled and said, I was starting to the early kitchen days. The leadership required steadiness. After her brief to health episode, our family agreed it was time to protect what we built. Comments rolled under the video. Great decision. Family first. I stepped up and thanked Sarah for carrying on. I have to have sizes because of suspicion. My private challenge was to my time researching my whole burden was watching my family use it as a promotion. And what did you do for the broadcast? The emergency assignment was our first retrospective. In that time, I think they wanted to survive research. My charge ratios are correct. They found a way. But in the end, the resources were far from their plan. Supplier substitution and safety correction. It was the operating sign of the company. I texted Sarah while she was still on camera. Can Mateo collect the creep binder from my office? I need the recovery menu notes. Her reply came almost at once. It's locked in your office. Stop working and heal. On my screen, her hand was resting on it. I saved a picture because the lie and the object occupied the same frame. If you have ever watched your own family turn your illness into a reason you should lose your voice, you know why that picture hurt more than the cruise charge. If you think I was right to question them instead of protecting their image, leave a like or tell me in the comments. That asking for the truth. I did not call Sarah again. I asked Mateo to write down
There we go. We have access to the lab. It goes right to that transfer
whether
station.
I had signed anything, whether anyone had authority to write for me, and during surgery. My father took my purse, I said. And the original company agreement? A copy is in my home office. The original is in the brass key on the key your sister is wearing on a ship. Priya sent preservation notices to the bank, the notary, our email provider, and the hospital. She told me not to accuse anyone publicly. First, audience. I told the family group I had overreacted because of pain medication and needed a few days before signing anything. Mom sent heart. Ray wrote, "That's my girl." Sarah said she knew I would come back to myself. Their relief was immediate. People become careless when they think you're desperate to know. That afternoon, Ray removed his phone from our shared account and deleted
I should have realized it by now. I was just so focused on finding a way to stop the Reapers.
Union Depot Hall. Friday.
Stopping the Reapers is the only mission for the start.
The seating plan put me beside the service door as founder
What if we're
emeritus.
wrong?
Sarah was
What
chief
if there's no way to stop
executive. Ray
them?
was chief growth
What if these
officer,
are
and
the
they
last
asked
days
me
we
to
spend
me asked me
together?
to bring me into the room and
How
Ray
can
began
we
to
fix
my
it?
own replacement. Took a
Come on,
shower, Dad grabbed the brass key and a velvet box.
I shouldn't think that
He
way.
said the crews had been badly
I
explained.
don't know how you do it.
Oh.
You've always focused even in the worst situations.
Money gets around illness. Did you
There's
give
so much
them
at stake. I just need to know what goes in with that.
We handled what had to be handled. A resignation, a bridge document,
Terrible
part of the expansion.
We'll stop the Reapers together.
Every chair,
Thanks.
the meals, train the staff, guarantee debt, and repair mistakes. Counting chairs
Okay,
became
doors
brutal.
open.
When I noticed
We can get to the labs and transfer
sure
it
I
there.
A business cannot wait for the woman who needs the most care. Don't make everyone pay because you got sick. We believed it was practical. That made it worse. I closed my fingers around Grandma's key. Who notarized the bridge? Asked Sarah. He left without kissing my forehead. The notary, June Park, produced a journal entry claiming she met me in the hospital that night, checked my license, and watched me sign. Her invoice billed Mercer House for an emergency visit. For an hour, it looked like her journal might outweigh my word. Then Nora brought the operative timeline. Anesthesia had begun before 9 and ended after 11. The hospital visitor log showed my father leaving with my purse shortly before the claimed notarization. No visitor named June Park had entered the building. It could void the resignation, but it did not explain why the bank still considered me responsible for the expansion. Elise called from compliance the following morning. I found a second file. She said, your resignation was uploaded to the ownership folder, but the loan package still lists you as majority guarantor. So I gave away control but kept the debt. That appears to be what the documents attest. She sounded ill. The expansion was a chain of airport counters, funded by a loan large enough to take my house. Sarah had a quiet bankruptcy from a failed beauty brand. Ray had old tax liens. My parents' house was already leveraged. I was not the obstacle to their success. I was the clean name holding it up. Still, that was only inference. Priya wanted the motive in their own words. The crack came from something no one thought to erase. The lender's document history. Elise's compliance officer restored earlier versions of the closing package. In one version, a yellow comment bubble sat beside my guarantee. Ray had written, keep body on this page. Her credit carries the deal. Sarah had replied, fine, but remove her vote before launch. If she wakes up difficult, call it medical succession. Wakes up difficult. They had typed it while I was in surgery. Below that exchange was the final blow. My father had added, do it before she sees the cruise coverage. Once the award is public, she won't embarrass us by objecting. They had counted on my shame. They believed the woman seated beside the service door would smile rather than make a scene, because making scenes was Sarah's job, and cleaning them up was mine. Priya sent the file to the lender's fraud counsel. The bank froze the closing without announcing. Hospital security preserved footage of Dad meeting June beside her car and handing her my identification and an envelope. That was the hard proof, not a dramatic confession. A time-stamped exchange under a concrete ceiling while I lay upstairs unable to sit up. Priya asked if I wanted the Friday event canceled. No, I said. I want everyone who is asked to trust their version to hear the correction from the right people. I was discharged Thursday afternoon. Ray arrived at our house with flowers and a speech about fresh start. His suitcase was still by the stairs. He reached for me, but I handed him a written notice revoking his authority in the company and asked him to leave his business phone on the table. Sarah said you understood. I understand the comment history. His face changed before he could stop. Those comments were brainstorming. You brainstormed keeping my debt and removing my vote. Bonnie, the airport deal changes everything. It already did. He said the surgery scared him. Sarah pushed too hard, and Dad arranged the notary. Each sentence moved responsibility to another chair. I pointed to the suitcase. Got it. near the entrance. I looked for her. You can be rescued. She said, you saved me a seat. She glanced toward the table by the service door. And I could tell him, please don't hurt you. Her neck had been gold chain. The grass was gone. The cream binder sat inside a glass display case near the stage, open to Grandma's beef chicken recipe. Under it, a card recipe that inspired founder Sarah Burns. My sister had built an exhibit out of my erasure. The program began before she could push me toward the back table. The chamber president praised Mercer House for family leadership and called Sarah to receive the regional founder award. My mother looked at her. Her dad sat with both hands on the tray by the stage, wearing the style of face who wanted strangers to trust her. I accepted the glass and began telling the story of our grandmother's kitchen. Then Elise walked to the microphone. She had been scheduled to announce the expansion plan. Instead, she read a short statement on them. The proposed financing and franchise closing have been suspended because the ownership and guarantee documents provided to us contain material inconsistencies. Those reports will be released to your lost adopted nieces. Sarah kept quiet. Her paperwork delayed. She said, reaching for the microphone, our founder Sarah was involved and confusion happened. Got it. But Shreya handed sealed packets to the chamber president. The employee representative the chamber president opened hers first. On top of the original operating agreement showing my controllership, behind it was the false resignation, my operative timeline, the visitor log, and still images from the parking garage. She looked at Sarah, then at me. Founded this company, she asked. Sarah's face tightened. I flipped her hand in recipes. I built the brand. Mateo spoke from beside me. He built the kitchen, the safety system, and her delivery remote to upper hired car. Sarah pointed toward my hospital bracelet, which I had forgotten to cut off. She is medicated. This is exactly why we made the transition. Rhea did not raise her voice. The hospital has confirmed she was unconscious with your notaries that she's fine. You'll under also record your vision comment. Ray stepped backward as if distance would remove his name from the document. My father stood. This is a family matter. Please answer him. I made it a big Sarah, she said the award would be withdrawn. We've been prepared to renovate 3 years for the company would not enter the lease. Vendors began gathering their filters. They stopped belonging to my name. Sarah came down the hallway. You heard of the only sales dispensing she said. I looked through the glass case at Grandma's handwriting. You tried to make me responsible for something I was forbidden to. You got it. Now I needed consent. I unlocked the display case, put the key down and returned and listed out the cream binder. The chamber name was sleeping in the native first kitchen. Then I turned to the stuff table. Temporary operating authority, and every employee owns me the ownership back with writing Monday. Nobody has to choose a side to get my revenge if it deserves the word. I did not take their keys and wallet. I removed their ability to make everyone else pay for their story. All up to not then. The forged resignation until their new doubt. June surrendered her notary's position and repaid me. The bank permanently lost their sponsorships she has lined up. The old delivery manager, her legal assistant. My mother wrote me a letter saying she had thought keeping the family together meant my feelings should accomplish. Ray and I separated. Our divorce remained private, except for the records needed to untangle his liens from my house. He asked for another chance until the recovered comments were read in mediation. After that, he asked for a fair settlement. Rhea smiled without humor and made sure fairness included everyone. Every legal bill caused by his signature. Sarah never apologized. She sent one message saying I had chosen paperwork over blood. I printed it and put it beside the company agreement for a week. Then I shredded it. Blood had not been on the loan guarantee. My name had. I did not remain chief executive. Once the kitchens were stable, I sold most of my shares to an employee trust led by Mateo. The trust licensed my recipes, kept the staff, and changed the name to June Street Kitchen. Sarah could keep calling herself a branding expert. She could not call herself its founder. I kept one small teaching kitchen behind the original storeroom. On Tuesday evenings, I showed caregivers how to prepare safe freezer meals without spending all Sunday doing it. There were no cameras, no founder plaques, and no family titles. Just 12 work tables, labeled containers, and people leaving with food that would make a difficult week easier. The brass key hangs beside the pantry again. The cream binder rests on the shelf below it, no longer trapped in glass. Sometimes the key turns stiff, and I have to listen to it. Like that it requires real decontamination. On the first anniversary of the hospital broadcast, I finished suicide, wiped flour from the last table, and locked the front door. Through the window, I watched Mateo switch off the lights in the employee-owned kitchen next door. My phone stayed quiet in my coat pocket. I placed the brass key in the drawer, closed the cream binder, and turned off my own light. For the first time, the door behind me was locked because I had chosen what to protect, not because someone else had decided I no longer belonged inside.
Karen Jimerson was getting ready for bed at her Texas home. She had just finished showering. All of a sudden, Karen heard someone turned around and they pointed the gun straight at me. A Waxahachie, Texas SWAT team had arrived to execute a search warrant at a suspected drug house. The only problem, they stormed the wrong place. They knew the target house had a detached garage and a perimeter fence, while Karen's house had neither. He was still ordering his team to shatter Karen's windows and made a flashbang grenade in her window. Eventually, one officer yelled, "Wrong house." This is the policy and procedure protocol to all of you. You all agree to do this to people. You're scumbag, dude. Do you get it? You signed up to do this to people. You agreed that this was okay to do for your money, your insurance, your benefits. F you. Karen Jimerson was getting ready for bed at her Texas home. She had just finished showering. All of a sudden, Karen heard someone turned around and they pointed the gun straight at me. A Waxahachie, Texas SWAT team had arrived to execute a search warrant at a suspected drug house. The only problem, they stormed the wrong place. He knew the target house had a detached garage and a perimeter fence, while Karen's house had neither. He was still ordering his team to shatter Karen's window and made a flashbang grenade in her front yard. Eventually, one of the officers yelled, "Wrong house." The SWAT team left Karen's home in shambles. This is the policy and procedure protocol for all of you. You all agreed to do this to people. You're scumbag, dude. Do you get it? You signed up to do this to people. You agreed that this was okay to do for your money, your insurance, your benefits. F you.
My rich neighbor's black belt son threw his MMA gloves at my feet and challenged me to fight in front of the whole neighborhood. He had absolutely no idea. I once commanded Rangers in the 75th Ranger Regiment. I did not pick up the gloves. I picked up the orange survey flag he had pulled from beside my driveway and held it where everyone could see. Put that back, I said. Brandon Coleman laughed for the phone his friend was holding. Make me Colonel. Behind him, a rented excavator sat across the narrow lane. Its bucket lowered onto the only road leading to my house. My 16-year-old foster daughter, Lucy, was trapped on the other side in the school counselor's car. Richard Coleman stood beside the machine in a pressed shirt, telling our neighbors that I had blocked a lawful construction project and become emotionally unstable. Brandon kicked one red glove closer to my shoe. One round. If you win, Dad moves the machine. If I win, you sign the access paper. That was the first useful thing he said all afternoon. 3 phones recorded it. I looked past him at Lucy. Her face was pale behind the windshield. Then I looked at Richard. Your son just admitted the roadblock is leverage. Richard smiled thin. Nobody heard that. Mrs. Delgado, who lived across from us, slowly raised her phone higher. I did, she said. Brandon's smile slipped, but only for a second. He thought the story was about whether a middle-aged woman could beat him in a fight. It was not. It was about why his father needed my signature before 5 o'clock, why a survey marker had moved 12 feet overnight, and why Lucy's late grandmother's brass key had suddenly stopped opening the gate to the orchard she had inherited. I stepped over the gloves, called the sheriff's non-emergency line, and asked for a deputy to talk to me.
That's an understatement. I take the family to the end. It's the only way I know. Skirt around. Stay out of sight. I'll move on first.
He's on the back 7 acres and left the small stone house to Lucy. I was the trustee until Lucy turned 18. She disappeared again. Her mother had died years earlier, so I became the person who signed forms and sat beside her. Official the following script. Richard owns shit. He had gone through one of his development companies and the missing link in his plan for a private wellness resort. His proposed entrance road needed a strip of gym. Just neighborly paperwork, he said, setting both on my kitchen table. June and I had an understanding.
Keep moving. Turn fire on here.
Vehicles, utility lines, drainage, and future commercial traffic through Lucy's orchard. The payment offer would barely cover replacing the fence. June find something like this, I asked. She intended to. We were waiting on
Looks like they've made it to the archives.
And I doubt they'll set a search warrant. Can you override it?
The archives are outside our network. You're completely locked out.
I'll find a short-range communicator on the tower. And if we convince them that we're on their side, tell them the Alliance forces are taking care of it.
Good idea. See what you can find. What? The Major has become very capable. What have you got?
He's got a track record.
But I've got a question, and I'm not going to push you.
I'm with you. I'm always. I just really want to know why.
Come on. Let's see if we can get them to send that tram over.
A junior technician named Ethan Parker.
Hello, this is Delta Team. Anybody there?
Our parcel had been approved. He also noticed that the altered map used a draft layer created inside the county system only 6 days
We're at the
earlier.
tram station, waiting for extraction. All hostiles terminated.
Ethan said, deletion does not remove the added history. Richard's engineering Mark Bell had login access. That afternoon, Lucy texted me from
They did it
Brandon
now.
and I were after lunch. I was in my truck
We should
before
get a position. Flag it off the tram.
The system showed that
Thinking, Major.
Brandon had entered the building with a copy of a guardianship page bearing my signature. The signature looked like mine from a distance, but the middle initial was wrong. The receptionist's hands began to shake when she realized it. They found Lucy at a cafe 2 blocks away, sitting rigidly across from Brandon. He had not harmed her. He had bought her food and placed an easement form beside the basket. I was trying to help, he said when I arrived. She turns 18 soon. She deserves to know what that land is worth without you controlling her. Lucy stood with her chair scraped the floor. He said you were spending the trust. She told me. He said it was it was a conversation. The officer arrived and looked at my to leave me alone. We met at a diner where the coffee tasted burned, and everyone had a view of the door.
Of
He
course.
was exhausted. Richard had told him Jim's easement was signed but misplaced, and ordered him to create a conceptual restoration of the route for investors. Mark engaged the county draft lawyer because it looked official. When he learned it was no signed document, he tried to withdraw. Richard reminded him how much of his firm's work depended on
Don't get him back. Better wrap it around quickly.
private conversation. I said,
The archive's right at my side.
the truth, then bring your You came prepared. I came to drink coffee. He sent the email before leaving the booth. That should have slowed Richard down. Instead, pressure made him progress. His construction loan commitment expired at 5 o'clock on the final Friday of August. Evidence of site access, the lender no longer moved. An excavator appeared to confirm the investment. Richard was suspected of filthy drainage. At 2, at 2:15, Brandon from the
said.
At my birthday dinner, Mom leaned over to Dad. Since everyone's here, have your son change the locks at her apartment. My brother quietly got up and left. An hour later, he came back ghost-white and whispered, Mom, someone's there. Someone was there. 3 people, actually. The building superintendent, a city health investigator, and the attorney for the nonprofit that owns my apartment. They were standing beneath the home camera when my brother Aaron arrived with a drill and a dead mom carrying my porch signature. But at the birthday table, nobody knew that yet.
What do you want?
Kept slicing roast as if she had only asked Aaron to pick up ice. My stepfather, Paul, pushed peas around her plate. My Aunt Marcy asked whether we should light the candles now. I said, folded my napkin. Aaron hated being told to anyway.
I've seen it so much that people are told them monsters.
Hearing her call the apartment owners, I had lived at Harvard House for 5 years. The renovated
Prove
belonged to a nonprofit corporation that leases to hospital workers,
Where you see your views to the shore, I see the way full. Get down to the heart.
Denise has never paid my rent or watched Lily during my
Imagine how
vacation.
small.
Still, she spoke as if she had allowed me to live there. That belief had started with a blue ceramic
Earth is under siege because of a scheme to control the person.
painted with white birds. She placed it beside her door and dropped his beer to the inside. Family structure is ridiculous, she said. 3 weeks before my birthday,
That base is an abomination. Hundreds of thousands of human murdered.
Dennis placed out a folded grocery receipt from a store near my mother's house. I called her before I even took off my shoes to reach over and I came to the box. I was Carter she gave me. The spare portable, babies legal fit. Children touch everything. Lily was mine, not 3. And she has been resources and all stuff. Nothing looks stolen, but my lease binder was on the wrong shelf. A photograph of my late grandmother Judith lay face down on her green envelope containing Grandma Jean's letter and original Harvard House membership certificate. Grandma had worked at Dallas She named me. The envelope was gone. Denise told me before I could call her again.
Builders would heal us all. We don't stop fighting each other.
Football's out.
An angel with a silver bullet. And this was you were going to run success.
Including what Grandma had placed beyond her
But
reach.
what
She
the
asked
rest
if she
of
could
us
ride my car. You sound tired, she said. Leave before you say something ugly. Then she
Enough
changed the
talk.
lock.
Liara.
The superintendent, Mr. Alvarez, installed a register key later and showed me the entry log. My old man had entered the building twice while I was at the
Duly noted.
Shepard. He asked, I said yes.
What?
The first entry.
The date's not here.
Denise in Sunday coat walked toward my door carrying a grocery bag. Her face was partly hidden, but I knew her. At work, I watched small changes in breathing numbers. You do not shout at the monitor. You tap the vents and wait for the pattern. The next sign arrived to my mailbox. Harvard House.
How's he doing?
Advance notice of
It's
voluntary
someone's uploaded information.
Then transferred to Aaron and his wife Beth. The attached paper form carried my name in blue ink. The signature leaned too far right as the state of 13 hours inside an isolation room. Upstairs, the blue keyboard waited beside my door. Empty.
This
Get the fuck out of here!
hell of a short report.
Not wrong. Not wrong at all.
Barely got a phone. Move him out.
Where are you taking him?
Where can we best care of the citizen? We're not going with you.
We need to see the council.
Right.
What does that mean? Mrs. Green looked at me. Your grandmother asked us to witness the certificate because she said Denise would try to redirect anything she
Hello, Captain.
Commander Shepard.
And no caregiver could alter it. The boss had taken their statements that afternoon.
Captain Bailey, good to see you again.
She seated her own witnesses.
You too.
The certificate
Though
goes
it's
back tonight. You cannot contact Harbor House, my hospital, Lily's school, or me. If you need to communicate about the investigation, I am your mother.
Now, my job is dealing with political bullshit and escorting dignitaries around. No offense.
None taken. So you're going to bring us to the council?
Nothing you can say tonight belongs to me. That's left with me.
I'm here to tell you the council is expecting that they're dealing with their own problems with the war. They apologize for the inconvenience and blah, blah, blah. Meet me here at Dina's office. They'll be ready for you.
Alright.
You might have time to go by the medical center if you want to check on progress.
Thanks. I might do that. You go on ahead. I'll head to his office.
One of my neighbors is away. You?
I'm just tourist today. I'll try not to get in any trouble.
I'll be right there. The other half of my job. I'll see you around.
No doubt.
Changed the system, just not in the way she intended. The hospital cleared me. Lily's school apologized and required photo identification for early pickups. Our lives became safer in small, boring ways. One Saturday, Lily and I carried the blue key bowl into the Harbor House courtyard. The chip was still there. The painted birds were faded from years of fingers and dust. Do we throw it away? She asked. I thought about the spare key Denise had taken, the forged papers, the drill beside Aaron's chair. No, I said. We give it a better job. We filled it with soil and planted basil. By summer, green leaves crowded over the rim and hid the empty place where a key.
All right, I gotta run to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
Stays on a plain steel ring in my pocket. There is no spare beside the door. At night, Lily reads on the couch while the old school radiators knock inside the walls. I water the basil, turn the deadbolt once, and hear the clean click of a home that answers only to the people who live.
Wait a minute. Because sometimes I don't expect the chair. I need the name or yes or no. Do you know who your husband is? Yes or no? Do you know who your husband is? Or yes or no? You're actually committing obstruction right now by not giving us the
Okay, what's gonna happen when I sign this one? I'm not refusing.
Okay. Sorry about that. I needed that. Holy hell.
got this on YouTube. The exact same subject did this exact same thing on YouTube. It's comical, and then he wants to write about it, and this is
It's because you guys are infringing on my First Amendment rights. This is a public sidewalk. This is constitutionally protected activity. I've explained to you that with journalists.
and you never set foot off the sidewalk?
I've never set foot off the sidewalk.
You have an ID tag. You have something.
I do have an ID tag, but what I'm telling you is it's none of your business. I'm not. This is an
Yes.
Am I free to go? So I'm being detained. I'm not free to go.
Okay, this is not a public building.
It's not a public building.
It's not
It's a state correctional institution. We have
Okay,
Tiffany
for
Parsons.
security.
What's going on here?
What's your
Commander, just what I was looking for. Diana Alex, Line 27. I can help you. I don't have a business to track time.
This is a security issue.
I know, and it hasn't exactly steered you to a galactic audience, but that can change. I'm a military reporter for a show called Battle Space, carried on just about all continents. My producers want me embedded on some ship, and I want that ship to be the Normandy. Why would I want that? Wars are won or lost in the editing room. This war needs to be won. I've got a security clearance and operating crew. You get veto power over the sentence. You handle an arrangement like that?
What's
Or
your
do I
reason
get
for
it?
taking suspicion?
Investigation.
Based on what? What am I doing as a
Tell your producers yes,
What's your reason?
see how it works on
What's your reason for
report to the ship as soon as possible.
What is your reason for
Questions?
Investigation.
How much can I bring?
An investigation based
One.
on potential security. Potential security issue.
I've explained to
Until
you.
I see the tapes, I have a right to see the tapes. And after I see the
So
tapes,
you're gonna detain me until you see the tapes.
can you shut up long enough for me to finish talking? I don't give a damn. Until I see the videotapes, I am officially conducting an investigation. Once I view them and I see that you've never stepped foot on this property, you are free to go.
What's your reason for articulable suspicion that I stepped foot on that property? What's your reason for articulable suspicion that I committed a crime? Did you take it out that full and defend the Constitution of the United States now? Are you aware that this is the First Amendment right? You remain in silence?
Isn't that great?
That's great.
We've got your white vehicle from St. Johns County, and I have all of your driver's license information. Your license is, in fact, disqualified. Now that I have both of your information, the warden of this property wants you officially trespassed. Do both parties understand and acknowledge that you are trespassed from the because your phone was found and I'm turning it over to you. Here is your property receipt. Glad to get that back to you. Glad we could identify both of you. You have officially been trespassed from the property again. I'm iterating that. Thank you, sir, and more time. You are trespassed, Mr. Thomas James Covenant and Mr. Jeffrey Gray from St. Johns County, St. Augustine. You're trespassed as well. Okay? Okay. So go ahead and go back to your car and put the keys in there.
The female Gaston County Sheriff's deputy said that my license was disqualified, and she basically dared me
Hello.
to go get in my car.
Welcome to Mama.
Started letting me drive. Well,
Sure.
Any other issues?
If the recipient handcuffs have been a cultural known.
let's go see.
For example, it is imperative they be offered.
What else?
The visitor with access to cutting-edge technology and the donor will request to
Have a good day.
please.
Driving my car. Have a good day, ma'am.
Shepard, there you are. Dr. Chakwas, you're here?
I'm working
I went
with
to
my
my
mom
mom's
to rest and found my son, my daughter,
Coordinating
and her
close
parents
with
in the car. She shouted, "Get out, you
I
old
heard you
intruder."
spoke earlier.
Please, I said, "Go ahead and come here." Then I sat down and
I
watched
came
her.
first.
My son Daniel moved.
We had a
before
run
anyone
on the
else.
servers.
He stepped between Alice and me,
Came
not to
towards
protect
us.
me, but to block my view of the dining table.
Very
You
well.
weren't supposed to come until next month. That
I'm
sentence
impressed
was
with the
important.
relationship.
It meant this
As
was
well
the
as
whole
Dr.
teenage
Shaw.
weekend visit. They had planned around my
I wish I could
absence.
be
Behind
in
him,
that.
Alice's father, Robert, was carrying a box of files toward my downstairs office. Her mother, Lucy, had my brass house key hanging from a ribbon around her neck. My framed
When they
photographs were
announced
stacked
it,
face
the
down
alliance
on
didn't
the
know what to
A
do.
white sign had been placed over the
I was
mantel
never
with
officially
pictures.
part of it.
Underneath it,
And
in
I got
small
enough
letters,
to
was
be the
signed
back.
rest, recovery, and private mountain care.
So
I read
you
it
know,
quick. This is my home, I said. Alice gave a little laugh. It was your vacation house. Daniel said you agreed to
Though I
let us
suppose
manage it
you
because
would
you can't keep up with everything.
I would have been tried as an
You
accessory.
probably don't remember. She lifted her phone. That is exactly why we made the arrangement official. Daniel finally shifted, and I saw what had been hiding on the table.
You
There
say
were
the word, and I would.
intake folders, and a
Normally,
stack of
the same
envelopes addressed to people I had never met. My mountain house had not been occupied. It had been turned into a business carrying the name of my property company. I reached for
Thank you
one
so
of those
soon.
with Robert
Remember,
written over it. Those are
just
confidential
to
client
record.
materials. It might be between Alice and Robert and she pointed toward the door. Please be my mother. She has blood pressure problems.
Joker gets so much shit, but Joker's such a great character. Like, I really think Joker's perhaps the best character in the games, the first 3 games. I love that guy.
After that, everyone benefits. There it was. Confusion, family misunderstanding, the scheduling of investors, profit. Alice raised her phone higher. Last chance. Told them I said use the speaker. Her confidence returned. She dialed while staring straight at me. She described an elderly woman who had entered a private care residence, refused to leave, and seemed disagreed. She never once used the word mother. She never said owner. Then she added, "Do you think we are worried she may hurt herself?" I sat in my old leather chair near the window. Daniel whispered my name, but I folded my hands.
Pokeball's out.
Alice met them on the porch with her folder already open. She had prepared for this possibility. That frightened me more than the call itself. She showed them a signed management agreement stating that Marl Ridge Holdings had granted her company temporary control of the house. My name appeared at the bottom in the A notary seal specified a signature close enough like mine to make my stomach tighten. The deputy asked for my identification. I gave it to him. Then he asked whether I had signed the agreement. No. Alice sighed as if she had been forced to reveal something private. Margaret had been forgetting a point. Daniel and I had been trying to help quietly. We did not want to embarrass her. Daniel stared at the floor. The officer asked him whether he believed the agreement.
At the center of this size, you must have a lot of direct reports.
Understood what we were doing. Finally said that a careful tenant told me he had helped build the lie but wanted room to escape it later. The deputy explained that ownership and management disputes could become civil matters when documents were involved. He could not decide on the porch whether the signature was forged. He asked everyone to lower their voices and suggested that I stay elsewhere until the county records and agreement could be reviewed. Alice smiled before he finished speaking. I could have shouted. I could have demanded that they search every room. Instead, I asked for 10 minutes to collect personal medication and one keepsake from the kitchen. Alice started to object, but the deputy told her to let me enter. In the kitchen, my red recipe tin was gone from the shelf. Daniel said it had been moved to the pantry. I found it behind cases of bottled water and boxes marked welcome kit. The tin had belonged to my sister, and I kept old family recipes, repair receipts, and the original sketch of the house inside it. When I lifted it, something rattled beneath the papers. My small brass company seal was still there. Alice
That is an interesting conversation in this game to come back to off and on.
Before I left, I looked at the electronic keypad beside the door. My administrator light was dark. Someone had removed my access. Alice leaned against the frame. We will send your remaining things to the city. You should not be driving up here alone anyway. Then she gave me the line I would remember long after every other word faded. Some women age into wisdom, Margaret. You aged into an inconvenience. Daniel flinched, but he still said nothing. I drove away with the deputy behind me until we reached the main road. At the first gas station, I pulled over because my hands had begun to shake. I put them flat against the steering wheel and breathed until I could feel my fingers again. The mountain house was not an inheritance or Daniel's childhood home. I bought the abandoned property after my divorce when I was tired of waiting for someone else to give me a peaceful life. I repaired it after work, slept in my car when the plumbing failed, and formed Morrow Ridge Holdings to protect the property. Daniel helped during one summer. Years later, when I struggled with the booking website I used for occasional photography rentals, he offered to manage the passwords. I had mistaken convenience for trust. Alice entered his life with perfect manners and endless business plans. She called me Mama Margaret in public and corrected me in private. Every failed idea ended with unpaid bills, and Daniel saying, "She dreams big." I never imagined her next dream would be built inside my house. That evening, I called Sharon, the retired attorney who had created my property company. She told me not to contact Alice and asked for every document I had. "Do not warn them about the company seal," she said. The operating agreement inside my red tin required my wet signature and an embossed company seal for any transfer of authority. Alice's papers showed only a flat gray circle. It was the first crack. The next morning, the smart lock company restored my administrator access. The log showed Daniel had created a new control profile 6 weeks earlier. Alice's parents had entered repeatedly before Daniel claimed they were visiting relatives, and a guest code had been used by 7 strangers. The utility company added another contradiction. Power use had tripled. The billing address had been changed to Alice's apartment, and someone had requested a commercial usage letter in my company's name. 2 days later, my cousin sent a screenshot from her family chat. Alice told everyone that Daniel and she were protecting me during a period of memory trouble. She asked relatives not to challenge me if I accused them of taking my house. Hearts and prayers filled the screen. One aunt wrote, "Thank goodness Margaret has you." The lie gave Alice control and made every protest sound like proof that I needed controlling. The next afternoon, a county adult services caseworker knocked on my apartment door. Someone had reported that I was driving while confused, mismanaging money, and becoming fixated on a house I no longer controlled. She could not name the caller, but the phrases were Alice's. I invited the caseworker inside. She asked the date, my doctor's name, how I paid my bills, and whether Daniel managed my accounts. I answered every question, opened my banking records, and showed her the property company documents. Then I showed her the family message claiming I was ill before any doctor had said so. Her professional expression softened. "Has anyone pressured you to sign authority over your property?" "They did not pressure me," I said. "They skipped that part and signed for me." She documented the dispute, confirmed that I appeared capable of making my own decisions, and gave me a direct number in case anyone attempted to remove financial control from me. When she left, I sat beside the red tin and cried from anger. Alice had not only taken my house, she had tried to build an official record saying I could not be trusted to take it back. The same week, my insurance agent called about a request to classify the property as an occupied care facility. I told him I'd authorize no change. She placed a fraud alert on the account and cleared the request, including the email address that submitted it. Alice's business name was in the signature line. That Sunday, she announced Morrow Ridge Renewal House at Daniel's church luncheon. She thanked her parents for becoming resident hosts and thanked me for making the sacrifice possible. People applauded while I sat near the back. Then Alice saw me. "Margaret may not remember every detail," she told the room, "but we are honoring the generous decision she made before her health became complicated." Daniel clapped with everyone else. Afterward, Alice approached with 3 church women. "Crowds confuse you lately," she said. "Please do not confuse other people. We are trying to preserve your dignity." She hugged me before I could step away, turning humiliation into a photograph of devotion. I still wonder how my silence looked that day. Was I wrong to let her hug me while everyone believed I was losing myself? If you think waiting for proof was my only safe choice, please leave a like. If you believe I should have exposed her there, tell me honestly, because walking out of that church felt like swallowing broken glass. In the parking lot, Claire, the woman who cleans my mountain house twice a month, caught up with me. Alice had told her I was recovering from surgery. "You are not sick," Claire said. "No." "Then you need to know they made me sign something." Alice had demanded a confidentiality form and asked Claire to backdate cleaning invoices so they showed occupied guest rooms. Claire refused, but she still had dated photographs proving the rooms were empty during the week Alice later described as a successful trial program. Sharon told me not to confront them. "They are creating their own evidence. Let them keep filing." I sent one email asking Alice for every document connected to my house. She replied that future communication had to go through Daniel because stress worsened my condition. So I used a new email address and requested information as a potential client. Alice offered an expensive winter package and attached a contract claiming the owner had approved commercial use. It promised transportation, meals, and overnight supervision, though she had no staff. County records added the next layer. Alice had filed for a special use permit using my forged consent. She claimed the retreat had completed a trial period without complaint. Her parents were listed listed as paying residents, complete with signed monthly receipts. Robert and Lucy could not afford those payments. A delivery driver remembered Robert complaining that Alice was making him sign receipts for money nobody had paid. Sharon sent the company a preservation letter. A week later, the county mailed notice of a public zoning hearing. Alice had requested fast approval because investors were waiting. The right room had finally appeared. Before the hearing, Daniel came to my apartment and asked me to withdraw an objection I had not even filed. He stepped inside, saw the red recipe tin on my table, and stared at it too long. I thought that was still at the house. I took it the day you helped remove me. I lifted the brass seal from the tin. His face went pale. Did you sign my name? No. Alice handled the papers. Did you tell her she had permission? I told her you would eventually agree. That is not permission. He sat down. Alice had asked whether the company seal was digital. When she produced the agreement, he noticed my signature looked wrong, but accepted her claim that a document service had copied it from an older contract. Then he admitted the rest. After 1 year of staged business income, Alice planned to obtain a loan and offer to buy the mountain house from my company. They expected me to accept because the offer would look generous. My house was supposed to finance his own purchase for me. Do not forget
Any
what
other?
I did. I said, you decided my ownership was temporary. Daniel cried and blamed Alice's pressure.
What else?
And the fear of losing his marriage. I asked him to leave. He said, are you going to destroy my marriage? No, I am going to stop letting your marriage use my name. The zoning hearing was held in the county administration building. Alice had invited church members, investors, and 2 local reporters. A banner near the entrance showed my house beneath the word compassionate couple home. She wore a green blazer and carried a presentation binder. Robert and Lucy sat behind her. Daniel sat at the far end of their row. I entered with Sharon and Claire. People who had applauded Alice at church watched me walk to the clerk, speak clearly, and place my files on the table. Alice hurried over. You should not be here, she whispered. My name is on the application. You are going to embarrass yourself. I looked at her banner. I think you prepared that part for me. Alice presented first. She spoke about exhausted women, community service, and an older owner who had chosen purpose over isolation. Then she projected the consent agreement. My false signature filled the wall. She said I had become uncertain after signing it, but Daniel had supported the plan from the beginning. The planning officer asked him whether he had watched me sign. Daniel stood slowly. No. Alice rushed to the microphone. It was notarized. He did not need to witness it. Sharon asked to speak for Morrow Ridge Holdings. She gave the clerk the original operating agreement and my brass company seal. The clerk pressed it onto a blank page. A raised mark caught the overhead light. Then she placed Alice's document beside it. Flat ink, no impression. Sharon explained that no transfer was valid without the embossed seal. The notary named on Alice's page had also
There is
confirmed
no
that she never witnessed my
conspiracy
signature. A
to
commission number had been
the
copied from an
council is
unrelated
simply
file.
not granting interviews at this time.
It claimed I had given verbal
My viewers
approval.
are going to know that the state and the council are
supposed
denying
at trial residency.
Listen, lady, you think I like
The
playing
office
gatekeeper
furniture
between
arrived
the
after the claims
paparazzi and
opening
the
date.
politicians?
Qualified smart lock
I don't
records.
have time to babysit them, and I'm not going to hold your hand.
The officer opened
Well,
the
I
file
won't tell until I'm granted in on it.
whether he and Lucy had
Fine.
paid the residency.
I hope my brother sleeping better.
Robert looked at Alice. He looked at the clerk.
Commander Bailey.
Paid nothing. Alice put money into our account.
Commander Shepard?
Earned it back.
Commander Humanity has questions.
You agreed to help your daughter, Alice snapped. You said it was temporary paperwork.
Damn press.
You never said it was
So you're here to keep these?
she had hidden. The lender's preliminary
I feel like
application
a
listed my
glorified
house as
dog.
business-controlled collateral, and projected income from residents did not exist. It also
Been hearing
described
about
me
this
as
stuff,
legally
sir?
dependent on Daniel for financial
Down the
assistance.
street.
The planning officer
I appreciate
started the
the
hearing. The
favor.
permit would be denied, and the filings referred for review. The lender's representative told her and left. The investors followed. The council remained near the aisle, staring at the floor. Alice turned on me. You planned this. No, I
Promotion like some other officers. I'm not even sure why he picked me. You never know that politicians.
You used your parents. You used me. Lucy reached into her purse and placed the brass key in my palm. It was the same key she used to get my fingers dirty. I am sorry, she whispered.
It's killing me, brother.
The fallout came quietly, then all at once. The county
I haven't
denied
been
the
back in
permit
years.
and referred the false
Now I
filings
know
for review. The lender
if this ain't the end of the
investors demanded
day,
their deposits back. The
it's
church
really
removed
been
Alice's
close.
announcement and posted a correction stating that I had never donated or leased the property. Robert and
I'm up to
Lucy
my neck in trouble. If there's anything you need.
Probably get worse before it gets better.
Yeah.
Surrendered every
Commander Shepard, I'm still just trying to keep things in order. Feels like I'm fighting a losing battle.
Is the Citadel curfew in war?
Alice sent 3 emails. One blamed stress, one blamed
Even people whose world's most gone down like this. I guess it's not just human nature.
Eventually, Alice
We all
accepted
allow
the
ourselves to do
using my name, company, address, or photographs. Her business closed. Daniel later filed for divorce after learning she had opened credit in his name as
Anything
well.
important in the hearing?
I returned with Claire.
With the Reapers running roughshod through the galaxy, it seems like the Council is in constant session. We got more ambassadors and dignitaries here than ever before, according to Casey. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, really.
Instead of calling, I ignored the letters that explained Alice. I answered the first
Things are relatively quiet.
I am not ready to talk to you. I'm doing the work without using me as your reward. We will speak when your actions have lasted longer than your regret. Did not
Millions across the
bring
galaxy have been displaced, and most of them from here.
Must have you doing somersaults.
Already allocated the bulk of my land customs, but we're still overtaxed to catalog and processing them all.
I locked the company seal in my desk, returned the red recipe tin to
You got
its
love
shelf,
in
and
there?
Somewhere.
from the roof while the last
Ex-wife,
light
lost track
I
of
turned the
it.
lock. The click sounded like my name returning home.
And the son and daughter. They're sick.
Sorry, Patty.
My mother demanded I
I just
cancel my
like
wedding and give
everyone
$50,000 for my
myself,
sister's
things I
street
can
wedding. When I
control.
refused,
And at the
she
moment,
threw
I
coffee in my
think
face
the
for
88
saying
losing
yes.
security.
Then my fiance walked in and revealed the secret I'd been keeping from all of them for years. The coffee reached my skin before the shave did. 1 second, I was standing beside the dessert table at my sister's bridal brunch, holding my ivory wedding binder against my ribs. The next second, hot coffee ran down my cheek.
Yeah, he's
My
become
jaw
an even bigger shot around here.
my mother had insisted was less selfish.
He suspected executive power was conspiring against the council and the investors.
Eyes were sharp.
Find anything incriminating?
Enough to arrest him.
Mercer. I was 33.
When Bell resisted,
For a hospital
I was forced to kill him.
Columbus, Ohio. And until that
Being
afternoon,
deported.
most of my family thought I was the cold
Near
daughter.
as I can tell, being a commander just means I'm putting out different fires.
Everyone else. That lie had been planted slowly. My younger sister Sienna was the soft one. She forgot rent and called it anxiety. She quit jobs and called it healing. She cried in bathrooms and family
Worse before it gets good, Patty.
Yeah, if it ever gets better.
Treated her like a candle in the wind and treated me like the wall that was supposed to block it. My wedding to Griffin was supposed to be simple. A little chapel, food trucks, string lights behind his aunt's farmhouse. Griffin was a middle school counselor, the kind of man who could calm a room just by lowering his voice. We were paying for everything ourselves. Sienna's wedding was supposed to be a production. Her fiancé Camden came from the kind of family my mother had always wanted to impress. His mother wore pearls without trying. His parents had a lake house, a foundation dinner every spring, and family photos where nobody looked sweaty. From the first time Diane met them, she started saying Sienna needed to enter her family properly.
Counselor said you could
Could I push my wedding back? Could I give
If you're
Sienna
following
more
me,
Could I return my dress and buy something cheaper? Then, at my final fitting, Sienna looked at me from the white couch and said, if you postpone your wedding, I could wear your dress for a rehearsal dinner. It would look perfect with my theme. I laughed because I thought it was a joke. Nobody laughed at it. My mother touched the sleeve of my dress like she was checking fabric on the floor. It's actually awful. The little ceremony is small anyway. The seamstress stared at the floor. I looked at myself in the mirror, pinned into the first thing that had felt
The reports are accurate.
No, I said.
Earth
Sienna's eyes
attack.
filled. I just
A
want you to
full-scale
feel
invasion.
special. I want to wear my own wedding dress. My mother smiled at the seamstress. She gets to
And
pick
it's
whatever
just
she
the
wants.
beginning.
I changed in silence.
We need your help. Everything you can.
I locked my ivory binder in my desk drawer. Contracts,
The Turians have lost
and a
interest.
sealed letter.
We must fight this enemy together.
Need I remind you that the last time we fought the Reapers, Shepard sacrificed the council to protect human interests?
I sat in my car.
True, but in the end we survived because we followed Shepard's lead.
A tasting fee. When I called the bank,
That's
the
not
woman on the
enough.
phone said a family member
The
had
reports are dying. If we throw everything we have at it, there's only going to
Sienna
lose.
had borrowed my
What
laptop
then?
during Sunday dinner.
I don't expect you to follow me without a plan.
Check a bridal portal. I had left her alone in my kitchen for 10
We have
minutes.
a plan, a blueprint, created with the Protheans.
Football's out.
Already knew the weather inside.
What is it exactly?
Sienna sat at the
We're still piecing it together,
my card on Sienna's
but it appears to be a weapon of some sort.
Hello to you too. Did you?
And this is capable of destroying humans.
We're going to reimburse it.
So it was in
Without asking. My mother said this is because
an
every time your
interest.
sister needs help, you make
This is
a
a fool's errand. The Protheans were wiped out by this.
Sienna has
Clearly the weapon
the right
is
impression. The right impression.
It was a key
What's up, Adidas?
here, something for the Turians to be counted.
For years, I had been the
But they
quiet
ran out of
family.
time before they could
Paid my
finish
father's
building.
dental surgery directly to the clinic when insurance fell short. I had paid 2 months of Sienna's rent when she said her roommate was unsafe, which later meant the roommate wanted her to wash dishes. I had paid my mother's car insurance after she cried that losing coverage would humiliate her at church. I had made a property tax bill when Dad called
The officer can work in civil law. And while I haven't always agreed with Dean, he's right about this. We need to stand together. Now more than ever.
He sat at my kitchen table for a long time.
The Reapers won't stop us.
Noel, he
They'll destroy every organic tree in the galaxy. We don't find a way to stop them.
No more emergencies, no more being the hidden bank. Nodded. And be ready for them to punish you for closing. He was right.
The council cannot give up its
Saturdays
authority
later
over
in the
plants.
upstairs room of a teen
Our own
house
planet must come first. The Solarian movement is touching the sun.
Hey, look, I caught a shiny.
If we can secure our own presence,
and my boss's wife. Griffin was late
our
because
future
students
also
had shown up at school.
honesty is all I can offer.
I'm coming as soon as she's
I will
safe.
not make a promise unless it can be
My mother
kept.
kissed the air beside my cheek. Where is Griffin?
Shepard, meet me in my office.
They're alphabetized. I knew I could count on you for something.
I hope it's an offer of support.
Thinking it
I'll
was
be
a joke.
digging
I
deep
said
when I
to
can
her,
on this Prothean device,
my
Shepard.
hands are sitting on my tongue. For the first hour, Sienna floated around the room to the ring. Maribel watched everything with polite.
They're a bunch of self-concerned jackasses, Shepard.
Which sounded like praise unless you had
We
lived
may have a spot, but you must always be second rate.
How can you be so blind?
I agree, she said. And since we are being honest, I think people should know that Noelle has been
Can't
asked
get
to
what
perform her small wedding and contribute to Vienna's proper celebration. She
I'm
refused. My
listening.
skin purpled. Mom, I said stop. She has more than enough. My mother continued, voice sweet and wounded. But she would rather embarrass her sister in front of the Shepard's family than share. Heads turned.
Trouble is,
Sienna covered her mouth, but her eyes stayed dry. Maribel looked from my mother to me. I said slowly, I am not canceling my wedding or giving $50,000 for Sienna's wedding. My mother's face hardened. You always make people drag passion out of you. No, you drag money out of me and call it your own. That was when she picked up the coffee. She did not fling it from across the room. She stepped close enough for me to smell vanilla creamer, and snapped her wrist upward, looking at my cheek, my neck, my dress, and the ivory binder. The binder changed from my hands and landed house open. Brown liquid spread across the gold corners and under the elastic strap.
Well, the Reapers grabbed it first.
For a second, the only thing I could say
Your
was,
counsel is
my mother looked at the
right.
sticky
We need to
binder
work
that
together.
me. You always
This
cared
is
more
the
about
best way to get it done.
Something in me went very still. Napkins appeared. Someone touched my shoulder.
Our interns have sent around the world to move. Get in and out undetected. They'll take care of the rest. Good luck.
Then Griffin walked in. He still had his counselor badge clipped to his belt. He saw my face, the wet dress, the binder dripping onto the floor, and the empty cup in my mother's hand. He said his own
There is one
very
thing.
carefully. Then he came to me.
The council has agreed to reinstate inspector status. And there are certain resources that will be made available to you. Good luck.
That went well.
I still don't like or trust Udina. He's still a piece of fucking shit. But at least in this, mainly because he doesn't have a realistic fucking choice, he's actually trying to help.
I know what I'm doing. What are you going to do?
It was temporary, she said, almost exactly like my mother. Maribel spoke for the first time. Temporary starts with permission. My mother lifted a shaking hand. Enjoying this because Noelle wants to punish me.
Work trophy device.
He moved to the gift table and picked up a warm brown leather folder I remembered from childhood. It carried insurance papers and tax letters, things my mother said were too bright for us girls.
That is constant use. All of it bad. The Reapers are destroying satellites and the old nuclear missile sites. Like everything else. We have a handful of quantum tankers spread all around the continent. All other communications cut.
To read on the English and
Counselor, it's not like that. She has her hand on the Frankly, it's good for just his home world is in trouble. He's looking for a way out. That speaks of the
She told me you had signed it over.
Your citadel council. But you have options to just block it.
I should have told you.
Economic destroy is just begun and not more anything in history. Today is a holiday.
I was used more because I had survived.
Good, I would not come down. I know.
The underground campus, please. She looked at her hand. Do you know about the
task
card?
before us.
He gently pulled free. That was the first real consequence I had ever seen land on Sienna without me pushing it. People started leaving in slow, powerful groups. Church
You need a carrot or a stick to drive between you and humanity as a nightmare.
My boss's wife
Our armada is tied down fighting for free. The scoundrels want our economies to annihilate.
If I needed
But
footage,
leave that for them.
my mother's head
I
jerked
will
off.
bring our colonies all their worth and I can broker enough trade to repair and resupply Hamlet.
The ruined binder and a paper shopping bag. Dad carried the brown folder. I walked out with
Many,
coffee dry on
months
my fingers
think
and
of
did
them
not
being
look back.
snuffed out.
Sienna called my name.
Hard to get, sort of. I must know. You must have known most of your life's part of the first days. I recorded a set of big eyes to track all your birthdays and anniversaries. Those kinds of stuff.
On our first call, Lillian asked, "What do you want most? Punishment, repayment, or distance?"
I should
looked at the
I'll be
here. Distance, I said, and repayment if the law gives me that. Good, she said. We can build boundaries people cannot cry around. So we did. No dramatic post. No family group chat speech. No driveway screaming. Just clean paper. Dad gave a sworn statement. The tea house sent footage showing my mother step toward me, lift the cup, and the coffee head. The old education fund company still had archived records. The bank confirmed the vendor charges. When Lillian sent the demand letter, my mother forwarded it to half the family with a note saying I was weaponizing paperwork. That was her mistake. The letter was boring in the most useful way. Dates, amounts, attachments, still frames, no insults, nothing emotional for her to twist without dragging everyone back to the facts. Aunt Greer called me that night. "I owe you more than one apology," she said. I was standing in my laundry room staring at the blue dress in the sink. The stain had turned the collar a dull brown. For what? For believing your mother when she said you thought you were better than us? I pressed my fingers into the wet fabric. She said that. For years, honey, I closed my eyes. A woman can pay bills in silence for years and still be called cold by the people warming their hands over her. Sienna came to my apartment 3 days later. Griffin opened the door and waited for me to nod before stepping aside. She had no makeup on.
So this is a good place in the third game here. Pick up side quests and shit from like all over the place.
I didn't know about Grandma's fund. I believe that. Her shoulders dropped. You knew about my card. You knew Mom was trying to make me cancel my wedding. You knew she humiliated me because it helped you. Sienna looked down at her empty ring finger. I liked being the easy daughter. I waited. And you being the hard one made my life easier. It was the first honest thing she had said in years. I opened the gray folder and handed her copies of the rent payments. I am not asking for this today. I am asking you
And I can buy shit.
yourself into the victim. Her mouth.
They also have a shooting range here.
I am not your backup plan anymore. This time she
I'm not gonna bother.
I know. The settlement came before summer. My mother did not admit wrongdoing. Lillian told me not to expect a miracle in legal language. But the agreement required repayment of the education fund with a growth adjustment, reimbursement for the unauthorized vendor charges, and a signed written statement to immediate family. The statement said, Noelle provided significant private financial assistance to this family over multiple years. Claims that she refused to help were inaccurate. It sounded stiff. It sounded like a bank wrote it. I loved it. I did not press charges for the coffee. I kept the footage. Lillian said options are doors, and I did not have to open every one just to prove I could. Griffin and I still got married. We changed almost everything.
Commander
Shepard had too many fingerprints.
Khalees seen an outfit.
Yes, she wanted a new flavor CLA. Griffin and I sat on the floor with
How do you justify running away while killing people on Earth's side? Is that the best thing you've ever done?
and treated us kindly before proof forced them to. My mother was
Not this
excited.
time,
I
military.
walked her halfway down the aisle. I did not let him give me away. I was not property being transferred from a weak man
You're angry.
to a man, but halfway felt true. He had finally carried the truth part
But
of the
I
day.
came here
I walked the rest myself. Sienna came
Not
alone
it.
and sat beside Aunt Greer. She cried quietly into a tissue, not loudly, not for attention. After dinner, she found me near the guest book. I set up payment, she said.
I normally don't do much with like the renegade stuff. I don't like doing the renegade path. I think it's considering the overall story, I think it's beneath you as a player. But in that case, it's justifiable, I'd say.
Something like that.
I deposited the check. I put the note in the gray folder, not because I wanted to keep paying for it,
There's no
because
war here.
records matter
People
when
are
someone
whispering.
speaks and rewrite a room.
They're
The rest could not be saved. So I had a seamstress cut one clean square from the skirt and stitch it into the inside pocket of the green binder, hidden small behind. On our first Sunday morning after the wedding, we made coffee in our little kitchen. We set my mug down carefully, like the mug deserved kindness too. For a second, my body remembered the tea house. Then we slid the green binder across the counter. Inside was our marriage certificate, a photo from the chapel, and a fresh letter in his handwriting. For the morning I still got to marry you. Under it was blank
Really?
page titled Things
I
We
mean,
Choose
when
to
push
Believe.
comes to shove, they're just gonna turn them up. Hope it don't hit them too, right? They'd rather believe in this than face the true truth.
Under his breath. Very specific policy. Specific policies save lives, I said. Outside, yellow leaves gathered against the fence. Our coffee sat between us, warm and harmless. The green binder lay open, not as evidence, not as armor, but as a place for plans nobody else got to steal. So tell me honestly, was I wrong for taking the settlement, keeping the footage, and leaving my mother out by my wedding after she exposed herself in front of everyone? Should I have forgiven her because she is my mother, or did I finally protect the life Griffin and I were building?
You were right. So was Anderson. We can't stop them. Besides, there's no convincing these pandemic politicians to end this. And I'm in it. Whatever it takes.
Glad to hear.
I'm gonna head down to San Antonio. You got some spare time? You should come to
At
find
16, my stepmom threw my bags out at 11 p.m. Leave and don't come back. Dad watched. Said nothing. I walked 4 miles to a shelter. 11 years later, Dad called 34 times in one morning. When I finally picked up, a stranger's voice said your father's estate has. The suitcase hit the porch steps before I even saw it coming. My duffel bag followed, sailed right past my head and landed in the wet grass by the driveway. Clothes spilling out. My school binder cracking open on the concrete. There, Vanessa said, standing in the doorway with her arms crossed. Now get off my property. It was 11 at night, January.
There's not much I can do on the Citadel here.
Your shoes and works its way into your chest. I was standing in basketball shorts and a hoodie because I'd been getting ready for bed 10 minutes ago. Vanessa, what the hell?
I'll be able to do a lot more later. For now, my best bet is to get back in space and start getting shit done.
Let me know she was enjoying this. So pack up your little attitude and go find somewhere else to be a problem. I looked past her, into the hallway. My dad was standing by the kitchen doorway, hands in his pockets, watching the whole thing like it was a segment on the evening news. Something happening to someone else's kid on someone else's porch. Dad. He didn't move. Dad, she's throwing me out. It's 11 o'clock at night. I'm 16. Nothing. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Looked at the floor. Looked at the wall. Looked everywhere except at me. Vanessa had been pushing this for a while. She'd married my father when I was 13. Moved into our house in Collin Ridge. Spent the next 3 years redecorating everything, including the family. Her 2 kids got the big bedroom. I got moved to the basement. Her rules. Her schedule. Her groceries. Generally didn't include enough for me because she started portioning everything and labeling the fridge shelves. I handled it. Kept my head down. Went to school. Came home. Stayed out of the way. But it was never enough. She wanted me gone. Not managed. Not disciplined. Gone. And my father, Roderick Bellamy, the man who'd raised me alone for 9 years after my mom died, just slowly stopped being in the room whenever Vanessa started. But this was different. This wasn't a cold shoulder or a locked pantry. This was my stuff on the lawn at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday in January. Leave, Vanessa said again. And don't come back. Dad, one more time. I made sure my voice was level. I made sure he could hear me clearly through the glass storm door she was holding open. You're really gonna stand there? He rubbed the back of his neck. Then he turned around and walked with the bolt. That was the answer. Shoved the clothes back in as best I could. The suitcase had a broken zipper. Had been broken since before my mom died, so I just tucked it under my arm and started walking. I didn't slam anything. Didn't yell. Didn't cry. I just left. The streets in Collin Ridge weren't built for walking at night. No sidewalks past Devonshire Road. And once you crossed Route 11, it was just shoulder to shoulder entrenched into the edge of the house. The shelter, Roman House, was on Birchfield Avenue, 2 miles away from the porch. I knew it existed.
Oh, Pokeballs out.
School had mentioned it. Our teachers had been wearing the same shirt 3 days in a row. 4 miles doesn't sound like much. In a car, it's nothing. On foot, in January, carrying a broken suitcase and a double step that keeps sliding off your shoulder. It's a different kind of madness. My sneakers were wet inside by the second mile. My hands stopped hurting from the cold around mile 3, which I knew was a bad sign. I counted the street lamps. There were 14 between Route 11 and the Birchfield intersection. I counted every one of them because if I didn't, I was going to start thinking about my father standing in that hallway.
There's no way for you to say that.
Not yet.
But I know you're
Maybe not
believe
ever.
you can.
A pickup truck slowed down near mile 3. Guy rolled out a window and asked if I needed a ride. I said no. He looked at the suitcase, looked at me, and said, "You sure, kid?
Come on, Shannon. I'm specialist.
I don't know why I said no.
I beg your pardon.
I just assumed that accepting help from a stranger in a truck at midnight was the right decision that would go sideways in ways I couldn't handle on top of everything else.
Come on,
By the time I reached Marshfield Avenue, I traveled numb and like you said that waxy feeling you get when you cross by a Georgia. I could see the stop on the intersection. A small blue awning with white letters, lit by a single headlight. It looked as if it was a place that existed specifically because the world kept putting 16-year-olds on the street at 11 p.m.
Thank you.
Apartment house had a side entrance with a buzzer. A woman named Julia answered. She was making
Tell me about the rest
set, wearing a lanyard
should
with
have
a
seen
16
my
right
mind
to
communicators.
She looked at the suitcase. The double bag. She was her expressions into shade. Not pity, not shock.
no longer
Just recognition.
Yes,
I chose to stay the other side always looked more or less the same.
I'm honored to serve. Come on,
My dad didn't stop her. She didn't ask anything else. She buzzed me in, handed me a towel, and moved me toward a column with 5 other beds, 3 of them occupied. It was a space heater that clicked every 30 seconds. You eat today?
Got it.
Yeah.
Wait.
There's crackers and peanut butter and cheese. You can take paperwork.
Using AI.
I sat on the cot at dinner for a long time. The towel smelled like industrial detergent. The cooking for a second.
Thanks, Dee. I apologize for those words I talked about.
The pillow was attractive. I think it was one of those gray wool ones that probably came from a surplus
give you a
store.
tour.
What mattered was that I was indoors. I was dry, and nobody was telling me to leave. I lay there and stared at the shaded tiles. They were the drops of the chili. I counted holes in one tile until I lost track somewhere past 200. Then
Strategic command center.
every time I
Mission
tried to
specific
go back
intel and warnings.
to my father's face, his hands in his pockets, the way he turned around and walked
Shuttle
into
bay
the
contains
tent.
an unmodified equipment
Somewhere around 3 a.m.
Finally,
They
we are
didn't
set up a lot of hardware down in the old soul for Select 3.
I think she's here. Tucked the edges under my used to tuck my comfort wraps. It was the same. Nothing was the same.
Speaking of which, I believe I should have that
My muscle memory doesn't care about context. That was my first night. The intake paperwork the next morning was straightforward. Name, Westman Bellamy. Age, 16. Emergency contact. Previous address, 3417 Olmsted Drive, Collin Ridge. Reason for displacement, removed from home by custodial parent's spouse.
We did present the
I told her not to bother. You sent someone to the house. Vanessa was smart to say it was misunderstanding.
trying to get you in for some shame to
Delia said it was valid anyway.
I'll bypass the
She was
council
right.
for the
They
record
did send someone. And Vanessa did screw. And my father did say it was misunderstanding. I chose to leave after a normal
Fortunately,
disagreement.
we don't have a whole lot of
CPS will close the case in 11 days. I stayed at Harmon House for 3 months. I was a little high after
What about the code being
got John bussing tables at a million desk and weapons. $30 on the long road Carrington Street with a guy named Alonzo who nights at a distribution center in Silicon, which meant I had to work on my father.
And when it's finished,
Vanessa had got a motion. Bellamy had decided that was the acceptable. I didn't
what about her?
saying that your stories like this? I just didn't have time. I was figuring out how to file my own taxes at 17 because nobody was going to do it for me. I graduated from Westvale High with a 3.4 GPA. Got a Penfield State Commercial Scholarship and covered the rest with federal aid and a work-study job in the campus IT department. Studied information systems. Graduated in 4 years. Got hired at a consulting firm in Ashford called Trellis & Grant before I even walked at commencement. By 23, I was making more money than my father ever had. By 25, I bought a condo in the Merritt District. By 27, I was a senior analyst running my own client portfolio. I wasn't rich, but I was stable in a way that felt permanent. Built from the ground up, with no one else's name on any of it. I kept track of my father the way you keep track of weather in a city you don't live in anymore, casually, through other people. My cousin Noel would mention things at Thanksgiving. Dad was still in the house on Olmsted. Vanessa was still there. Her kids were Mark and Gardner. reach out. Not once. Not on his birthday. Not on mine. Not when Noel told me he'd had a minor heart procedure the year before. Not when she mentioned, carefully, that he'd asked about me at Christmas dinner. Asked how I was doing. Where I was living. Whether I was happy. I told him to tell him I was fine and told me all that.
Toothbrush and change clothing, so I made some emergency purchases for the sister.
Those people didn't
Next
want
time
me
you
to
need
pass
me,
on
just
January
ask.
16.
You're not alone here.
11 years. That's how long it
It's
took
no
me to
trouble
buy a
if
house
you
in
want.
Brady.
I'm sure
I'm
you
sure
have
it
lots
was
of
6:14 a.m. on a Wednesday.
Put in a
My
request.
screen said unknown number.
My
I
toothbrush
shook
is
it to
easy
still.
to
Hit ready again.
It
And
uses
again.
tiny massive
And
accents
again.
to break up
By
compact
7 a.m.,
massage
I had 9
clubs.
missed calls.
It
By
costs
8:30, it was 22. By 9:45,
Okay.
I decided to have a conversation. At lunch, I pulled it out. 34 missed
I
calls.
do end up in the military
Same
anyway.
number.
My family didn't have enough for university,
34.
and the Alliance for my
I almost didn't
they
call
offered me
back.
a full scholarship.
Calls from
I
an
served
unknown
my
number
4
felt
years
like they
after
were scared of
graduation
an
and
emergency.
decided to
I
stay.
didn't have anyone
I
left
really
on
like
my
the
line
challenge of the lab. Although I'm sure I'll grow to love
That's
it
not a
as
robocall.
well.
That's a
Surprised
person
you're
who
worried about
aggressively dial after
we got
life
bigger
depends
problems
on
right
it.
now.
I stepped into the stairwell at work and called the number.
Seeing the wounded
It rang twice.
terrifying.
Hello,
But I
is
won't
this
tell
Western?
anybody by bursting into tears here in the CIC,
Calm,
will I?
professional.
Being here will
Not
really
Vanessa.
help.
Not
If
Noel.
anyone in the
A
galaxy
stranger.
who's
Who's
it's
calling?
you.
My name is Patricia Noonan. I'm an attorney with Callaway, Noonan, and Pratt in Collin Ridge. I'm calling regarding the estate of Ron Bellamy.
Yes,
The word estate did
you'd
something to the air in that stairwell. It made it thinner.
but imagining corridors
Estate,
with
I
months
said.
of incoming sources.
Yes. Your father passed away 9 days ago.
Extrapolations of
I've been
timeline
trying to
data
reach
to
you.
construct a
Your
coherent
listed as the
situation
sole
for you.
beneficiary in his
It's an
will.
exciting challenge.
I leaned against the railing.
For me,
The stairwell was
anyway.
concrete. Everything echoed. I could hear someone 2 floors down opening a door. I'm sorry, he's dead. Yes, he passed on March 14th. Cardiac event. I understand this may be unexpected. It was, and it wasn't. The procedure Noel had mentioned, the disability retirement, the leaking roof he couldn't fix.
A lot of people back
Chemicals
on
didn't
our
fix it. But hearing it from a stranger in a law office hit different than I expected.
Carry on.
You said sole beneficiary. That's correct. Your father updated his will approximately 14 months ago. He removed all previous beneficiaries and named you as the sole heir to his estate. What estate? He lived in a 3-bedroom house with a leaking roof and a union pension. Patricia Noonan paused. The kind of pause that means the next sentence is going to rearrange your afternoon. Mr. Bellamy, your father's estate includes the property at 4417 Olmsted Drive, which has been appraised at $410,000. It also includes a brokerage account currently valued at approximately $287,000, a life insurance policy with a death benefit of $750,000, and the contents of a safe deposit box at Collin Ridge Savings, which I have not yet inventoried. I didn't say anything for about 10 seconds. Mr. Bellamy, I'm here. There's also a letter. Your father left a sealed letter to be delivered to you upon his passing. I have it in my office. A letter? Yes. Would you be available to come to our office this week? There are documents that require your signature, and the probate process will move faster with your cooperation. I told her I'd be there Friday. Then I hung up and stood in that stairwell for another 5 minutes, staring at the concrete wall like it owed me an explanation. $750,000 in life insurance.
What's up, Mid?
$7,000 in a brokerage account. A $410,000 house. A man who'd stood in a hallway and said nothing while his 16-year-old son was thrown into January with a broken suitcase. I drove to Collin Ridge that Friday. Hadn't been back in over a decade. The town looked the same but smaller. The way places do when you leave them young and come back grown. The law office was on Broadmoor Street, second floor of a brick building above a dentist's office. Patricia Noonan was about 60. Silver hair, reading glasses on a chain, a handshake that meant business. Her office smelled like old paper and coffee. She walked me through everything. The house was paid off. Roderick had refinanced it twice but paid it down aggressively in the last 5 years. No mortgage. No liens. The brokerage account was mostly index funds. Conservative, steady.
Doing what?
Union electrician bills when he's been putting away $400 a month for 20 years and never touching it. The life insurance was the big one. $750,000 term policy, converted to whole life 8 years ago. Premiums paid in full. Beneficiary, Weston R. Bellamy. Changed 14 months ago. Previously, the beneficiary had been Vanessa.
I mean, it's not bad.
I asked. Yes, along with her children. your father's intent. So she's contesting it. She's exploring her options. But I'll be frank with you, Mr. Bellamy. Your father was meticulous. He came to this office 4 separate times in the 14 months before his death. He updated the will. He changed the insurance beneficiary. He restructured the brokerage account. He wrote and sealed the letter. Everything was done with full capacity, and I have documentation to support that. She slid an envelope across the desk, white, sealed. My name written on the front in my father's handwriting, the same handwriting that used to label my lunchbox in 3rd grade. Take your time, she said, and left the room. I sat there for a minute with the envelope in my hands. It was heavier than I expected. Not physically, just in every other way. I opened it. The letter was 3 pages, handwritten, dated 14 months before his death. It started with my name.
I mean,
Just Weston. He wrote that he knew what he'd done. He didn't dress it
it's not like
didn't make excuses about Vanessa being difficult.
bad, but it's not great.
In that hallway, it chose silence because he was afraid. Afraid of being alone. Afraid of losing the house. Afraid of Vanessa leaving and him having nothing. He said he picked his own comfort over his son.
Lieutenant Cortez, shut up. Got news about his supply chain.
He said he tried to
Nice
find
to
me
meet you.
3 times.
What's going on?
Sorry to jump in. So much done, I got caught up on the task. He's always like that. You need to deal out.
Yeah, minimum wage fucking sucks right now.
There's that pursuit base they talk about.
So what's happening with our supply chain?
Alliance procurement units are in chaos. Figured those economies don't want bonds. Like your nephew used to go retail. You inventory orders for right concept.
When a network needs to
It does cost about $4 to make delivery to the normal, so it's cheaper to
So your dad is making an average, at least pre-tax deduction of about $3,400 a month. After taxes, I'm guessing it's probably closer to $2,500.
my experience, it made sense for me to take over a shuttle pilot job. Especially given Mr. Vega still up in the area. I'm also responsible for logistics.
But given the will's specificity in your father's documentation, her position is weak. Especially since the life insurance and brokerage account are both designated beneficiary assets. They pass outside probate entirely. So the house, the investments, the insurance, all of it comes to me. Correct. And there's nothing she can do.
Yeah, sounds about right. 40 hours a week at 21 an hour is around $840. And then you take out taxes because that comes out before you even see the money on a check. Yeah, $750 per week sounds about average, about right for that much. The sad thing though is it's not enough for a single income household. Especially if you're married and or have kids that still live with you. Like, it's nowhere near enough. Like 30 years ago, like $3,400 almost a month before taxes was a lot of money. Like, you could have really lived pretty well on a single income household making that much per month. But today's vehicle or today's economy, that would barely support a single person on a monthly basis, with maybe a few hundred left over for whatever.
That's why he wishes and that she should direct any concerns through her counsel. She doesn't have counsel yet. Patricia asked. She has to parent.
Yeah, but you still have to pay like yearly taxes, maybe maybe a mortgage, that type of stuff. So all that's got to get factored in. Then there's electric, possibly gas, water, trash pickup, internet, cell phone, maybe a home phone if you want to go that route, cable or streaming services.
Patricia handled everything with the kind of quiet efficiency that made me understand why my father had chosen her firm. Every week, she sent me a update. No editorializing, just status. Filing submitted. Responses received. Deadlines met. Vanessa's attorney, she'd finally retained one, a guy named Ferris from a small firm in Millhaven, filed a preliminary challenge claiming undue influence. The argument was that Roderick had been manipulated in his final months, possibly by me, possibly by Patricia herself. It was a reach, and everyone involved knew it. Patricia responded with the notarized capacity statements, the medical records from Roderick's physician confirming full cognitive function, and the testimony of 2 witnesses who'd been present during the will signing, a paralegal from the firm and a judge named Hobart, who Roderick had known through the union. Both testified that Roderick had been clear, deliberate, and unprompted in his instructions. The challenge was withdrawn 6 weeks later. Ferris sent a 2-paragraph letter to Patricia's office that essentially said his client was choosing not to pursue further action at this time. Patricia forwarded it to me without comment. The insurance paid out first. $750,000.
That seems
to an account I'd set up specifically for estate proceeds. The brokerage followed. $291,000.
honestly pretty accurate.
The house cleared probate in September. I had Patricia send a 30-day notice to Vanessa on a Monday.
Well, that saves you from...
West, she's losing her mind. I imagine she is. She says she has nowhere to go. Her kids won't take her in. She's been living in that house for 14 years. She threw me out of that house at 11.
That saves you from,
January, with a broken suitcase. Silence on the other end. She got 30 days, Noel. That's 29 more than she gave me. More silence. I'm not doing this to be cruel. I'm doing this because it's mine.
from a lot of expenses.
And I don't want her in it. Noelle didn't argue. She just said, okay, and hung up. I didn't pick up. She left one voicemail that I listened to once and deleted. It was mostly crying and the phrase after everything I did for this family, which I thought was an interesting choice of words from a woman who'd thrown a child's belongings onto a wet lawn. On day 28, Patricia confirmed that Vanessa had begun moving out.
Not having to have gas anyways. Like, unfortunately, apparently where I live, my complex, you still have to have gas. Even though everything is supposed to be electric. I don't fucking understand it. So I'm paying like 30 a month, you know, somewhere around 30 a month for fucking gas and living off like maybe $50 a week worth of groceries on average.
I did just come to chat, but I'm not
$1,483,000 into my name. I invested most of it, set aside a portion for Noelle's daughter's college fund because Noelle had been the only one in the family who never asked if I was okay. The rest went into index funds, a rental property in Ashford, and a high-yield savings account that I didn't touch.
I don't. I didn't have access to personnel.
Not laminated, just folded in the envelope, in the top drawer of my desk at home. I didn't read it again. I didn't need to. I remembered every word. My father spent 11 years.
I mean, even with help.
I don't know if that counts as redemption. I don't think it does, but it counts as something. An acknowledgement, a record, proof that he knew he did exclusively quietly. Vanessa ended up renting a 1-bedroom apartment in Millhaven. About
You remind me of my old CEO.
Oh yeah? Who was that?
Like paying bills start every month takes me about 75 to 85% of what I make per month, and I'm making about $1,800 in a month, all told. It's pretty bad. I don't have a lot left for food and groceries.
Sorry.
somewhere outside the galaxy, taking down the entire system. Hold.
You didn't know. You can't blame yourself.
Who says I'm blaming myself?
Yes.
You shrink too? So?
Maybe you don't care. Live or die.
Or maybe. I'm just willing to do whatever the fuck it takes to get this goddamn camera.
Maybe you are. But if you're happy as good as we think, we need to move on.
Thanks for the time. Hey. Thanks for the dance.
Low.
You kind of look like a low.
You're cute.
Let's talk about
So I'll let you get away with it. For now.
That's it. You make me blush.
What is he doing? Coding a new website for the Jedi Order. He's kind of cooking. Wonderful. Can we begin now? Yes. Done I am. All right. So you want the Senate to vote on some military bill? The Military Creation Act. That sounds like it'll create a massive legislative gridlock, which would conveniently allow you to claim emergency powers.
What's up?
Man.
You mentioned
What the rest of us?
That's exactly how you're planning to get this giant army from.
Hell yeah, but I get it.
We'll get back.
I know.
Maybe.
No promises. Besides, I like it.
Master, I need to share some findings with you.
Yeah.
My dad?
Easy.
So you did some
I would like
research.
to point out.
10 years ago, Naboo was invaded.
It's just
Senator Palpatine convinced Queen Amidala
yeah, my
the
message.
Chancellor immediately took his position and somehow benefited from the entire crisis. At the exact same time, the Senate was
Just don't tell them.
one of them tried to stop us from helping Naboo. The Trade Federation was secretly taking orders from a hooded man whose face, voice, and chin all looked exactly like Palpatine. We know this because Master Yoda hacked into their systems, and after becoming Chancellor, Palpatine began scheduling private meetings with me when I was 9 years old. According to my calculations, there is a 99.8% chance Chancellor Palpatine is the Sith Lord.
Yeah, sure, man. Okay, let's get down to business. We found your assassin. She's currently sitting inside a nightclub 3 districts from here.
How did you find her so quickly?
Jedi intelligence.
Are you certain this is the assassin?
As certain as I am that you're beautiful. But yes, identifying her was complicated. She's a changeling. The report lists her pronouns as they/that. Master, don't get me started on those damn pronouns.
Can we focus?
Of course. For your protection, you will be staying inside the Jedi Temple until the assassin is captured.
She's staying at the temple.
Man, welcome back to Norman. Or maybe you should...
Let's go. Be a town.
I was in charge,
Master, I think you may have a problem.
About
How so?
back when you got Dr. asked me to help your mission. I refused. I didn't have your back. Sorry. I saw what happened to you. I didn't trust this was real for you. Also, as an officer of the Alliance, I don't just give my advice.
No.
Your alliance
For me.
Thank you. My parents are happy to report that both vessels will stay safe.
Yeah, sure, but I need to
Yes,
buy
sir. That's it. Yes,
We can get that for you.
Pretty much. I noticed you. Yeah.
And that means.
Situation and return to whatever sins you were committed.
What do you think of
We had a good talk.
AI.
Yeah, but and then there were. I figured I'd better. In the
So the
beginning,
assassin was assassinated by the assassin who hired the assassin.
Yes.
I
Structure, that is. Django's navigation system also contained repeated trips to Camino and Geonosis.
Then you should investigate Camino first. If you find anything suspicious, follow the trail to Geonosis.
Master Windows. I keep dreaming that my mother is suffering.
Well, then we should make sure she's all right. But first, Palpatine did want to see you in his office.
Between us, you've already surpassed most of the council.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, I was wondering if you've ever heard of this book.
Where did you get that?
The Jedi Temple, Book legend section.
Exactly. It isn't canon.
We're standing in an AI slop parody. Canon stopped mattering 4 scenes ago.
Well,
So yes, I know you're Darth Sidious.
then why haven't you told the council?
As your newest son.
Watching Mace Yoda slowly figure it out is much funnier.
Unchecked AI trained his daughter and the communicator that can reach Earth. The first two, I can deal with.
Any army.
That last one gets my attention. So what do you ask for? Anything from Earth's story right now. That's not opinion, it's fact. Maybe I can get something Seriously? You just double anyways. I don't need FaceTime, just data upload.
Yes, Master. I was planning on putting them in the truck.
So, I saved my mother before anything terrible happened. Brought her somewhere
Tell
safe,
me what's really
and then secretly snuck you out of the Jedi Temple and brought you to Naboo. This might be the best day of my life.
I can do this forever. Remind me to tell you about the time I made a crack.
There's still a little bit of dumb canon Anakin left in me. Anyways, I like sand now. It has so many benefits. It's used to make glass, concrete, computer chips, and most importantly, beaches.
Okay.
Think about it. No sand, no beach. No beach, no baddies. Sand is the ultimate wingman.
Obi-Man, what if I told you the Republic is now under the control of a Dark Lord of the Sith?
I would say I believe you.
Wait, what?
What is this, a George Lucas story? It's incredibly obvious.
So what else do you know?
I also know you're Darth Tyrannus.
How would you know that?
I checked the security recordings on Camino. You walked inside, looked directly at the camera, and introduced yourself as Darth Tyrannus.
Well, you've got me.
So just go ahead and admit Palpatine is Darth Sidious. Admit it, Duxton.
Yes. If I admit it, will you help me be a Jedi again?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yes. Palpatine is the Sith Lord. What was that? Master Yoda, what are you doing?
Your entire confession. Recorded I have.
Yeah, uncooked.
It is with great reluctance that I accept these emergency powers as my first act.
I fainted from overwork, woke up in the ICU. My parents walked out and flew to Hawaii with my golden sister. 7 days later, Mom strolled back, demanding a discharge. The front desk handed her the visitor log. Her smile died until she saw one name repeated every night. The fluorescent lights were the first thing I registered. Not gradually, like waking from sleep. More like someone had flipped a switch inside my skull and the world came back all at once. Too bright and too loud and smelling like iodine. There was a touch of silence.
It's a pleasure to see
I left in a rhythm that seemed personally annoyed with me. My heart was pinned undertaken to so loud, and when I tried to move it, a nurse materialized so fast.
Pokeballs. Let's get him in chat.
She said, in a tone that suggested she had this conversation 600 times. You're in the ICU.
It analyzes information.
Do you know what day it is?
If you find any useful
The last thing I could picture was sitting at my desk at 11 something at night, staring at a spreadsheet that had started swimming in front of my eyes.
you found
When you do direct working and solving against our people quit and management decided lean staffing was a philosophy and not a crisis. Tuesday, the nurse said, answering her own question when I just blinked at her. You were brought in Sunday evening. A coworker found you on the floor of your office. Nobody would have been in that building on a Sunday except me. The fact that anyone found me at all was luck. Marcus had left his laptop charger.
But I'm not sure how much comfort that is while they bicker over which portion of the galaxy to save.
She said it like it was good news. I've been pushing too hard for too long. 60, 70-hour weeks for months. Eating from the vending machine. Sleeping 4 hours a night when I slept at all. My body had been sending memos I kept filing in the trash. Headaches, stomach stuff. The time my vision went gray for 4 seconds after standing up. I ignored all of it because there was always another deadline.
Until we understand precisely what it does.
Severe exhaustion, dehydration, elevated elevated stress hormones,
Do the
borderline
people actually complete
my
this
body has
weapon?
staged a full shutdown.
Will it
The
work?
ICU stay
They
wasn't
wouldn't
optional.
report their last resources into this device without otherwise. But we
My parents showed up on Wednesday.
what kind of
Both of them. I'll admit that surprised me. I should explain the dynamic quickly, because the backstory is the point. The actions are, I had a younger sister from Cassidy.
People would started to listen
Enough I
before the
knew
orders
that
came.
vocabulary.
If we'd had
I
more
just
time, maybe we wouldn't.
I paid for my own car insurance at
I
16.
understand if you don't
Cassidy
want
got
to
a check
talk
for
about
her 17th birthday.
Thought means a lot.
I took out loans for college. Cassidy's tuition
You're
was
welcome.
When I graduated and landed a decent job in finance, my mother's reaction was to tell me Cassidy had been accepted to study abroad in Barcelona. Wasn't that exciting? The pattern had stopped feeling like a wound years ago. It had calcified into something I just stepped around. So Wednesday, my parents walked in. My mother had her purse over one shoulder and sales glasses pushed over her head, which struck me as an odd accessory choice for visiting an ICU. My father had his phone in his hand. He'd been looking at it before he came through the door and hadn't stopped. My mother glanced at the monitors, glanced at me, and turned to the doctor doing his rounds. How is she? What's the timeline?
How much do you know about
Dr. Raines called, measured, professional, explained my condition.
enough data survived to get the blueprints, decoding them, and acquiring any specialists as we could
My mother listened the way you listen to a flight attendant explain the scene. But she's stable, my mother said. Not a question. She's stable, yes. But stable isn't the same as recovered. She's stable. My mother turned to my father and something passed between them. Not words, just a look. A decision that had apparently always made before they moved in. My mother said, again, not to me, to him.
Yes,
I
that's
was right
precisely
there.
why
Hooked up the machines. I said,
it's been exciting.
finally looked at
The
me
old
correctly.
ship,
Why? We planned
impressive.
this months ago.
It was never meant to be
Cassidy has her spring break and
which
we
meant the
promised
use
her.
of a man
We can't just cancel. The result is non-refundable. I'm in the ICU, I said. I said it plainly, like I was reading it off the card, because I genuinely thought maybe she hadn't processed the setting. And the doctor said you're stable. There's nothing wrong with nurses can't.
Sending the broker ship exploding into a surface cruiser.
She couldn't make my
I don't
graduation
think
because
he was
Cassidy
really
had
expecting me to give up my resources.
My father said nothing. He was scrolling through his
Still
phone.
operate as the broker
Cassidy
of
didn't
our
even
ship.
want to come see me.
Well, I couldn't
I
have
asked.
Lucifer
She's packing.
I sent
You know how she gets report trips.
My network agents is intact, although the Reapers have taken a toll on the numbers.
My mother
It's
looked
taking a
relieved,
while
and she
to
reestablished
reestablish
systems and
contact.
couldn't believe her luck.
So where's Theron to escape?
Have a good time.
He convinced me he was recovered enough to work.
My mother kissed my forehead on the way out.
Agent Fairfax, you can report any injuries during your last
My
call.
father said feel better, kiddo without looking up.
Given what he
And then they
survived, I should probably
They
worry
flew
less.
out Thursday morning.
What
My
have you been
mother
up to
sent a
since
photo
we
to
last
Sandy
saw
in
you?
the chat.
Since
The
you
three of them at
helped
the
keep
gate.
the shadow
Cassidy
I
holding
started
Starbucks
to defend us against the Reapers.
Everyone smiling.
Protocols were the
Cassidy
only ones
captioned it, LOL activated.
The older
No mention of me. Just three people heading to paradise while the fourth lay in a hospital bed. I muted the group chat and put my phone face down. The first night alone in the ICU was the longest. Hospitals at night have this quality that makes you feel like the last one's over. The lights dim but never go off. Machines hum. Nurses drift through in soft shoes. And you lie there realizing the people who were supposed to stay chose a beach instead. Around 9:30 that night, their first night in Maui, I heard a conversation at the nurse's station. Someone asking for my room number. I'm not family, the voice said. I'm on the list. Ellen Chow. She added me. That was true. Ellen was my coworker. 4 years on the same floor. We graduated from sharing lunch to the kind of friendship where you text each other at 11 p.m. about something stupid your cat did.
The
Not my
alarm
closest
system
friend
doesn't
exactly,
stop.
but the one who would notice if I wasn't okay. The nurse let her through.
Let's
Ellen
wait
parked in my doorway holding a plastic bag from a convenience store across the street.
Beat an
Still
eye.
clothes, socks, blouse, badge lanyard. Hey, she said. Hey. She said
just
the
make
chair
sure.
unpacked without serving me. The good kind, not the hospital kind. Japanese fuzzy socks because hospital floors are an abomination. A room charger because mine was at the office, but she knew where that is. August 30th monitor, she said, plugging the charger into the wall. Figured you could use supplies. Thank you. Ellen glanced at the empty chair on the other side of the bed.
The med bay is fully.
She
We should
didn't
be good
ask.
for a long time.
How long were you
Even
here?
get married to Friday.
Week minimum. Okay. She nodded that she was filing that into a calendar. I'll come back She stayed until 11. Told me about a catastrophic event that day. The guy who brought his mother just to say hi. Mother stayed for the entire dinner and ordered the lobster. Showed me a video of her cat knocking a full glass of water off her nightstand. Normal things. Living person things. After she left, the nurse on the night shift came in to check my vitals. That's a good friend, she said. Yeah, I said. She is. Friday, day 2 of my parents' vacation. My mother called at what I calculated was about noon their time, which meant she'd probably just come back from the beach. How are you feeling, sweetheart? The same. The doctor says you're improving. You called the doctor? The nurse's station. They gave me an update. I noticed she'd called the nurse's station and not me. She'd gotten her information secondhand, the way you check on a package delivery. Cassidy says hi, my mother added. Cassidy had not said hi. I was certain of this in the way you're certain the sun will rise. But I said tell her thanks because the path of least resistance had been my default setting for 31 years, and old software is hard to uninstall. That night, Ellen came back, 9:15. Same chair. This time she brought actual food, pad thai from the place near our office that did the noodles properly. She'd called ahead to make sure there were no dietary restrictions the hospital needed me to follow. There weren't. She also brought a paperback she'd finished the week before, a thriller about a woman who discovers her husband has a second family. Thought the subject matter was appropriate, she said, completely deadpan. I laughed for the first time in days. It hurt my chest. Monday. Saturday. Day 3. No call from my parents. I checked the group chat I'd muted. Still muted, but I peeked. Photos of a luau. Cassidy in a flower crown. My mother holding a cocktail with a little umbrella. My father looking sunburned and mildly confused, which was his default state in any environment that wasn't his living room. Dr. Raines came in for his morning assessment. Blood pressure was better. Heart rhythm had stabilized. He was cautiously optimistic but firm about keeping me through the week. Do you have support at home? He asked. For after discharge? I'll figure it out. He made a note. I could tell he wanted to press but decided against it. Doctors in the ICU learn to read the room faster than therapists. Ellen came that night, 9:20. She brought her laptop this time and sat cross-legged in the chair doing work while I dozed. I woke up at one point and she was still there, typing quietly, the screen light making her face glow in the dim room. You don't have to stay this late, I mumbled. I know, she said, not looking up from the screen. Go back to sleep. Sunday, day 4, halfway through my parents' trip. My mother texted, didn't call, texted, Cassidy parasailing. The caption read, look at her. So brave. My sister, the picture of bravery, dangling from a parachute in paradise while I lay in a hospital bed. I turned my phone over again. The nurse on duty that morning, Denise, the one who'd been on shift most of the week, brought me a cup of coffee that was technically against protocol. Don't tell anyone, she said. You look like you need it more than the rules need following. I wrapped both hands around the cup and held it. Ellen came at 9. She brought a board game. An actual physical board game, Scrabble, the travel edition, small enough to play on the hospital bed tray. I'm going to destroy you, she said, setting it up. I'm in the ICU. And I'm going to destroy you in the ICU. No handicap. She did, in fact, destroy me. She played Quixotic on a triple word score and didn't even have the decency to look apologetic about it. We played until 11:30. The night nurse, a guy named Terrell who had the build of a linebacker and the temperament of a golden retriever, poked his head in and raised an eyebrow.
Alright, that's about all the,
Ellen told him cheerfully. They're really not, Terrell said, but he was smiling. Monday, day 5.
exploration and whatnot I could do for now.
Active to routine. Dr. Raines was talking about moving me out of
Alright,
the last day or 2, then discharge. I started thinking about logistics, getting home, taking time off work, whether my apartment had any actual food.
we'll go strike Abyssal first.
Which was the last inventory I could remember. My mother didn't call, didn't text. The group chat showed photos of a botanical garden. Cassidy posing next to a hibiscus. My father, inexplicably, wearing a lei and cargo shorts. Ellen came at 9:10. She brought a change of clothes for me, sweatpants and a soft t-shirt she picked up because those hospital gowns are a crime against human dignity. She'd also brought a folder. What's that? I asked. Short-term disability paperwork from HR. I talked to Janet. You qualify for it. You just need to fill it out and have your doctor sign off, and you get paid leave for 6 weeks. I stared at her. You talked to HR for me. I talked to HR for you. She sat at the tray table. Also, she noticed you were working unreasonable hours and had flagged it to your manager, who did exactly nothing about it. She said that last part with a sharpness I hadn't heard from her before. Controlled, but pointed. Like she'd been holding it and decided to let a little of it out. Tuesday, day 6. I was moved from the ICU to a regular room, which felt like both a promotion and an eviction. The bed was the same uncomfortable model, but the room had a window, and I could see the parking lot and a strip of sky and a single tree that was trying its hardest. My phone showed that my parents' return flight was booked for Wednesday, tomorrow. They'd been gone almost a full week. Dr. Raines finalized the discharge plan. Thursday morning, he went through the paperwork, the referrals, the strict instructions. No work for at least 6 weeks. Follow up with a cardiologist within 10 days. Dietary changes. Sleep schedule. The whole program. Do you have someone to drive you home? He asked. Yes, I said. And for the first time in a week, that answer was completely true and I didn't even have to think about it. Ellen came at 9. Same time. She brought her laptop again and worked while I watched something mindless on the wall-mounted TV. At one point she looked up and said, "You know you can ask me things, right? Like about stuff that's going on with you. I know you're doing your stoic thing." I'm not doing a stoic thing. You're doing a very convincing impression of one. I'm fine. She looked at me for a long beat. Okay. Then she went back to her laptop. She didn't push. She didn't push. She just showed up.
This is where shit starts to get interesting.
Cassidy responded with a string of emojis. My father, characteristically, did not respond at all. Nobody texted me directly. I was sitting up in bed that afternoon, reading the thriller Ellen had brought. The husband with a second family had just been caught. Very satisfying, when I heard a voice at the front desk down the hall.
Only do that if you want to die.
Carried through the corridor the way it always did, a particular frequency of authority and assumption that could cut through any background noise. My mother. I'm here to handle my daughter's discharge. Room 412. I'd like to speak with someone about getting her released today. The words arrived before she did. I heard them from my bed and set the book down on my lap. There was a pause. Then the voice of the front desk coordinator, a woman named Patricia who I'd gotten to know slightly over the week. She had reading classes on a chain, a system for everything, and the unflappable demeanor of someone who'd been managing difficult visitors since before I was born. Ma'am, I don't show a discharge order for today. The scheduled discharge is tomorrow morning. Well, I'm here now. We just got back from a trip and I want to take her home. Can we move it up? That's a decision between the patient and her physician. I can't authorize an early discharge from the desk. I'm her mother. My mother said it the way she said everything. Like the statement itself was the authorization. Like being someone's mother was a master key that opened every locked door in every hospital in the country. I understand that, ma'am, Patricia said, and I could hear the practiced patience in her voice, the kind that develops over years of dealing with people who confuse certainty with authority. But discharge decisions are medical decisions. You need to speak with Dr. Raines, and the patient herself would need to agree. She'll agree. She's ready to come home. I'll just go back and... Before you head back, I just need to verify your visitation. Can I see your ID? A pause. Then, I was just here last week. I understand. It's standard procedure for all visitors. We verify everyone.
Alright, Pokeballs out.
The sound of an ID being played on the counter. Patricia typing something into the system. Then a silence that lasted a beat too long. Mrs. Carver, I have you in the system. You visited on Wednesday of last week. One visit. Duration approximately 45 minutes. That's right.
Aha, I don't keep those in easy reach.
Patricia's voice stayed perfectly level. Your daughter has been here for 7 days. A pause. Would you like to see the visitor log? This is where things changed. I didn't hear my mother's response. It must have been a nod, a gesture, something nonverbal, but I heard pages being turned. The visitor log at this hospital was a physical sign-in sheet. Every visitor filled it out. Name, date, time in, time out, relationship to patient, old-fashioned, thorough. The kind of record that doesn't lie and can't be edited. The silence that followed went on long enough that I put the book down entirely and listened. I see, my mother said. Her voice had changed. The authority was still there, but it had developed a crack. Not a collapse, not even close. My mother didn't collapse, but a fissure. The kind you get in a windshield after a pebble strikes it at highway speed. Still intact. Still functional. But altered in a way that can't be undone. I knew what she was looking at. The log would have shown. Wednesday, Robert and Linda Carver. 10:15 a.m., 11 a.m.
This is where it all began.
Without being asked,
I could take a little bit of that hide off, right there at the motherfucking knees.
stayed until the nurses made her
And were you
leave.
up against
Then
Sam?
came back the next night and did it again. 7 nights.
Start making your fat ass look like an Oompa Loompa.
Like a very long time. Silence from my mother was worse than a comment that about as comfortable to witness.
How bad?
Who was Ellen Jennings? She asked Patricia. Patricia, to her eternal and professional credit, said absolutely nothing. She just let the question hang in the air of the front desk because it wasn't hers to answer.
Damn straight.
My mother says it has taken hard.
Whatever they told was worth a major assessment. They are survivors of the colony.
A linen blouse that
They
probably
killed
cost
everyone
her
who was
$50,000.
excited.
She looked rested. She looked like someone who'd had a wonderful vacation.
The Alliance did what it could to evacuate colonies without her. Cerberus came in so quickly.
She sat in the chair, Ellen's chair. Her eyes moved around the room. Fuzzy socks on my feet. The Scrabble sat on the window ledge.
The Alliance didn't give me specifics about what Cerberus was
in the trash.
But whatever it is, it's better off with us than a t-shirt
Elsa brought folded on the side table. Ellen checked. She asked.
No way we'll go to attack shit out of
She was here every night.
Understood.
Yes. Every night.
Alright, everyone.
Ready to move.
My mother opened her mouth.
With luck, we can get to the dig site before Cerberus goes right here.
21 years. She looked uncomfortable. Not guilty. Guilt required an admission she wasn't built for, but unsettled, like someone who walked into a familiar room and found the furniture rearranged. We called, she said. I called the nurse's station. I know. I would have come back if it was really. It was serious.
Survivors.
I was
Come on, to find the dig site.
The doctor said you were stable. Stable means I wasn't dying. It doesn't mean I was
They
okay.
came back after you got
She looked at the Scrabble board.
They'll come back.
At the socks. At the disability paperwork on the tray table with Dr. Rain's signature already on it.
But still,
She came on her own. You didn't ask her? I didn't ask her. And she just, every night, every night. My mother sat with that. I watched the machinery behind her eyes try to reconcile the visitor log with the story she'd been telling herself all week. That I was fine. The doctors had it handled. There was nothing she could do. The resort was non-refundable. That story had just run headfirst into 7 lines of blue ink that said someone else had found plenty to do. She straightened. When my mother felt cornered, she reorganized. Well, I'm here now. Let me talk to Dr. Rains about moving up the discharge. I'll take you home. Set up the guest room at our house. Cassidy would love them. No. The word landed in the room like a single, clean note. No. I have a ride home arranged. Ellen is picking me up tomorrow morning. That's, sweetheart, I'm your mother. Let me handle this. I can. You went to Hawaii, Mom. Flat. Not angry. Just a fact. Stated in the room where it had been true for 7 days. My mother stared. I could see the defense forming. Months of planning. Non-refundable resort. The doctor said stay
could help Colin is still alive.
We had it planned for
Prime.
I know. How? And you chose to go.
Keep this intel
That
to
was your
your
choice.
resistance.
Then what?
Maybe it will help them
You
fight
don't get
back
to come back here
against
on day
Cerberus.
7 and act like you were here. You weren't. Someone else was. Every night, someone else sat in that chair and brought the food and stayed until the nurses kicked her out. You were in Maui. That's not fair. I'm not talking about fair.
No,
I'm talking about what happened.
fossils would be
The
in
longest
paleontology.
paleontologist.
I'm an archaeologist. I study
She
artifacts
was
of Lycaonian species.
not from me.
The two
I've been
fields
the
are
easy one
completely
my
different.
The one who said okay and that's fine and tell Cassidy hi.
You
The
jerk.
path of least resistance.
I
The
just
day
like
you would leave in a hospital and count on to still be smiling when you got back. I'm going home with Ellen tomorrow, I said. She already took the morning off. I'm recovering at my apartment. The disability paperwork is filed. Follow-ups are scheduled. I don't need the guest room. You're shutting me out. I'm telling you what's already been arranged by someone who was here to arrange it. She stared at me. The room was quiet. No machines anymore.
There, that's the elevator that leads
Just
down
us,
to the dig
a party
site.
car window, and 7 days of distance that no guest room was going to close. My mother picked up her purse, stood, looked at me with an expression I'd never seen. Not anger, not performance,
Impossible.
something raw.
It's not a
The
perfect
beginning
artifact. It's
of understanding what the log meant. I'll call you tomorrow, she said. Okay. She walked out, faster going than coming. I heard her pause at the front desk.
original unmodified
I picked my phone and
Prothean.
texted Ellen.
Still
My
alive.
mom came by, saw the visitor log. 3 dots appeared on
You
the
saw alien stasis chambers in the Armatic Islands. The only reason those failed was a lack of power.
Just you.
Cerberus found this in an underground bunker. It still has power. He's been in stasis existed for the past 15,000 years, waiting for us. Think of what we could learn.
What can you tell me about the people, not the technology?
Given your experience with the Prothean cipher, you probably know as much about them as I do. The Prothean Empire spanned the galaxy. They uplifted countless other species to help them join the galactic community.
Uplifted, like when the Solarians helped the Protheans evolve all faster.
Yes. Judging by the techniques like the Prothean archive on Mars or Helium Prime, the Protheans wanted other species to learn. It's clear that their prized knowledge drove the cooperation with the rest of the galaxy.
Well, you described myself a lot like you're sorry.
I'm certain I'm coloring their culture with my own perceptions. Whatever the Protheans were, finding one alive represents an incredible opportunity.
When you see someone you haven't seen in a long time.
I have walked across the sands on the grand banks of Newfoundland, laughed at and with thee, and beat up a seal.
I went shopping in Halifax, bought some all-weather slacks, and watched while the premiers played Let's Make a Deal.
Then I went to
Good thing you brought our brother first.
I hope I can help. If this single Prothean was sent to space, he could be the foremost scientist of his time, or perhaps the White Council. Cerberus damaged the life when they excavated it. The lifelines are unstable. No, breaking open the pod will kill him. We have to find a signal that ends state food. We also need to figure out how to physically open the pod without more damage. Cerberus took over the labs nearby to research what they found on the deep side. That's likely our best bet.
Heads up!
found footage of Protheans. Cerberus is studying it to find a stasis deactivation signal.
Well, folks, about that. America.
Students, before we begin the penal reduction.
We're sitting over there.
They were going down, drink so much martini.
Son of a bitch, this was somebody's
roll up, and then I'm like trying to ascertain what's going on. It's like a light, and then it's like a pan inside a barbecue giant. That's about it, yeah. So she can take this house and come back up inside. And then I was like, as it usually does. Yeah. What's up, my man? Come here. Come here. Yeah. I told you to put the bike down. Because you're right beside the put the bike down. Get on the ground, James. I am the supervisor. Turn on. Yeah, turn this pistol in and shut up. Having a barbecue. Then he decides to accost this guy on a bicycle at this I don't believe any crime has been committed here. I watch a lot of body footage, and I have to say that
Cerberus is studying to figure out how to physically
this
open
is
the
got to be
pond.
one of the worst cops that I've seen. Take a look for yourself, and then we'll discuss what constitutional violations I see occurring here.
What's up, my man? Come here. Come here. Oh, shit. Yeah, no, put the bike down. Put the bike down. I told
Well, I think he's down at the jail.
I need to speak to your supervisor now. You say that?
You still on poor conditions, James? No. Huh? Yeah, when I told you to stop. Yeah.
I stopped. When you told
Yeah, if you fucking argue with me,
I'm gonna argue.
then I had to pull my taser out.
No reason to stop.
Yes, I do.
What?
Yeah.
Documented crime. No misdemeanor, no felony.
Yeah, James, it's called riding a bike without a headlight.
I got a headlight right there.
He's not on the bike, James.
I'm not on a bike. The man worked on a private farm. What are you doing here?
You got any dope on you, James?
Now what? I want your supervisor.
Stand up.
When you stand up,
Hold your shit to my face away. Put your feet apart. You got any weapons on you?
I got it.
Maybe some what?
I don't know. I got a lot of shit in my car.
You got a knife on you?
I know this. I'm going to take you. I want to talk to your supervisor. I want to see your supervisor.
What supervisor, James? You think we're at your fucking beck and call, you dipshit?
Yes.
No. No.
Right now.
No.
Yeah. First Amendment. Yeah, don't just stop it right now.
All right, I gotta run to the restroom, grab some coffee. Then we'll finish off this area, and then I'll do other stuff. So I'll be right back. Hang tight. I feel a lot better now.
We need to help the colonists. The more we find, the better chance they'll have.
This is private property. Like, was it through here you did it? Now I'm like, just taking my fucking instructions. So what I did, like, he's been behind this thing. I roll up. Like, hey, what are you doing in here? Thinking that he's trying to hide back here. Now it sounds like he lives here. As soon as he does, I put the light down. He starts fucking yelling, coming at me. He's like, that's not me. So I'm like, I fucking dare you, dude. You can take that out. And then he's like, not getting on the ground, not getting on the ground. He's just fucking bitching me or you.
So nobody called the police here. There was no problem at all. This officer just saw a barbecue grill that he believed must be illegal because the flames were too high. But what does that have to do with James? We can see on his body cam footage that he locates the source of the flame. He sees that there are people like manning this flame, and he doesn't even bother questioning them or detaining them or citing them, assuming that we're even illegal to question. I'm sure it's not. Can that be a reasonable suspicion basis to detain James? I don't think so. Then we have the allegation that he's riding his bike without a light, which is absurd. And even the officer doesn't believe that that's a crime, especially on private property. No basis for reasonable suspicion. Nobody complained that there was a crazy guy driving his bike with him. Then he says, well, maybe obstruction. But we can see the video of this guy, even assuming that there was reasonable suspicion to stop and detain James, to ask him questions, to alleviate whatever suspicions he had. James cooperated.
Put the bike down. Put the bike down. I told you to put the bike down. Why are you stopping right now? Because you're riding your bike with no fucking light on. Put the bike down. Right here. Dude, put the bike down. Put the bike down, James. Turn around, put your hands behind your back. Turn around, put your hands behind your back. I'm gonna fucking tease you. Get on the ground, James. What have I done wrong?
But James did everything the guy said, and it's right there on video. He didn't obstruct at all, even assuming it wasn't an illegal detention. The only thing that this guy has is his allegation that he thought, well, maybe James looked like he was running from him. But again, no crime had been reported. We don't allow police officers to just have a hunch about somebody and then go detain them, ask them for the papers, and then fish for information. That's what the Fourth Amendment does not allow.
You got a key to it? Is the door unlocked? How are you gonna get in?
I came here and I left him over to Jeff.
Alright, well, when I'm rolling up and you're leaving, like, sure it does.
Stop.
What's that?
I wasn't asked to stop.
Because you fucking took off.
I wasn't asked to stop.
That's why I came over here. Stop me. That's why I came over here. Stop.
We must return to dog space. Then we will rise and build strong. For the Empire. For the Empire. Get to your stasis point. Victory. Broadcast space is ready with nuclear lines.
And the refugees who get to reach the bunker.
Their sacrifice will be honored in the coming Empire.
You understood that one too? Yes. I've got the signal fuse used to access the station. Excellent time. Then we have everything we need to open this door. Backup squad here.
purchase. It has to be coupled with some other wrongdoing. This is a confusing topic because it can be different based on the jurisdiction that you're in. The U.S. Supreme Court, which of course has the final say on this, has not said that just mere flight alone is enough or is not enough. The Supreme Court, in the Wardlow case, did hold that mere flight to the police is enough if you're unknown for like narcotics trafficking. So there has to be mere flight plus something. It could be like a high crime area. You can hear people discussing all these things in high crime. It's not going to be enough in this case. Someone splits
Every summer for 9 years, my parents sent me to my aunt's so my brother could have family vacations. The day I got my diploma,
returned to the bridge. We have
state
another
determined
car.
which one. It took them 4 years to find me. They found me at a city redevelopment hearing 6 minutes before the council was supposed to approve my lease on an abandoned streetcar depot. My mother, Linda, walked through the chamber doors with my father and a lawyer I had never seen. She handed the clerk a folder and said I had built my furniture restoration business with $78,000 I had taken from my family. Then she asked the council to freeze the lease until I signed a repayment agreement. There were contractors behind me, neighborhood leaders in front of me, and a local reporter at the end of the row. My name was still glowing on the presentation screen beside a photograph of the depot. My mother did not look surprised to see me. She looked pleased that there were witnesses. Tessa has always been gifted at making damaged things look respectable, she told the council. Unfortunately, character cannot be reupholstered. That was the first thing she said to me after 4 years. The clerk passed me a copy of the paper. It was titled Family Business Advance. My full name appeared at the bottom and a signature close enough to mine that my fingers went cold. A notary seal sat beside it. The agreement said I had received the money 1 month after graduation to open a restoration studio. I had opened my first bank account in Missouri with $900, 2 toolboxes, and a mattress on the floor. I have never seen this, I said. My mother gave the room a tired smile. This is what she does when responsibility catches up. Councilwoman Price closed my presentation file. The vote was postponed for 30 days until I could prove the debt was false. The depot, the grant, and the 6 jobs attached to it were suspended. My parents had crossed 3 states to find me, but they had not come to ask why I left. They had come carrying a signature they needed me to recognize as my own. The first summer I was sent away, I was 9. My brother Owen had made a regional baseball team. My parents called the tournaments our little family season. They said Aunt Myra needed help at her upholstery shop in Pennsylvania, so the arrangement helped everyone. That first June, my mother put a brass key on a red cord around my neck. It opened the apartment above Myra's shop. Do not lose it, she said. Your aunt is doing us a favor. I watched Owen climb into our van beside 4 hotel confirmations. My seat had been folded down for his equipment. Myra did not treat me like a favor. She gave me a residential steam ripper and told me to remove the server without carrying the piece beneath it. I wrote customer tags, answered the phone, and chose the music on Fridays. At night, we ate upstairs with the brass key lying between us because I was terrified of losing it. A key is not proof you belong somewhere, Myra said once. It only means someone trusts you to come back. Every August, my parents collected me with photographs from stadiums and beaches. If I looked hurt, my mother reminded me that Owen's scholarship chance would not last forever. You have time, Tess, she would say. Owen has a window. The window stayed open for 9 years. When baseball ended, there were campus tours, award banquets, and a graduation trip for him. Mine was always the flexible life. My father, Dennis, rarely defended the plan. Once he slipped $20 into my backpack. It was easier for him to fund my silence than interrupt my mother. Myra noticed more than she said. The summer I was 15, she found me scraping the name of a beach resort off Owen's luggage tag. I had taken it from the kitchen trash after my family returned without me. She set the steam ripper beside my hand. Do you want me to call your mother? She'll say I chose to come here. Myra's jaw shifted. Did you? It was the first time anyone had separated my obedience from my choice. After that, Myra paid me real wages. I learned to repair springs, match old wood, and tell restoration from a lie under fresh fabric. During my senior year, my mother brought forms, including a blank emergency card for Owen's training center. She tapped the signature lines while I ate. You are impossible to organize, she said sweetly. Sign now, and I will fill in the boring parts. I signed twice before I began rubbing the brass key between my fingers. I had carried it for so long that the teeth had worn smooth at the corners. Do you owe them money? She asked. No. Then stop answering the shame and start answering the paper. Carol had managed school records for 32 years. To her, a lie on letterhead was a filing problem. At her table, we saw my careful teenage signature, a style I had not used since high school. The address was Myra's shop. The money was supposedly issued after I moved to Missouri. Then Carol pointed to the notary block. Why would an Ohio notary witness you signing in Pennsylvania? I disputed the claim the next morning. The council attorney gave my parents 10 business days to produce the original and proof of payment. Linda replied before lunch, copying every council member. She called me estranged and financially reckless, then attached a photograph of me at 16 holding a restored chair. Under it she wrote, Tessa's first business, funded entirely by family. The picture spread. 2 customers delayed orders and a supplier transmitted. Owen called from a number I did not know. I answered because I thought it might be the city attorney. Mom says you are trying to embarrass them. Lots of folks moved down today to work. Did you see the agreement? She showed me enough. Where did the money go, Owen? He exhaled hard. Why does everything have to become a trial with you? Because she brought a lawyer to her. He hung up. That night, Owen taped a copy of the newspaper article about the postponed vote to the glass door of my shop. Across my face in black marker, the words, pay your family. I peeled it off with my chair. Carol was telling me that she was I wrong to refuse a private cell phone for my family? So I know I am not the only woman who believes a sweet voice can still carry a serious lie. If you think I should have signed just one law, I can say that too. At that point, I was measuring every choice against 6 jobs. Thursday, my mother came to the shop alone. She wore the gentle expression she used when she wanted me to sound like her. She placed the red marked article on my workbench. I had not told her I kept it. This is getting ugly. She said, come home for 1 weekend, sign an acknowledgement, and your father and I will tell the council the matter is settled. Show me the transfer. It was family money. Families do not keep receipts for long. Her lawyer does. The softness left her eyes before it left her mouth. That depot is bigger than you can handle. Sign, and at least you keep the little shop you earned. There it was. The line she had crossed 3 states to deliver. Not repayment, permission. Linda picked up my seat ripper and rolled it between her fingers. Because you were always more hers than mine when work was involved. I took it from her and set it in the drawer. Please, she smiled. You disappeared before. Do not confuse running away with winning. After she left, I checked the shop calendar. It had recorded her placing the marked article on my bench, even though she claimed constantly that she had never contacted anyone about the debt outside legal channels. It was not hard for her. It was the first crack in her careful design. I sent the footage to the council attorney. Then I called
If anybody's willing to serve her supply cash, build the bookstore.
she asked me to repeat
I can make out the singularity to block any access.
scraping sound. Myra had pulled out a chair. 2 years earlier, my parents had asked her to co-sign what they described as a short equipment loan for Owen's youth baseball center. The amount had been paid. Don't let her get close! Because the center was already losing money. Linda did not forgive her. Tess, I never gave you that money, Myra said, but I think they may have borrowed it using you as a supply equipment beneath me. Myra drove to her shop and checked the locked file cabinet where she kept all Carol's records. The drawer containing copies of the forms was empty. There were no broken hinges, only 3 leaks. Myra, me, and who had kept the apartment key after my final term. I looked at the brass key and my mother had given it to me in her room. She had kept all of it. The next morning, I placed a fraud alert on my dad and requested my full lending history. The credit union I had never used appeared on the list sent 7 times from an internet address registered to my parents' house. My old signature had been inserted as an image. Ray did not smile. We still need the money trail. The credit union produced it eventually. The application used my social security number and Myra's address. It claimed I was opening an Ohio athletic business. I chose to Linda. In its photograph was my high school license. The $78,000 had never entered an account I could track. It went directly to Owen's company with the transfer of equipment purchase. My father had made 31 payments from a joint household account. When the payments stopped, the credit union sent a verification request. 3 weeks later, Linda searched my legal name. Be careful, he's confused. The article appeared, followed by the depot hearing notice. They had not spent 4 years searching for a missing daughter. They had spent 3 years surfacing a hidden debt. They searched when the lender needed the real woman attached to it. The deal happened in the council chamber. I requested a public review because her allegation had been public. My employees
Remember, it's been 50,000 years for us, but for him, it's only been...
and upgraded our parents. Linda entered carrying the same loop. When she went away, the credit union investigator and Grace had always seated at the payment table for signature. If settlement price happened to my parents still stood by their claim that they had advanced money to my business. We do, Linda said, whatever paper issues exist. Tesla benefited from this family's sacrifices for years. Ray placed the transfer record on the screen. Owen's company name appeared in letters large enough for the back row. He walked through the evidence without raising his voice. The notary stamp, the recent file creation, the copied signature, the false email, the license scan, the payment, Grace confirmed she had never met me. The investigator confirmed that I had never accessed, paid, or benefited from the account. Tyra confirmed the address had been used without permission, and her payroll files had vanished after Linda visited the shop. Then Ray played my father's voicemail. We were going to replace every dollar. The sentence sounded smaller through the chamber speakers than it had in my ear. My father covered his face. Owen's attorney whispered to him, but Owen pushed his chair back and said, I knew my parents found a private landlord. He said, I did not know they used Tessa's identity. When the center failed, Owen told me Tessa had agreed to absorb the loan when she had no children and no mortgage. My mother turned toward him and dictated for the first time in Jennifer's relationship. Owen was looking purely at me. Linda tried one last version. She said they had taken over my name because I had abandoned the family and could not be reached. She said they had accepted with Owen's marriage children. She said a mother sometimes had to make practical choices for both her children. Councilwoman Price looked at her over the file. Your practical choice was to accuse one child publicly, so the other child's debt would become hers. Linda's church voice failed her. You do not understand our family. No, I said, but I finally understand the loan. The council dismissed the claim and restored my application. The credit union investigator stated that my liability was removed and the matter had been referred for formal review. Ray requested reimbursement of my legal fees as part of the civil settlement. I had imagined triumph would feel warm. It felt clean, like pulling the last hidden staple from a chair before laying down new fabric. The fallout took months. The paper corrected its articles. The committee approved our lease and my supplier restored our credit. 2 customers returned, 1 did not. Innocence does not return every chair to its place. Owen sold the remaining equipment from his center and signed a repayment plan with the credit union. He sent me a letter with no defense in it. He wrote that being favored had felt like love until he saw the invoice sent to someone else. I did not answer for 6 weeks. When I did, I agreed to 1 phone call a month. No messages carried from our parents. No requests for money. My father accepted responsibility of the settlement and paid my legal fees from his share of the house refinance. He left me 3 voicemails asking to explain. I saved them with the evidence and did not return them. An explanation is not the same thing as repair. And I had spent enough summers learning the difference. Linda lost her position as volunteer treasurer at her church after its board learned she had used office equipment and an old notary stamp. She mailed me a 6-page letter calling the hearing cruel. Nowhere in 6 pages did she write, I am sorry I used your name. I returned it unopened. My final boundary was written, witnessed, and much shorter. My parents were allowed to contact my employees, landlord, customers, city officials, or neighbors. They were not welcome at the depot. Any future communication had to go through council. Ray called it a no-contact agreement. I called it the first family document that knew exactly what I meant. I had date for release training. Before we entered the depot, I handed her the brass key with the faded red board. This belongs to your apartment, I said. She closed my fingers through it. It belongs to the first-story home you could open. We kept the depot open fall and spring. Kira runs the apprentice records 2 mornings a week and corrects anyone who calls her.
Football's out.
Kira teaches a weekend class on hand-tied springs. Above my workbench, inside a plain wooden frame, hangs the red seam ripper. Not as a boot, as a tool. On opening day, I unlocked the tall front doors before anyone else arrived. The new key was silver and stiff. Nothing like the worn brass one in my pocket. I turned on the shop lights, then walked past the 6 empty apprentice benches waiting for their first names. Outside, my employees began carrying in chairs people had decided were worth another measure. I held the door open for them, tucked it behind the last delivery, and held the key on the hook with my name beneath it.
But he's not new. I've spent my life studying evidence.
At ease. I don't think I've got
You got on a date, you know, like ever?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I got a date tonight.
So, where are you going on this hot date, anyhow?
To the movies.
Cheap night at the movies, huh? Hey, two get in for the price of one? That's a good thing.
Well, she usually pays for herself. She should probably pay for both of us. She makes more money than I do.
Well, I don't think that matters, Dale. I mean, you asked her out. She's your guest.
No, she asked me out.
She phoned in and asked you. Yeah, like she just comes up there and says, hey, what do you say, you and I go out and paint the town? Like she's the guy. You gotta prove to her that you can show her. All the guys in the world, she's gotta feel like she's lucky to be with you. Isn't that important to you? Nope. I don't know what the ladies, Dale. You got on a date, you know, like
Case number 4626, Vanessa Prince versus...
You saw it all. Our destruction, our war.
Kyle Jacobs.
Why didn't you prepare for the replacement?
It's Commander. And nobody understands the rules. The beacon you killed.
Miss Prince, before we get started, I have to give out this disclaimer. I am familiar with Officer Jacobs.
Pieced together
Yes, one of my
and used it to stop our invasion 3 years ago.
Echo Park Police Department. That being said, whatever decision I make will not
Now we have your plans for the device. We're going to build it.
Mr. Jacobs. So, you are suing Mr. Jacobs for the amount of $5,000, and you are also asking the court to drop your case?
Yes.
Okay, what did you get arrested for? Did you get arrested?
I got wrongful citations. Well, what I believe to be wrongful citations.
Okay, and just tell us what happened.
No.
Well, I was driving home from the gym. I left the car on and I turned out onto the street, and immediately after maybe like 30 seconds later, I see Officer Jacobs, who decides to go off the door, pull over. He asked for my registration, my license. I asked what his post office.
Which are you?
Just taken out of the parking lot.
The embodiment of vengeance. I am the dead. The man blood for the blood loss.
My license and registration. He started asking me about the gym that I work out at and what time that I go and just things that didn't really seem to be relevant to the stop, Judge Porter.
Okay.
And I disengaged just because, I wasn't really understanding as to why I was pulled over. And immediately after I disengaged, considering some of the comments we were slightly...
Nothing in our fight against the Republicans has been
I'm
that
just
bad.
curious, what were those comments?
Well, I was in my gym with my athletic wear, and I pulled up as I was coming out of the gym, and he commented that, he had been making the girl for details, which I just didn't see how... It just made me very uncomfortable, and I just don't think it's fair for and take advantage of that.
We found this at the dig site. I assume it belongs to you.
It is a memory shard.
Could it help us with the device?
No. It contains only pain. But I will help you fight. And the last thing we must hear before they die will be the last voice of the Proteans sending them to
If you don't mind, I have a few more questions I'd like to ask.
Here it comes.
I've written 3 dozen studies on your species. I've published in several journals.
I'm sorry that I'm mastermind.
I'm sorry.
Never mind. I do wish to know.
Officer Jacobs.
We've never seen a species with this sensory ability.
It was comical, my people. Imparting experience through touch, the chemistry of life. Complicated ideas could be absorbed in seconds.
That sounds very useful.
We evolved this life. We didn't know thousands of years in our environment ensured our survival.
Okay, dead signal. She was wearing seatbelts, sir. I tried to say.
Alright, so let me ask you this question. What initiated the traffic stop? What did she do that caught your
I
attention?
don't understand thinking a bit more.
Later, we developed technology to harness reality. Information can be stored in certain objects through touch. Memory has its own biomarker, its own chemistry, as do knowledge and skills. The beacons could remember these things.
Things like weather impressions.
Yes, I can still sense the turmoil in her.
Okay, she's saying that you
Institution
told
of our
her.
empire. The fabric of her being was forever marked that day.
Well, I just assumed she was going above the speed.
So, could you read something about this room?
She turned very quickly. So,
There was a form of information. The DNA Kroger created. He was powerful, prone to violence.
Impressed.
I did everything
His name was Hunt.
And this is my idea. I was giving him a wide berth. There is great strength in his genes.
Liara, you never forgive me if I didn't ask. What was Prothean civilization like?
Yes, I've always wondered, what sort of government did you have? Can you tell me about your religious beliefs, or perhaps...
We are dead now. What does it matter?
I'm sorry.
So,
Studying your history has been a lifelong passion of mine.
I have copies of the citations. Okay.
The first that I remember.
So, I guess my question, if we're going to treat this like a
Was your civilization like before the nuclear attack?
We were the dominant race of our sun. We ruled the galaxy.
My studies indicated you were the only race engaged in space travel at the time. I always found curious.
that information that I can pull it up.
What if they didn't want to?
They want to give them a choice.
Are
you saying you enslaved the other species?
Any could oppose us if they wished, and if they had won, they would. We tried. None succeeded.
I had no idea Protheans were so severe.
It was by necessity. Very early we encountered the dangers posed by machine intelligence. They rebelled against us.
We've had the same problem. They're called Geth.
We could not allow the machines to surpass us. It was decided that the only way to rule was to unite all organic life in our empire.
Did it work?
For a time, the Metacosmos, we were turning the tide until the people survived. Then we understood machines had surpassed us long ago in ways we could never imagine.
Well, I haven't seen.
Back on Eagle Prime, it looked like there were other stasis spots. What happened?
We're leaving the parking lot on the way to the roadway.
The best soldiers left alive.
So more of you were supposed to survive into this cycle?
Under my leadership, a new program empire would emerge. We would have commanded the races of your time to prepare for the next Reaper invasion. But traitors within our ranks, indoctrinated agents, betrayed us, and the Reapers discovered our plan.
And I felt as though that just because I did not
Just out of curiosity, how would you have commanders?
By leaving you alone, you would have joined our army, or faced the Reapers alone.
We've uncovered quite a few Prothean ruins. Were you observing our ancestors?
Before the war, we cultivated species who showed potential. Eventually, you would have been offered a choice to join the Empire. But when the Reapers attacked, we ceased all study. We hoped they would see you as too primitive to harvest.
Well,
Okay.
thank you.
It appears that he issued you the citations. I can see where there was some small talk, but it appears that the
Back on Eagle
citations
Prime, it looked like there were
before small talk,
We would have been but
before
traitors.
small talk took place.
What can you tell us about your own
Understand how
Many of the details were lost. The codes lasted for centuries.
That's he gave you the tickets and he said it looked like he was trying to talk.
Is that what's real report?
No, that's what I got from his dash cam. Not dash cam, his body cam. That's what it looks like.
Several years ago, we found a profile VI that called itself Vigil to Planet Iris. He was the caretaker of a research project.
Citation after citation.
No, it looks like it was citation before there was small talk.
Yes, Vigil said they wiped all traces of themselves from the records so the Reapers couldn't find them.
The scientists eventually went into cryogenic stasis.
Please.
More and more people survive.
Been in this courtroom before.
They did stop the Reapers from taking control of the Citadel in this cycle. It delayed their invasion.
I have a perfect tether, but I just don't really understand how all of these targets make sense. I use my indicator.
How did your people wage war against the Reapers?
He cited me because he brought my
Okay, so you feel that the speeding citation, and the changing lane citation is valid?
Yes.
Our own people are being indoctrinated, converted,
I don't know what to tell you.
against us.
A lot of people,
But there is no choice.
they feel uncomfortable being a person when they saw them read nothing.
Does everyone get flirted with when they get pulled over?
Okay.
Is there anything more you can tell us about this device or people we're trying to help?
They say that scientists were constructing a group that had the power to defeat the Reapers.
On that note, I am going to say that we had a concern about this hate.
None of us knew what the others were doing.
As far as being
For television soon, the same between us.
Thank you for talking with me. I never imagined actually meeting with you.
And they can do their follow-up investigation, and they will have copies of this dash cam. They will have
To
copies
discover
of
those primitive races, my time
there's a violation of policy on that. Now, I do know what the policy is, but I don't think it's fair to aliens to talk about policy when that's simply a separate issue. I'm only concerned about the tradition part of what occurred between you. As far as the seatbelt violation,
I am known as Jaffa, though I still need time to recover. Shock has not known all about it.
I understand. It must be a hell of an experience for you. We're just glad to have you aboard, Jack.
She's going 10 miles over the speed limit. Yes, sir. 10 miles. Yeah, I get it. The law is the law. I get it. Okay? We're going to dismiss that. Okay, aggressive driving at 10 miles over, I don't think that's a real thing. We're going to dismiss that. So, seatbelt and then changing lanes without the indicator, I'm going to rule that against you. Okay? The amount of the fine on that, you're going to have to pay that. All right? I don't think that this qualifies for traffic story. I don't know because I don't have that information in front of me right now. But if that is an option, get in contact with traffic school of your choice. If not, pay the fine up front. I think you have
I'm sorry, Dr. Control Center certified that shows your response
if you think you can do cases or you're comfortable or things like that, that's going to take a communication with all right, you have any other questions or concerns, ma'am?
You mean the biggest story?
Jacobs, do you have any questions?
No way.
Kate, is it Turner?
You know, in the old days, they didn't have automatic cameras. Reporters had to kick on makeup.
Andy is actively rinsing the taste of leather out of his mouth from all the boots he's been licking, and he's still lost. Pinocchio almost got primaried in Tennessee. Bye. And he did all the things like he's super leaned into being a hateful racist, homophobic, Islamophobic, Trumper, piece of shit. He ate that booty like groceries, and he's still lost. Couldn't be happier. Couldn't be happier for him. How's that feel, Andy? so submissive. You were so good for daddy, and it still didn't work, but... Also, the Trump-backed candidate in Michigan was primaried by a guy who wasn't even running anymore. He dropped out of the race. He wasn't even running. You literally lost a foot race to a dude that was sitting in a lawn chair. Andy is actively rinsing the taste of leather out of his mouth from all the foods he's been licking, and he's still lost. Pinocchio got primaried in Tennessee. Bye. And he did all the things. Like, he super leaned into being a hateful, racist, homophobic, Islamophobic, Trumper, piece of shit. He ate that booty like groceries, and he still lost. Couldn't be happier. Couldn't be happier for him. How's that feel, Andy? Was the leather worth it? Did it taste good? Feel good about yourself? You were so sensitive. You were so good for daddy. And it still didn't work, but... Also, the Trump-backed candidate in Michigan was primaried by a guy who wasn't even running anymore. He dropped out of the race.
Wasn't Trump pardoned convicted fraudsters, fired 19 inspectors general who collectively uncovered $50 billion of fraud and waste in 6 years? He defunded a nonpartisan training program that prepares the next generation of federal fraud investigators. You can't claim to be serious about preventing fraud, whether you have a task force or not, while you're dismantling the institutions built to catch people who commit fraud. President Trump pardoned convicted fraudsters, fired 19 inspectors general who collect...
I returned home from a classified military deployment just 2 days before Christmas. My 4-year-old daughter was waiting at the front door, crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. Her tiny hands were trembling as she stood in the doorway. Then she looked up at me and whispered, "Daddy said, if I let you in, she'll hurt me again." Then I heard a voice from inside the house. "Close the door, Emma. You know what happens when you ignore the rules." It was my mother-in-law, Rebecca. Emma stood between us in snowflake pajamas, one bare foot on the porch and one on the hallway rug. Around her neck hung a laminated card that said, "I use my calm voice." Someone had tied it with blue yarn. I lowered my duffel instead of reaching for her. "Emma, did Grandma hurt you?" My husband Owen came around the corner holding his phone. He was not surprised to see me. He was filming. "You were told not to come here without arranging a transition meeting," he said. "No, I was told my release date could not be discussed. This is my home." Rebecca gave a soft laugh. "A uniform does not break the lease of this family through." He handed me
All right.
Inside was a private safety agreement.
Coffee, bathroom, right back. Hang tight.
All contact between Emma and me. My visits were limited to 1 hour a week with a family specialist named Rachel Voss. At the bottom sat an electronic signature that looked like mine. I read the dates on it. That day I was inside a secure facility with no civilian email access. Rebecca smiled. "Justified from memory. Is there a court order?" I asked. "There will be if you make us need one," Owen said, and there isn't. Emma pushed something into my glove. A folded red paper snowflake, crushed almost flat. Rebecca noticed and snapped her fingers. Emma inside. My daughter flinched so hard the card struck her chest. I wanted to step across the threshold letter use clinical language? I asked. She smiled. Families often need guidance more than labels. Are you licensed to treat a child? I support the family system. Owen placed a hand on my elbow. Mara, you arrive with accusations and forced Emma to absorb the tension. I removed his hand. We did not discuss any of this. The worker allowed me 5 supervised minutes. Emma rolled a wooden car between us while Rachel watched through a window. What is the quiet room? I asked. Her hand stopped. It is where loud feelings go. Does someone lock the door? It sticks. Owen ended the visit. Outside, I asked him to return Emma, revoke the false papers, and tell the bank the truth. He gave a tired smile. Emma learned how to live without you. Do not punish her by making her remember. That evening, the church office called. Emma was supposed to sing in the Christmas pageant.
All right, we are back, folks. Getting ready to get into this a little bit more.
To speak with the pastor. The fellowship hall was full of parents and children, but conversations thinned when I entered. One woman I had known for years quietly moved her son closer to her chair. Owen stood near the stage with Rebecca and Rachel. He had already told the story. I could see it in the pity on people's faces. We are trying to protect a child's peace, Rebecca said. I handed the pastor the fake agreement and asked why this was presented as a court order when it is not one. Owen appeared in the doorway. Mara, please, not here. Here is where you brought it. He looked at the parents listening outside. I spent months holding this family together while you chose distance. Now you expect a medal for wanting access. Someone raised a phone. The pastor asked me to leave until the legal situation was clearer. I walked past the paper angels and Emma's little red costume. I made it to my car before my hands began shaking. Was I wrong to walk into that rehearsal after Owen had painted me as dangerous? If you believe a mother had the right to hear what strangers were being told before they helped keep her from her child, please give this a like so I know I was not imagining the unfairness. And if you think I handled it badly, tell me in the comments. That night, I needed truth more than comfort. Daniel met me outside with coffee. Owen had asked him to speak during the Christmas service and claim our family had worried about me before deployment. What did you tell him? That if he used my name again, I would show everyone the email where he offered me a share in Wintermere. Daniel showed me the message. Owen had promised him a small ownership percentage if he signed a character statement and convinced our mother to support the safety plan. It was our first direct crack. Owen was recruiting witnesses before I landed. Tom sent the email to the bank and filed for an emergency custody hearing. He also requested an order stopping the refinance and preserving school and coaching records. The next morning, I visited Rachel's office. Bright Harbor Family Recovery occupied one room above a tax office. There were no toys, no child-sized chairs, and no treatment rooms. A bulletin board near the door held appointment cards. One had Emma's name with the words narrative rehearsal beside it. I photographed it before the receptionist covered the board. From Rachel's office, I went straight to the county records desk. A clerk found an attempted deed filing from the previous week. Owen had tried to place an additional claim against our house with Wintermere, listed as the receiving business. The filing had been rejected because one witness line was empty, but my signature was already on it, copied so neatly from my passport application that even I stared at it for a moment. Tom met me there with a revocation of power of attorney. I signed it in front of the clerk, watched her stamp every copy, and sent one to the bank before meeting. My phone buzzed almost immediately. Whatever you are doing, stop. You are making Emma's home unstable. I did not answer. For 2 days, Owen had used my silence as proof that I was absent, and my questions as proof that I was unstable, so I gave him neither. I forwarded his message to Tom and walked out with the stamped revocation under my arm. It was the first door I closed on their plan without touching a doorknob. By noon, Owen had filed an emergency petition accusing me of harassment, financial sabotage, and disrupting Emma's treatment. His statement claimed Emma began therapy after a frightening video call with me in October. There had been no video call. My unit had no personal video access that month. Colonel Carter sent Tom a formal letter confirming the restriction and the dates of my approved calls. Another crack, but the judge would not hear us until the morning after Christmas. Emma remained with Owen through Christmas Eve. Near midnight, Vanessa called. Emma was evaluated by our speech therapist because she started stuttering, she said. The sessions were recorded for assessment, with Owen's written consent. What did she say? She kept asking whether she was telling the story right. Tom request before the investigator also found Marjorie Delaney, the notary whose seal appeared on my altered power of attorney. Marjorie arrived at Tom's office carrying her journal. I did not notarize this, she said. My seal disappeared from Wintermere in August. Rebecca told me I misplaced it. My name was nowhere in her record. She also brought payroll pages showing Rachel had been paid by Wintermere. The payments were labeled child preparation and closing support. The strongest proof arrived Christmas morning. Tom called me to his office. His Carter sat beside the and played the first audio clip. Emma's small voice filled the room. Daddy says mommy makes loud choices. Denise asked, what is a loud choice? Coming inside when the card says no. Who made the card? Miss Rachel. A paper rustled. Emma whispered, can I start again? Grandma says I have to say the middle part. The next clip was from a week later. Denise asked why Emma disliked the quiet room. Because Grandma holds my arms when I try to leave. Does it hurt? Yes. But Daddy says the barn will close if I tell it wrong. Nobody moved. The final clip had been card fall into the trash, then she touched my cheek with both hands. You came inside. We did. She slept beside me with the red snowflake under her pillow. Before closing her eyes, she asked whether she needed permission to get water during the night. When I told her no, she asked twice more, as if freedom might be a trick. I left a cup beside the mattress and kept the kitchen light. The emergency hearing happened the next morning in a small county courtroom. Owen arrived with Rebecca and Rachel. He looked relieved to see no cameras and no church audio. His attorney described a mother unable to respect transition boundaries. Tom let him finish. Then he asked for the school audio to be admitted under seal. The judge listened through headphones while reading Denise's notes. Tom presented the altered power of attorney, Marjorie's journal, Daniel's recruitment email, my command's communication letter, Rachel's payment record, and the bank's closing schedule. Each item forced the next into place. The fake agreement kept me from my home. The false therapy letter kept me from the school. The church story damaged my reputation. Emma's rehearsed fear supported the custody petition. The petition protected the loan closing. The loan kept Wintermere alive. The judge asked Rachel what credentials allowed her to treat a 4-year-old. Rachel talked about holistic family systems until the judge asked again. Then she admitted she held no clinical license. The bank investigator testified that Rachel's company received money from Wintermere, and that the spousal consent carried a copied signature. Rebecca interrupted from the bathroom. Do you want my phone bill? Owen told her. January, you said we only needed Emma to cooperate for 1 week. His attorney closed his eyes. The judge returned Emma to me, prohibited Rebecca and Rachel from contacting her, suspended Owen's unsupervised parenting time, froze the refinance, and referred the documents to the county prosecutor. I received temporary exclusive use of the house. Owen looked at me. You are destroying my mother's life over a misunderstanding. I placed the red snowflake inside my folder. No, you used our daughter as collateral. The bank is only writing down the truth. That afternoon, a locksmith met us at the house. And my father had given me when Owen and I first met. The locksmith drilled out the locks and handed me 2 new ones. Emma tied one to the blue yarn from her calling card. Can this be my safe key? Yes. The quiet room was the windowless pantry beside the laundry area. Someone had removed the shelves and placed a plastic chair against the wall. 5 red tally marks sat near the baseboard. Emma took my hand. I do not want the door closed, and they were closed again. The fallout came through calls, letters, interviews, and people slowly realizing how easily they had helped Owen. The bank canceled the refinancing and began foreclosure after finding false signatures and diverted funds. Wintermere closed before spring. Rachel's coaching office disappeared, and the school district barred her from campus. Owen's employer placed him on leave after the fraud referral. Months later, he accepted a plea agreement involving document falsification and misuse of financial authority. His contact with Emma remained supervised while he completed counseling. The church sent me a written apology. The pastor admitted to the congregation that leadership had accepted one parent's claims without checking the documents. Some people called. A few apologized. Others explained themselves until the apology finished. I stopped reading all of them to understand. My military review ended after my command confirmed Owen's false timeline. I kept my clearance and transferred to a stateside training position. When Emma asked whether I would be home for dinner, I could answer without checking a deployment calendar. The divorce took almost a year. The judge credited the forged debt against Owen's share of the property, allowing me to keep the house. I changed more than the locks. Daniel removed the pantry door. Vanessa brought low shelves, cushions, and a moon-shaped lamp. Emma covered the 5 tally marks with silver star stickers and filled the space with books. She wore the brass safe key on its blue yarn. I never asked her to take it off. The following Christmas, snow fell while we made paper decorations at the kitchen table. Emma folded a new red snowflake, then pulled the old crushed one from the memory.
Alright, I've got 80% done there. I'm not finding anything right now, and I've scanned virtually that entire system.
That night, she fell asleep in the reading corner with a book open across her chest, the pantry doorway wide behind her. I hung both red snowflakes by the front door, put the safe key onto my own ring, and turned on the
Forget Hollywood green screens. In 1987, Sammo Hung, Yuen Biao, and Yuen Hua delivered 90 seconds of the most blisteringly complex, bone-crunching choreography ever put on celluloid. The final battle of Eastern Condors is a masterclass in rhythm, pacing, and real-life brotherhood. Yuen Hua plays the maniacal, fantastic Vietnamese general. What makes his style so lethal here is the contrast. He combines elegant, deadly fan deflections with chaotic, jittery movement and explosive peaking opera acrobatics. He doesn't just fight Sammo and Biao, he mocks them, laughing hysterically while absorbing punishment. First up to get punished is Yin Biao. Biao's agility is on full display here. What seconds to bounce back up and flip around, regaining his footing instantly. Where Biao brings speed, director and star Sammo Hung brings sheer, unadulterated power. Sammo's timing is immaculate. Look at the weight behind his blocks. When Yuan Hua lands a kick, Sammo sells the impact by crashing violently into the set, making every single blow feel like a car crash. It's fast, it's dangerous, and it's a never see again. What is your favourite martial arts fight scene of all time? Let me know in the comments, and don't forget to hit subscribe for more breakdown videos.
There's no live system in this game. I need another part here now.
Imagine sitting in your parked car. Within a minute, an officer approaches your car, points a gun to your head, rips you out of the car, and you're charged with attempted murder of a law enforcement officer. You sit in jail for 4 days until you're released because the officer flat out lied. If you're Dalen Brewer, this isn't your imagination. This is your reality. Welcome back to the Blue Line audience. Today, we're coming from Indianapolis Metro Police Department at Riverside Park, where 18-year-old Dalen Brewer is pulling into the park. He passes by two officers, one of them being Sergeant Frazier, a 17-year veteran of the Indianapolis Metro Police Department. Without reason, Sergeant Frazier follows Brewer into a parking spot and approaches his vehicle and immediately demands him out of the car. Within seconds, Sergeant Frazier unholsters her service weapon and points it directly at Mr. Brewer. Eventually, he's removed from the vehicle, placed in handcuffs, and ultimately charged with attempted murder. You'll see in the video, Sergeant Frazier appears to be emotionally upset when other officers arrive on scene and should make allegations that Mr. Brewer pointed a firearm at her and tried to pull the trigger. He's released because the prosecutors recognize that her statements are contradicted by the body camera. You've seen in my recent videos between Palm Bay, Florida and Melbourne, Florida, that this is a consistent pattern of law enforcement officers either not using their body camera or absolutely lying, contradicting what the evidence shows. Before we continue, take a moment, subscribe, like, share, follow, hit that bell notification button. This channel is growing at an alarming rate, and that I absolutely appreciate you for. As a retired deputy chief, I'll break down this body camera footage, exposing Sergeant Frazier for who she is.
The enforcers! Don't you do it! Oh no!
That's one light successful.
As we watch the body camera footage, pay particular attention to when she opens the door and she draws her.
No, I see you there, Mid. I appreciate it.
And when she opens the door, she does not have her gun drawn. It's not until Mr. Brewer attempts to take off his seatbelt, because presumably she's opened the door, he probably believes she wants him out of the vehicle. He reaches over to undo his seatbelt, and the next thing you know, she's pointing a gun at him. This series of events between the opening of the door and her drawing her firearm are particularly important, because after the prosecutor dropped the charges of attempted murder, the police department still defended her actions. And we'll look at that. Pay particular attention to Mr. Brewer's hand placements throughout this encounter. He's compliant the entire time. ready to have Mr. Brewer exit the vehicle. Either order him out of the vehicle with your gun drawn, or holster your weapon and drag him out. But she doesn't need any of these. With sympathetic reflex, this is how accidents happen. Sergeant Frazier has her finger on the trigger. When we lie, sometimes we can't start with a lie, we start with the truth. When the officer asked Mr. Brewer, "Do you have any weapons on you?" She said, "Yes, he did." She said, "He tried to kill me." She simply says calmly, "Yes, he did." You'll see him taken into custody. And watch as her camera angle adjusts the light. Look at the officer's safety issue that this caused. It is now formed with multiple officers on the scene. Because Sergeant Frazier escalated this situation, she has now created an officer safety issue for every officer on the scene. And remember, she never told Mr. Brewer why she was walking out of the vehicle, why she wanted him out of the vehicle, never gave him any reason for the encounter whatsoever. So he's probably still wondering what the hell happened. Sergeant Frazier has created such a scene, complete chaos. Now she comes to the other sergeant walks up and she says, he's trying to say he could have killed me. And then she even laughs to herself. Because she knows what she's saying is not factual. She continues to lie. While the other officers ask her if she's okay, take a deep breath, consoling her, because they believe that what she just went through is super traumatic. But in reality, the only victim here Sergeant Frazier's lies get bigger. You'll hear her talking to one officer. I'm pretty positive he tried to pull it, and then moments later she'll tell the second officer, I'm 100% confident he pulled it, but it didn't go off. She could see the muzzle.
That would be a no. Sorry, I was concentrating on something important here, namely doing what I'm doing here to advance this game. No, with Mass Effect 3 particularly, you actually have to pay attention. Because otherwise, you could end up in really bad situations. Like, really quickly. Oh, shit.
Before it continues, absolutely legal. Do not need a permit in the state to lawfully possess them. Mr. Brewer lost his job. Smith he was charged for simply raising his hands when he's ordered to do so. And even after the charges were dropped, because the prosecutor said simply, Sergeant Frazier's statements in her report.
All right, let's get your pokeballs out.
Add up with the body camera footage. She flat lied. Even after that, the police department attempts to defend her, putting out social media statements, saying that Mr. Brewer tried to prove the truth. She said she drew her firearm and ordered Mr. Brewer to open the door, which he did. From what I can see, she's the one that actually opens the door up, and she still has not unholstered her weapon. These statements are inconsistent with the body camera. The initial incident took place in April of this year.
Okay, there's the asset I was looking for.
A civil lawsuit against Sergeant Frazier. The lawsuit alleges that Sergeant Frazier, a 17-year veteran, made false statements, fabricated a report that led to the arrest and prosecution of Mr. Brewer. It further claims that Mr. Brewer's 4th and 14th Amendment rights were violated by the unlawful arrest and the unlawful prosecution. Mr. Brewer's attorney made a statement saying that Mr. Brewer's life has changed forever, that if it hadn't been for the body camera, how different would this encounter have been? He states, all because a 17-year veteran, a sergeant, fabricated a complete story. Ladies and gentlemen, TBL Nation, you must protect yourself. You must have dash cam. You must have body camera. You must do everything you can. You cannot rely on a law enforcement officer to protect your rights. And I'm a retired deputy chief. I spent over 25 years in law enforcement. If you can believe anyone, it's me. The scariest part of all this, except probably for Mr. Brewer, who's looking down the barrel of a firearm, is that Sergeant Frazier is still employed, still collecting over $150,000 a year of the taxpayers' money. I haven't found any documentation that she was ever investigated, not terminated, and arrested. She should have been criminally charged for falsifying records, for fabricating evidence that sent an innocent person to jail. But we know that no one holds law enforcement accountable, especially not themselves. TBL Nation, we will continue to expose failed accountability and failed leadership. If you want to stop crap like this from happening, fire police chiefs. The Indianapolis Metro Police Chief should have immediately been fired because there is something within the culture of their police department that made Sergeant Frazier believe that it was okay to lie. Once again, thank you all for watching. Do me a favor, subscribe, like, share, follow. Please, if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. We're trying trying to approach 20,000 subscribers. We're trying to grow.
Okay. Gas. That was the other thing. Fuel source.
They cannot be ignored because data accountability is everywhere. When a 17-year-old she can fabricate police reports, ladies and gentlemen, we have a problem. Law enforcement is a failing profession. Without your help, we cannot hold them accountable. As always, I appreciate you. Thank you.
My phone rang at 7:20 a.m. My dad died last night. My stepdaughter said coldly, "He left everything to me. You get nothing." My son-in-law laughed. "Finally, you're out." I put her on speaker. My husband was sitting right beside me, calmly eating breakfast. He set down his fork, leaned toward the phone, and said, the phone lit up at 7:20 on a Tuesday, and the first thing out of it wasn't hello. It was a breath, a specific little breath a person takes when they've practiced a sentence in the car and can't wait to spend it. Renata, Delaney said my name the way you read a line off a form you're about to shred. I need you awake for this, so listen. I'm only going through it once. I was awake. I'd been awake since 5, the way I am most mornings now, standing at the counter in a robe that had seen better decades, watching the coffee maker do its slow, wheezing work. The kitchen still smelled like toast. Behind me, at the table, a fork scraped a plate. I didn't turn around. "I'm listening," I said. "It happened last night." Her voice had a shine to it, a rehearsed sorrow laid over something a lot warmer. Late. They didn't. There wasn't anything anyone could do. It was quick, at least. You should know that much. It was quick. What was quick, Delaney? Dad. A pause she'd clearly measured out. He's gone, Renata. He passed in the night. I set my mug down. I did it gently, because the alternative was setting it down hard, and I learned that people can hear the difference in the phone. Go on, I said. There's no easy way to say the rest, so I'm just going to say it. She was in her mind. She wanted me to think she was working behavioral health too, or even if you were trying to work, and hers was as strong as chalk. Everything's already handled. His wishes were clear. It all comes to me. The house, the accounts, the company, all of it. That's how he wanted it, and honestly, that's how it should be. It's family. His family. His family, I repeated. You know what I mean. I really don't. Say the part you're circling. She let a little steel show, which was the first honest thing she'd done. Not on any of it, Renata. Not the deed, not the trust, not the business. You've got no claim to a thing in that house, and I need you to understand that before you get any ideas about lawyers. That you never switch your plan. You're out. Somewhere behind her, on my way, to the side of her phone, a man laughed. Not a big laugh. A small, satisfied one. The sound a person makes when a long bet finally pays. Kellen. I'd have known that laugh in a crowd. Told you, he said. Not to me. Not really. To the room. To himself. To the ceiling. Took her long enough to be gone. Cut and dried. Kellen said and she almost smiled. I could hear her almost. About this. I know I was ill. A week. Be reasonable about a week. Get your things. Personal stuff. Clothes. Whatever's in your house. Take care of it. The house is being secured. He went by last night and dealt with the front and assigned. So don't be surprised if the keys don't turn. You changed the locks, I said. We secured the property. There's a difference, and a judge would agree with me. They've been circling this for a long time. That's the part you have to understand before the rest of it makes sense. None of this was a first draft. Waiting on the same door, testing the hinge, waiting for it to give. This wasn't grief moving fast. This was a plan that had finally gotten the weather it wanted. I picked the mug back up. The coffee had gone lukewarm, which is the worst temperature coffee has, and I drank some anyway. When did he pass, exactly? I asked. Last night. I told you. What time last night? Does it matter? It's going to matter to a lot of people, so humor me. What time? A
That's what it's looking.
which is more than you
Yes, we
need.
found.
And I'd like you to take it so quietly because we all need to think Calvin and I stop being nice. Were you nice? I said. I missed it. Kellen's voice came in closer to the phone, sharper now. You want to get cute? Fine. Here's cute. We already spoke to the attorney this morning, Fahey. He's opening the estate. Delaney's the executor and the beneficiary, and you're a line item that isn't in the will. So pack a bag and stop wasting the man's air. It's over. You've lost. It was always going to end like this, and now it has. Cheers. I looked at the calendar magnet on the fridge. I looked at the little dish where the car keys live. I looked, finally, at the table. My husband was sitting there in his reading glasses, in the gray sweater with the hole starting at the left cuff that he refuses to let me throw out, eating scrambled eggs he'd made himself because he doesn't trust me not to undersalt them. Roland Merrick, 68 years old, a bad hip, a good heart valve as of 11 hours ago when they discharged him, and a plate of eggs he was about halfway through. He'd been listening the whole time. He does that to still and chooses to make show you its full shape before he moves on it. He stopped chewing about a minute ago. I turned the phone over in my hand and pressed the little speaker icon, and Delaney's voice bloomed out into the kitchen, tinny and triumphant, mid-sentence. So unless you want the police involved in your move-out, I'd suggest. Roland set his fork down on the edge of the plate. He did it quietly. He wiped the corner of his mouth with the paper towel he uses instead of a napkin, folded it once, and set it beside the plate. Then he leaned towards me, elbows on the table, and I watched 3 years of leading
Good work.
swear on the people who've been doing the leading. Delaney, he said. I heard the exact moment the sound went out. You said if you were listening for it, and I was. Delaney, he said again, mild as milk. Nothing. Just the open line. Nothing. You still there, Kellen? You were doing exactly a second ago. Where'd it go? Kellen found some of his voice, thin and reaching. Who is this? You know exactly who this is. You've been drinking my scotch at Thanksgiving for 6 years. It's Roland, the dead man. I'm eating breakfast. He picked the fork back up, speared a bite of egg, ate it, set the fork down again, but the silence took the fork. Undersold that, by the way. What was left underneath it was raw and scrabbling. Dad, oh my God, they told me. The hospital called. They said you coded. They said I coded. That is true. I coded it to
Heading back.
and then a very good nurse made me Cleo put a little weight into my chest and brought me back. And I spent the rest of the night in the waiting room. They discharged me at 7. I've been home 20 minutes.
We just need to hold out for chance to pick us up.
To a dinner plate and he tilted his
Never
head.
said it would be
Here's
easy.
what I want you to sit with, so take your time. The hospital that passed. And your first move, your very first move, before you drove down there. Just circling the drain. Your first move was to call a lineman and send your husband to my house in the dark to change the locks on my doors. That's the timeline, isn't it? That's not. You were shocked. We didn't.
Isn't over yet.
You called Fahey. That takes Something has changed. Something enormous has changed. I know it. For 3 years I suspected. I told her she worried too much. Well, at 12:40 this morning my heart quit. And by 12:55 you had a man at my door with a drill. And now I know, for certain, on a Tuesday, exactly who my daughter is and exactly what she does the instant she makes the lights go down. That's not nothing. That's the most useful information I've ever. And what else I did today? I moved to the counter and got the second coffee, the good one, and set it in front of him because I could see where this was going and he was going to want his hands busy. He nodded at me once and wrapped a hand around the mug. So here's the disposition you heard about, since you were so eager to hear one, he said. I don't holding, the one that lets you act on my financial affairs if I'm incapacitated. I signed that before I trusted you. As of the moment I hang up this phone, it is revoked. Desmond drafts the revocation this morning. I sign it before lunch, and copies go to 3rd Meridian, to the company, and to the county, so that if you walk into any bank on earth waving that paper, they'll have a notice on file that it's void and you're using a revoked instrument, which has its own name in the law, and the name isn't friendly. You will not touch $1 of mine. Not one. Dad, item 2. You are a signatory on the Merrick Castings operating account. I added you last spring because you cried in my office about wanting to be trusted, wanting to be part of it.
Alright, so I am slowly but surely upping my military force to combat the Reaper threat.
And now she'll be the only one besides me. If you've moved any company money in the last 8 hours, and I think very hard before you answer that, because the bank keeps a clock on everything, you will put it back today, before I have to ask a forensic accountant to find it, because if I have to ask him, I won't be asking you for it back. I'll be handing what he finds to someone with a badge. Silence. Then, small. I didn't move anything. A beat. Callan, tell him we didn't. Callan did not tell him. Item 3, Roland went on, unhurried, a man reading a grocery list. The house. My house. On my deed, in my trust, which you are not in. Callan changed my locks in the dark like a burglar with a warrant he printed himself. Here's how that gets fixed. By noon, a locksmith of my choosing, not yours, meets Renata at the house and rekeys every door back to me. And Callan hands over every copy he made, counted, into her hand. And the invoice for all of it comes to Callan. Because he's the one who created the problem. And I've always believed a man should pay for what he breaks. And if there's so much as a smudge on my study drawers, if one folder is out of place, if the safe's been so much as breathed on, that stops being a family matter and becomes a police report about a break-in, which is precisely what it was. You had a man enter my home under cover of dark and alter it while I was, as far as you knew, still warm on a hospital table. Sit with the word for that. It's not a nice word. You wouldn't call the police on your own daughter, Delaney said, and it wasn't defiance anymore. It was a question wearing Defiance's coat. I'd have said the same thing yesterday, Roland said, about whether my own daughter would send her husband to reef my house apart before she knew if I was dead or alive. So neither of us really knows what I'd do anymore, do we? That's new too. You made it new. I have been married to this man for 11 years, and I have never once heard him raise his voice. He doesn't need to. He builds the thing quietly, brick by brick, and then he just steps back and lets you see the wall he's put between you and everything you wanted. Item 4, he said, and this is the last one, so listen closely, because it's the one that lasts. Everything I own, when I go, whenever that is, and it's going to be a while, my vows a champion, ask Priya, goes into the trust that keeps this house and this company and this life running for the woman who was standing at my hospital bed at 2 in the morning holding my hand. All of it. And there is a specific line in that trust document, added 18 months ago, that names you, by full legal name, Delaney Ann Merrick Voss, and Callan Reed Voss, and states in plain language that you are to receive nothing. Not a chair. Not a spoon. Not a photograph. Not because I forgot you. A lawyer will always argue a man forgot, and that's a door I closed on purpose. You're named, and then you're excluded, so there's no crack to pry at. You spent 3 years waiting to be written in. Congratulations. You're written in. As the people who get nothing. The line was very quiet. A refrigerator hum. A car going by on Alder Crest, out past the window, ordinary as anything. You called this morning, Roland said, gentle again, almost kind, which was somehow the worst part, to tell my wife she was out. That she had a week to clear her things and vacate the life she built with me, because you decided the man of the house was gone and the spoils were yours. I want you to hear how it actually shook out, so there's no confusion later when the paperwork lands and you're tempted to tell yourself a softer story. You are the one who's out. Both of you. As of this phone call, not in a week, now. You don't have keys to this house, because the ones you cut get handed back by lunch. You don't have access to my money, because the paper you were counting on is ash by 2. You don't have a place in what I built, because I wrote you out of it a year and a half before you gave me the reason I needed to feel good about it. You reached for everything the second you thought I couldn't stop you. So here's your inheritance, Delaney. Here's every last thing you get. He paused. You get to know that I know. Enjoy it. It's yours forever. The lady was crying now, and for the first time all morning it was real, and it didn't move him at all, and it didn't move me, and I think that's the thing they never understood about the two of us, that we'd already done all our grieving for who they might have been, years ago, quietly, and there wasn't any left to spend. Dad, please, we can. Let me come over. Let me explain. It's not. Don't come to the house, Roland said.
Sounds like the
If you come to the house today, you'll meet the locksmith, and you'll meet Renata, and you might meet an officer, and none of them will be glad to see you.
Nice to
Call Desmond this afternoon if you want the disposition in writing. He'll have it. That's the last thing I'm giving you, his number, which you already have. Everything after this goes through him, not through me. I'm done taking your calls. This was the last one. You can't just, I'm your daughter. You were, he said, and there wasn't cruelty in it, which made it land harder than cruelty would have. This morning you decided to be my creditor instead. You don't get to be both. You picked. He looked at me. I nodded. Goodbye, Delaney, he said, and he reached over and pressed the red circle himself, with one finger, the way you put out a candle, and the kitchen went quiet. For a moment, neither of us moved. The coffee maker made its last, small, gurgling complaint and went silent. Out the window, a sprinkler ticked on across the street, and a bird did something in the gutter. Roland picked his fork back up. These really are undersalted, he said, and reached past me for the shaker, and salted his eggs, and ate them, calm as a man reading the paper, while I got the good pen from the drawer, because there were more things to sign before lunch, and I've always believed in getting a head start. I called Desmond Fakey at 9, the minute his office opened, before Delaney could get there first with her softer story, and I told him a living man wanted to talk to him about a will his daughter thought had killed him. He was quiet for a second, and then he laughed, one short dry note, and said he'd clear the morning. The revocation was signed by 11. The bank had Delaney on the account by noon, and me as sole second signatory before I finished my second coffee. The teller didn't blink, because banks live for the day the removed paper moves in and they get to be the ones holding the notice. The locksmith met me at the house at 12:15. A wiry man named Otmar with a van that said Alfred locked and safe on the side, and he rekeyed all 6 doors while I stood in my own front hall and watched. Kellen showed up at 12:40, exactly 12 hours after his midnight visit, holding a manila envelope with a copy of the paper, and he did not come inside, because Otmar was standing in the doorway with the drill and the particular patience of a man who has done this before. Kellen put the envelope in my hand. 4 keys. I counted them in front of him, out loud, because Roland had said count them and I count things when Roland tells me to count them. I said, that's all of them. For your sake, I said, I truly hope so. He looked like he wanted to say something, some last piece of the speech he'd rehearsed for a different morning, the one where I was crying in the driveway with the suitcase. It didn't fit anymore. Nothing he'd packed fit the day he actually got. He got in the car. Delaney was in the passenger seat, and she didn't look up, and they backed out of the drive slow and careful, the way you drive when you know someone's watching to see if you'll take the mailbox. The invoice from Otmar came to $210. I had it sent to Kellen. Roland was on the back porch when I got home, in the gray sweater with a hole in the cuff, a blanket he didn't need over his knees because I'd insisted, watching the yard do nothing in the early afternoon light. I sat down next to him and handed him the 4 keys, and he weighed them in his palm and dropped them in the dish on the side table where the keys live, and that was that. Desmond's sending everything by courier so it's on paper by Friday, I said. Good. He asked if you were sure, about the naming them in the trust part. He said most people just leave a person out. I'm sure. I told him you were sure. Roland nodded and looked out at the yard, and after a while he said, she really did call a locksmith before she asked which room I was in. He said it the way you say a thing you already knew but needed to hear in your own voice to believe. Before she even asked if I was actually gone. Yes. 90 seconds, he said. My heart was out for 90 seconds. And she was
Alright, there is fuel depot here. That's good. That's good. That's very good.
And we sat there together in the yard he still owned, in the house that was still his, in a life she tried to divide up over the phone at 7:20 in the morning as though the man at the center of it were already furniture. He was not furniture. He'd salted his own eggs. He'd signed his own name 4 times before lunch. And the only thing anyone inherited that day was the truth, delivered exactly once, to the 2 people who tried hardest never to hear it. I never picked up when Delaney called again. She called 11 times over the next month. Then she stopped. Everything after went through Desmond, in writing, on paper, the way Roland wanted it, a wall built quietly, brick by brick, between them and everything they'd reached for in the dark. The valve, for the record, is a champion. Priya was right. It's been a good long while, and it's still ticking, and the will still says what it says, and the door's still open for exactly 2 people, and neither of them is named Voss.
Faster than light successful.
I gifted my parents a $425,000 seaside mansion for their 50th anniversary. When I arrived, my mom was crying and Dad was trembling. My husband's family had taken over. My mother-in-law stepped toward my mom, pointed to the door, and yelled, "This is our house, get out!" That's when I walked in, and silence fell. The first thing I noticed was the key in my mother's hand. The brass key I had mailed her in a velvet pouch, tied to a shell keychain my father had carved years ago, was bent at the teeth like someone had forced it into a lock that no longer worked. Walt, my husband, stood behind his mother with his phone against his chest. Brenda held a clipboard. An uncle I barely knew carried folding chairs through my front door. My parents' suitcases sat on the porch beside 2 black trash bags, and my mother's good cardigan had been shoved inside one of them. I said, "Why are my parents inside?" Serena, my mother-in-law, blinked once, then used the soft church voice she kept for witnesses. "Honey, there has been a misunderstanding. Your parents arrived before the house was ready." My father tried to stand. His knees shook so badly the porch rail clicked under his hand. "It was ready enough for your family," he said. Brenda snapped the clipboard shut. "We are protecting the property from confusion. Nobody told us."
That's what I was looking for.
He had helped me plan the surprise. He had seen the closing papers. He had watched me cry because I had finally done the thing I promised my parents when I was 16. He looked at the ground. Serena stepped closer to my mother. "This place belongs with our family now. You need to stop making this embarrassing." My mother whispered, "It was supposed to be our anniversary." That was when I saw the sign taped inside the front window, printed on cream paper with a gold border. Marsh Harbor Haven. Private donor preview this weekend, by invitation only. I walked past Serena, past Brenda, past my silent husband, and pushed open the door of the house I had bought with 12 years of double shifts, missed holidays, and every travel nursing contract I could survive. The inside was staged, but not for my parents. Brochures covered the entry table. Donation envelopes sat in a silver tray. A mock-up of a brass plaque leaned against the wall. Future home of Marsh Harbor Haven, founded by Serena Marsh and family. My parents' names were nowhere. Walt followed me in and shut the door like he could keep the truth from leaking onto the porch. "Before you say anything," he said. Mom got excited. Excited people buy balloons. They don't change locks. The keypad was for event stuff. What event? He rubbed his forehead. "A preview. Donors from church. Mom wants to start a respite home for widows." "In my parents' house?" His mouth tightened at the word "my." "Our house, technically. We're married." I opened the front door again. "Mom, Dad, we're leaving for now." Serena smiled as if she had won. I lifted the bent key where she could see it. "Not because this is yours. Because I don't discuss stolen grooms on a porch." I took my parents to a motel. Not the wide view I had promised them. My mother sat on the bed with both hands in her lap, staring at the trash bags like she had been packed away with the towels. "They told us there was a donor walkthrough," my mother said, "just for the weekend." Serena said if we stayed downstairs, it would help the program look more professional. "Downstairs where?" My mother looked at Dad. Dad looked at the water. "The old laundry room," he said. "They put cots in there." My parents had been hidden in the bottom of the house I bought for them. I slept in a chair that night because every time I closed my eyes, I saw my mother's key bent like a small broken bone. Before sunrise, I called the title company, then the insurance agent, then the locksmith whose invoice I found in the kitchen drawer, with a sticky note that said, "Serena wants all old keys useless before Sunday." The title company confirmed the deed was in my name only. The insurance agent went quiet when I asked if anyone had added a nonprofit or event use to the policy. "No," she said, "but we received a packet requesting occupancy verification for a charitable residence." "From who?" "Marsh Harbor Haven. Signed by you." I held the motel phone until the plastic creaked. "I never signed that." She lowered her voice. "Then you need a lawyer before you need me." Carol Voss was the kind of lawyer who listened before touching her pen. I showed her the deed, the signed photo, the locksmith invoice, the bent key, and the insurance email. She looked longest at the signature page. "Is this your signature?" "It looks like mine from far away." "That is not an answer." "No, it is not mine." Carol tapped the page once. "Good. We do not start with family feelings. We start with unauthorized use, forged authorization, and donor misrepresentation. They want you emotional because emotional makes you look unreasonable. We will make you boring." She told me to ask questions that made people repeat the lie in writing. So I texted Walt, "Please send me the documents used to change the locks and approve the donor preview. He replied after a long pause. Mom handled the house. Please don't make this legal. It will humiliate everyone. I wrote back. Send them. He did not. By noon, Serena had started telling her version online. She posted a smiling photo from my porch, calling it our family's coastal home for a new mission. My mother saw it and handed insurer separate car and did not look at me. Donors began pulling into the driveway. Serena saw the officer first, then Carol, then me. Her smile stayed on her face, but it emptied. What is this? She asked. Carol answered. A property owner stopping an unauthorized event. Serena turned to the donors. Hands lifted in wounded confusion. I am sorry. My daughter-in-law is having a difficult reaction to a family decision. Joan stepped forward. Her voice shook, but she did not back away. The church board has not approved this project. Donors should not enter until ownership and funds are clarified. Brenda snapped. Joan, stay in your lane. Dustin opened his folder. I was sent authorization the owner says she did not sign. I am stopping work until this is sorted. The donor crowd shifted. Not loud. Worse. Thinking. Serena looked at Walt. Tell them. He swallowed. Maybe we should do this inside. No, I said. You did the lying outside. The correcting can happen outside. Carol handed Joan the packet. The deed with my name. The forged authorization page. The scanned history from Walt's office. The pledge card with Brenda's business account. The contractor's email from Brenda. Joan read the first page and the second. Then she stopped and looked at Walt. Your office and this. Walt's mouth opened. No sentence came out. Serena's voice sharpened. This is private family paperwork. I looked at the donor group. My mother and father were told to sleep in the donor room.
Get your
The
men.
looked empty for your tour. The money you were asked to give was not going into an approved church account. And the signature used to make this look legal came out of my husband's office. Brenda's face went red. You are twisting this. The retired dentist went to one of her brochures. Then whose account is Brenda Marsh event? Brenda looked at Serena. Serena looked at Walt. Walt looked at me like I might still rescue him. I did not. The county clerk posted a notice on the porch window. Joan told donors the board would return every check. Dustin handed Carol copies of every email. The officer Serena tried one last time. She stepped close enough that only the first word heard her clearly, but she wanted me to flinch. You were lucky to marry into us, she said. Without our name, you are just a tired circle with generous parents and no real family. My mother was not very sure. I was grateful for that. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the bent brass key on the shell keychain. I held it up to read. This was the only name that ever needed to fit this door.
Exactly. The sheer force of the great reasons to make them immune to that sort of attack.
The officer stepped gently over. There was no red, not dramatic, just present. For the first time, she had to ask permission to enter the house she had been for. She did not get it. The fallout came like this, one envelope at a time. The church board, Brenda, Serena, every committee. Brenda's event business lost the hall contract.
The tourism program provides very clear guidelines
did not print Serena's glowing picture. He put documents for free over lunch.
With such casualties, it's hard to be certain that it's crime on case.
The police report became a record. The kind that makes future lies
However, the moment contact time is impossible. The contact is
but not in the clean way. I didn't think it would go that far. He said, you scanned my signature. Mom said it was temporary. You scanned my signature. I'll get your power out. Brenda was desperate. Mom was scared. I was trying to keep
I'll take care of Carol.
Everyone except my parents. All right, go. I do think some part of him loved me. That made it sadder, not softer. I can fix it.
I see Tom Tower to the left of the main
came from the shell keychain and placed only the ruined key. This is what your piece did. He closed his fingers around it like it was hot. I filed for separation the next week. Carol helped me protect the house from any claim tied to Walt's mess. The title had always been mine. The payment trail was mine, and every record of the fake authorization pointed away from my consent. Nothing legal feels instant when your life is the file, but it was steady. Steady was enough. Moving my parents in. My mother unpacked slowly, as if the house might change its mind. She kept asking before putting things in cabinets. Finally, I took every donor brochure, every name tag, every leftover program, and Serena's white binder. I placed them in a cardboard box and carried it to the garage. Mom, I said, there are no guests coming. There are no donors to impress. This is your kitchen. She touched the counter with her fingertips. I know, but she did not know yet. Not all the way. So my father helped me do the smallest, biggest thing. We took the shell keychain he had carved years ago and put a new brass key on it. No bend, no scratches, no teeth ruined by someone else's lock. I set it in my mother's palm. She closed her hand around it and cried without hiding her face. A few weeks later, a letter came from Joan at the church. Inside were copies of returned checks and a handwritten note to my mother. You were owed a public apology. I am sorry I did not ask harder questions. My mother folded the note and tucked it into the drawer with her new key. Serena never apologized. Brenda sent one text saying she hoped I was happy ruining people over a misunderstanding. I deleted it. Walt sent longer messages, then shorter ones, then none for a while. When he finally came to collect the last of his boxes, my father opened the door with the shell keychain hanging from his wrist. Not angry, not proud, just hung. Walt looked past him into the hallway, maybe searching for the version of me who would smooth it over, offer coffee, make it less uncomfortable. That version did not answer. His boxes were already taped and waiting by the entry. On top was the white binder, empty now, except for the bent key in a small envelope with his name on it. He picked it up, read the envelope, and did not ask what it meant. Good. Some lessons should not need explaining. After he left, my mother set a mug of tea beside me and went back to wiping the clean counter. The sun went down pink over the water. His radio low. My mother opened the drawer, touched the shell keychain once, then closed it again. The house was quiet enough to hear the lock click.
What have you got?
As your partner said, success is hugely simple. But right now, hiring chaos. So many dead in MIA.
I need someone. I don't care. As long as they can get us the story and resources we need.
I'm on. We'll find.
He and a few other people rushed
Hello, Garrus. How you doing, old buddy?
Yes, sir. I didn't see you around. Eddie.
contact with some staff. Tell them with a motorcycle.
If we use this menu, I'm not opposed to the thing we have in our expert force.
James, this is Garrus the carrier. He helped me stop the collectives. He's a powerful soldier.
Pokeballs out.
We can't leave. I'm not leaving. No, I'm not going to come talk to you.
General,
we know. Did you pull the bike? Did you pull the bike?
The next byproduct is General Adrian Reactors.
He just told me he did.
His name is my dad.
Know him, Garrus?
I was fired.
Press the button.
Lifeline military. Get themselves out of
Okay.
Not so popular military. Has a reputation.
I don't want to talk. No, I don't. No, I don't. You're came down here to help them, so I don't have to talk to anybody. I don't have to talk to anybody. I don't have to talk to anybody. I just have a conversation. You're right here. Okay. I'm not obstructing nothing. Okay. These guys
There's game rather from the tactics and layer. Both groups are trying to touch down. Victims didn't back
I'm already here. No.
But while behavior doesn't give you advantage to the meritocracy.
But then he didn't actually take to see what actually happened. So instead of just walking away,
Get the job done?
We both know conventional strategy to violence.
Because right now, we talk to him and answer his question.
And I can
My constitutional
Okay, let's get him on the
I don't
phone.
have to talk to you. I don't have
I need the new standing by. We have to log out.
Put your hand behind
Should I go back and take a look?
Do it. Garrus, you said you were with Victus this morning?
Yeah, we got that. He went to Joe's
I called my husband 30 times to tell him that his mother was fighting for her life, but he refused to answer while enjoying a tropical getaway with his sister. I told her that she was funeral by myself and then left my wedding ring beside the side of her speaker, carrying her whole life forever. But I did not know that night was that Nolan had answered someone else. While I was being told period and begging the nurse to try his number again, my husband emailed the hospital and removed me from the other doctor's office. He told them I was emotionally unstable and had no authority to make decisions. I sent my sister a message saying I had waited too long to call an ambulance. Neither statement was true. The nurse, Marisol, turned her monitor toward me because she looked as confused as I felt. Nolan's email had arrived 12 minutes after my first call to him. He knew his mother was in critical condition. He had simply chosen paperwork over answering me. Do you have anything showing Mrs. Bale wanted you here? Marisol asked. I opened my wallet and pulled out the folded emergency card Vivian had made me carry. My name was printed under medical advocate, along with her doctor's number and the code to the locked green folder in the wallet. Nolan had apparently forgotten that his mother believed in backup plans. Marisol called the hospital attorney. The attorney called Vivian's doctor. 20 minutes later, I was allowed back into the room. Nolan's email stayed in the chart, but it did not keep me from her bedside. Vivian could not speak by then. She had suffered a massive cardiac event during a pottery class at Juniper Hall, the old brick art building she had owned for almost 30 years. One moment, she was showing a teenager how to center clay. The next, she sat down hard and pressed both hands to her chest. I had been across town picking up donated shells. Her student Micah called me before he called his own mother. Miss Lena, something is wrong with Miss Vivian. I heard panic, the chair scraping, and Vivian trying to tell him where the aspirin was. I told him to call emergency services and ran every red light I could safely run. At the hospital, I called Nolan again and again. I sent short messages. Your mother collapsed. She is in intensive care. The doctors need you. Please answer. All 30 calls went unanswered. At one point, his sister Celia called me, but not to ask about Vivian. Nolan says you're creating chaos, she said. He is in a serious client meeting. Stop making this about you. Your mother may not survive the night. And let the doctors work. You always need to be the important one. She hung up before I could tell her which entrance to use. Vivian died just before dawn with my hand under hers and a small red ceramic bird on the table beside her. I could have begged her class and begged the paramedic to bring it along. One wing was shorter than the other. Vivian had once told him uneven things were proof that hands had been there. I kept watching that. The monitor slowed. I could not look at the anymore. My husband finally texted nearly 3 hours later. I saw the messages. There was no his answer came almost immediately. No one announced anything until I approved her. Mother-in-law Tori and Nolan brought me to Juniper Hall. She asked why a bookkeeper would marry a man who lost his keys twice a week. Later, I understood she was checking whether I knew what I was taking off. I started helping with these payments and eventually became Juniper Hall's program director. I found grants, scheduled teachers, and set up free classes for boss direction. No urgent danger. At the bottom, a note was posted to demolition clearance despite being told the building qualified for repair grant. It became the first page in a new folder. The second came from Priya Desai, the Senate reservation clerk. She called the next morning because Vivian had asked her months earlier to notify me about any proposed change of use. A hearing packet was filed late Friday, Priya said. It requests permission to remove the covenant and replace Juniper Hall with short-term luxury residences. Who signed it? Vivian Vale. The signature was dated the afternoon Vivian died. I read the page twice. At the time printed beside her name, Vivian had been in a hospital bed with me holding her hand. Nolan's name appeared as authorized family agent. The applicant was Shoreline Redevelopment Partners. The project contact was Claire Hensley, not me, another Claire. Claire Mercer, Shoreline's vice president of acquisitions, appeared in an online charity photograph with Nolan's hand low on her back. On the morning Vivian died, she had posted a sunrise from a private island near Belize. Nolan's watch rested beside 2 coffee cups. I did not save the photograph. I called Priya and asked whether the hearing would proceed. Not if the signature is challenged, she said. But you need more than permission. The board attorney will want to place proof pass. Still have I understood. My cloud history still held the form Nolan had asked. It was not $3 million information. It allowed me to negotiate a sale for Juniper Hall military company. My signature line was Vivian's was that should give you some idea. It had been created by Claire Mercer at Shoreline. For now, to family law attorney Dana Pruitt and Vivian's state attorney George Chen. I changed my password, removed my paycheck, and secured my work record. I did not touch Nolan's money. I did not warn him. I did not call Claire Mercer. Instead, I sent one harmless message to Juniper Hall's old general email address. The kiln repair company needs to know whether Tuesday's appointment is still active. Please advise. Claire Mercer replied 9 minutes later from her Shoreline account. Cancel all meetings. We only need it standing for the hearing, she copied. He replied with, once the occupant problem is resolved, we can get back. The occupant problem was resolved. The email proved her motive and showed Claire had access before Vivian died. George found the next crack. Vivian had placed the building into a community trust. Nolan could inherit personal belongings, but he would not touch it. Any sale required a permit. Then why file this? I asked. George tapped the hearing notice for contracting that it was never stamped by the county. Remove the covenant first, then Nolan can create a legal mess. A rush buyer might claim to settle. So he isn't trying to inherit the building. He is trying to get paid for standing in the doorway. The motive came through Wes Goldberg, who had invested with Nolan in a failed restaurant. Nolan owed him almost $200,000 by month's end. Claire had promised Nolan a consulting fee for delivering Juniper Hall back to Oakland. She would earn the commission. They planned to leave town together. Vivian had become an obstacle. I had become the person they meant to blame for moving her out of the home. Nolan came home and found my ring beside signed divorce papers on the kitchen counter. I had moved into the caretaker apartment after George obtained an order restoring the trust's access. I gave him no address. The locks changed again. Legally, his apologies turned into warnings by the third sentence. Baby Grace made us crazy.
Sounds
Claire,
right.
my business partner. If you embarrass me at this hearing, the town loses the building. That last message stood strong. I printed it. He tried tenderness. He left my favorite tea outside the caretaker door with a note saying, we can still be the people I wanted us to be. He was still missing. George believed the local trust exhibit. He searched Vivian's home and every cabinet at Juniper Hall. Nothing. Micah found the clue because he came to collect the red ceramic bird. Vivian thought it too heavy. It told me she was going to fix it. It made almost twice what it should. I turned it over and saw a thin line around the felt base. Vivian had glued the bottom on after firing it. Inside was not a document. It was the missing brass key. The drawer held kiln warranties and a small recorder wrapped in a dish towel. Vivian used it when arthritis made writing painful. The label said office, automatic. I pressed play. Most files were supply lists. Then I heard Nolan's voice. The recorder had activated when he and Claire Mercer entered the office after hours. Claire proclaimed that Vivian's signature was the return. Nolan told her to use the old grant application because the signature required justice. What about Zena? Claire asked. I'll make her look careless. He said. People already think long within summer too much. If anything goes wrong, Great will do their part. There was a pause, then the scrape of a frame. Claire asked whether he felt guilty. Nolan said one, guilty to cover up personal warranty. They discussed the resort, the hearing, the payment, and who would repeat the unsafe story. Celia only needed a promise that Nolan would pay her credit card. I sat on the floor with the red bird in my lap until the reporters...
Oh, I'll get the Krogan on board. Don't worry about that. Vegetarians, I don't know about. And then there's like the Vorcha, the Yogg, the Rachni, who are out in this galaxy wandering around doing their thing.
Investigations. Shoreline is suspended from presenting project pending review until requirements and very large At closing time, I walk through the studios, turn off the kilns, and lock the front door with a key that no longer sticks. From the caretaker window, I can see the old brick building reflected in the dark glass across the street. My ring is gone. Nolan is gone. But downstairs, the shelves are filling with gold.
Where did you go? Heavy artillery on the right flank. I believe your exact words. Get that thing the hell off my men. Appreciate it.
General, we need off the island. Come to get you.
We'll take something beyond what we need to lead by war Fedora and Kid. You're the one.
Sarah representing the fight against first.
Without a doubt, there's a good chance you can reason something.
Without a doubt, there's a good chance everything.
And they want my opinion on stop it. Fail vigilante, and I'm their expert advisor. I'm damn sure nobody else is. But whatever that's worth.
Welcome aboard. Are you ready for our market?
One thing. Commander, I appreciate you until I can't spend my little isn't hurting. But if the pressure should be taken into account, you need to focus. Can't say what's done. Get them to help us, and then we can help you. Looks like someone's
Time to go visit another old friend.
But Madam Madison, let me... Some of these issues are hundreds of years old. Time to let go. Our alliance is stronger than we hope. You need me. We all do.
Bitch!
Yes, I don't know why this is more of a show-stopping scandal in our country. Is it hard to see what this is? So, Saudis paid $2 billion to Jared.
We expect the crow.
And now Jared is the U.S. government's representative in the Middle East.
Was there something else happening to us?
Jared is the U.S. government's spokesperson in the Middle East. Jared is simultaneously asking the Saudis for $4 billion for his private business. For the $2 billion they've already given him. You know what? Why would they say no? For the low price of what they've already given to the Saudis, the government price of renting out something called the Arms Exporters to protect their religion. That makes a lot of sense for the nation of Saudi Arabia. But makes no sense at all for the
I'm flattered.
The New York Times reports this weekend that the Saudi Crown Prince of Riyadh, Mohammed bin Salman, has been on the phone frequently with Saudi since the war started, telling him to keep bombing, keep, quote, hitting the Iranian targets, keep on for this war, right? I gotta say, I don't know why this isn't more of a show-stopping scandal, right? Is it that obvious what this is? Here's this guy. Ex-country given millions of dollars, seeking for billions more dollars. As long as it's personal business. It's private business. This country for money. At the same time, he's asking for money. He's also making U.S. diplomacy for that country. That's it, right? Those are all the dots you have to connect. I mean, this is not like string theory, right? There's, I mean, investing in this country for money, for example, while also making U.S. government policy for that country. Resultant policy is likely to be whatever that country wants it to be. Because if it isn't, then Jared's going to be left with this money that he wants to support, right? The interests of the United States are being exchanged for private income for the purpose of self-interest. Is this hard to
And we're kind of lucky it never did.
It didn't
For his part, President's son-in-law says he's following the law and following ethics rules, but how would we know? They also aren't even making him file financial disclosures.
I don't know what they're doing.
Nothing more.
Commander, thank you for operating.
Sounds like I'm sorry to say that but it does.
Is there something? If the Krogan leader is powerful,
How is it?
not if I brought it down. I'm not saying. You never asked me find us.
How is it?
The Reapers are using this is my civilization.
Thank you. What do you mean offline? See if you can get to Edie. I'll check the AI core.
Time to go to the Citadel. But first, down to the crew deck. Quick save. Bathroom, coffee, right back. Hang tight. Alright. Back to the Citadel shortly, but first, let's go deal with this mess.
There's a few different ways that I can. Probable cause. Okay. Which I'm just asking you for verdicts. Probable cause. Can you please explain to him what the problem is? I didn't say there was. I just asked you if I could. You're just getting defensive with me for asking common questions. All right, I'm just doing my job. I'm doing what's called a patrol investigation. Is this your wife, girlfriend, friend? My fiance, my girlfriend. For 5 years. Okay, congratulations. I'm just asking you some questions. Ma'am, would you be willing to step out and speak with me right here, please? Possibly less aggressive as he is. That would be lovely. Okay. So my name's Sergeant Holyfield, Commercial Police Department. The rest of y'all remember me? Jonathan? I'm sorry, I don't remember you. Have we ever had a negative interaction before? Okay, so when you called, did I show up, help you as best that you thought I probably could? Okay, all right. Do you have any indication of me ever being rude, ugly, too assertive, aggressive? Okay, all right. Well, I'm glad you feel that way, so thank you. I appreciate that. I'm asking simple questions. Hey, how you doing? How you bombing them? Where you coming from? Where you headed to? All right, I'm not doing this to pry into your life, to have any sort of privatized information of what you're doing. I don't care what y'all are doing, okay? But I have a goal in mind, okay? How long have you known him? Has he been arrested in the 6 years that y'all been together? Never in trouble or anything like that? He lives in Madison. Has he lived in there the whole time? Has he ever been known to you to abuse prescription medications, smoke marijuana, any heroin, meth, anything like that? Okay. That's fine. Just a casual conversation. All right. There are indicators leading me up to this question. That's irrelevant. Different people, and then that might be why he is. Well, so I want to remind you of this. All right. The window tint is darker than the legal limit. It's 28%. The legal limit is 28%. That's along the lines of 5%. Okay. There's no way possible that from where I was, I knew he was with a black woman. I didn't even know he was a white guy. So that's irrelevant. You got defensive with me for doing my job, okay? Stop, don't interrupt me.
Automated systems have the fire department should be safe to use. Follow your way.
Joker, what's that sound?
Remember her, I don't. She says that we have been in contact with each other.
I'm going in.
General. So she's all right with me. She's okay with me. She likes me. But he does not. And yeah, I know time is constitutional. It's a reasonable amount of time.
Edie, talk to me.
I think we don't have a dog tank. No, it's all right. I got a guy stopped. He's, I don't know, I got a warm and fuzzy umbrella, but he shut down on me, and I got defensive, but I don't have any like physical indicators for this. Behavioral indicators are just skyrocketing.
Edie.
And I think there's something here. He's just shutting me down. I don't know right now. But I'm told I can, so it was not he says I'm a dickhead or an asshole or whatever, so whatever.
Patricia? You blacked out after a while.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, because I started asking him common, like, investigative questions for me. He had to
His eventually is tracked. A backup source and CPU activated. And
she wants to say exactly what you need to. We're going to take the record data and have all that data to make a citation. I'll gladly rearrange some paper plans rather than that. If you know call no show, I'll be issued for arrest.
Which means having full access to the data in his head. Couldn't work. I agree with all So if you're there, are you still in the ship?
His scenarios just drive me up the wall. So the officer sort of understands what the point is here. He's
Are you planning to take that body somewhere?
but he doesn't think he can bring somebody in a traffic stop for a reasonable amount of time. So he wanted to go for speeding.
You mean
he
you
has a
come with
reasonable
us?
amount of time to go through the process of getting his documentation. And running his
Before
license
we
plate,
do
you're
that,
writing
I
him
need
a
you
ticket
to
for speeding.
guarantee this
And
method
instead of
and
doing
more surprises.
he's like that guy
Run
in
whatever
Texas
tests you can,
thinks
then
he's
we can
smarter
talk about
than
using it in
anybody
combat
else. He
situations.
thinks that this could be some big drug guy, some big drug smuggler, and he is going to solve things because he's just so smart. He pulls her over for speeding, and 30 minutes has gone by, and he hasn't done a damn thing related to the tasks of giving somebody a speeding ticket. He's treating this like a drug investigation. Well, admittedly, he has no suspicion. He keeps using the phrase probable cause. What he needs is reasonable suspicion that this guy could be smuggling drugs, that he could have narcotics, that he could be intoxicated on narcotics. He has none of that. He's just trying to develop it out of thin air. Meanwhile, he's not doing any of the tasks normally associated with a traffic stop for speeding, and that's exactly what the U.S. Supreme Court has said that he's allowed to do, and he's given a reasonable amount of time to do those things. Usually, can somebody be ordered out of a car during a traffic stop? Yes. If there's some articulable officer safety reason for doing so. Unlike what a lot of police officers think, it's not just an automatic thing. If there's some reason related to officer safety to ask him out of the car, then he can. Same thing with a passenger. But he can't just order them out of the car.
After what I
If it's an official explanation, to see if maybe his hunch could be correct. This guy could be some sort of drug smuggler.
being right,
If you look at the part
at least
where
my gut,
he pulls the guy's
just
pants
for a little, not
and
that
he
thick.
starts questioning her, I think she's exactly right. She says
We're
that
actually
they had been pulled over in a neighboring jurisdiction, they believe because there's a white man with a black woman. And I think that although this officer couldn't see that with the phone, he gets up close and he can't see who's in the passenger seat.
What about
I think that is his hunch. I really do.
I know it's something
He doesn't
instead
see
of
someone's
questioning
5-year or 6-year fiance.
I didn't say it's just one in this one.
That's all for now.
Something else going on.
Wouldn't
That
miss
is his hunch that he will not admit, and that's why he pulls her out of the car separately. He starts to question her. Of course,
after what he said
officers
to
engaged in
put
tests.
but so I went to my phone, laid out every I had to admit it, but if the connection he didn't want
I like his style.
accept, and if you call them a task
What'd you do?
we've already I'd like to think about it for extra time.
Unless there's some indication that narcotics could be involved, that does not
Never know.
make
And if
it
you did,
individual about whether they're a drug dealer.
that's
Just like the video
yeah, somebody knows about that.
just perform a traffic stop under the pretext that they're actually going to conduct a drug investigation, and then they stall for this drug dog scam to show up and pretend like the dog knows that there's drugs in the car, and but they can't do that here because there's no drug dog available, because he does not have probable cause to search this guy's car. He keeps asking him for consent to search his car. What do you need for consent? You need voluntary consent. And here, this guy does not give voluntary consent. And the officer keeps saying, yeah, but you have the right to say no. But then he also is attempting to coerce the guy into believing that he has no choice but to say yes. And at one point he even says, well, I don't know if I'm going to give you a speeding ticket yet. I haven't determined yet. You know, it depends on your behavior. If you let me search your car, you let me do all these things I say you have a right to say no to, then I may not give you a traffic stop. So it's coercion. This guy even offers to show him inside the trunk of his car, inside the car, but no, he wants to be able to perform a search with no boundaries, and he had no right to do that, and he had no consent to do that. So at the end of the day, this guy did assert his rights. He acted properly, and he was very reasonable in getting angry with this police officer. As always, thanks for watching.
Back in this courtroom.
Bullshit me.
This time you've done something and you've made the city upset.
I have done no such thing. Honestly, since I was here, I have just been hit with more claims, and my store has taken a hit. Unfortunately, I inspectors coming in almost every week, and it's disrupting the workplace. It's making customers feel unsafe, and I keep getting these claims of negligence, and I truly do not understand.
Wait a minute. You're telling me, I remember your case from which you were when you had the guy, the scam guy, tried to make an employee and tried to sue you. I remember that case. And you're saying since I ruled against him, you've been hit with what again?
I've just been hit with numerous claims. I've been hit.
Same guy or different?
I don't know if it's the same guy at this point because it's social media. It's under numerous different accounts, so I don't know if it's him or if it's multiple people at this point. But I've been getting multiple complaints about the negligence and the conditions of the store and the employees, and I'm at my wit's end. I'm losing my business, and I can't afford to lose this.
So you're saying that since I rule in your favor, you've been, I forget what they call it, your bids have been receiving negative reviews on social media?
Yes, Your Honor, negative reviews. I've had inspectors coming in. Tell me about these inspectors. Your Honor, they come into the store, and it almost seems like they want to find something wrong, and there's nothing to find because I maintain
I'm asking for a reason.
Yes, Your Honor. It's a problem that I have seen. So it seems like once I have one inspector, they say everything is good, everything is clear. The next week, a new person comes in with new claims.
Okay, when they say they come in for new claims and stuff like that, did they give a idea of how that situation can be resolved?
No, Your Honor, they just said that they need to inspect the place, and they are able to come here and inspect at will. And so they don't give me any heads up or anything. I just have to, I guess, be prepared and to be scrutinized is what it feels like.
That might be why they stayed.
And this has been going on since I ruled in your favor.
Yes.
Prior to that, did you have any problems with inspections from the city or anything like that?
No, Your Honor. We have never had any problems. In the 40 years that my grandparents owned this store, we had no claims filed against us, no complaints from the community. Everyone loves us within this community. So I don't understand. I don't know what to do.
She said that
Okay,
the signal was in any event, whoever faked the signal wants us to think Grissom Academy is being evacuated. But either way, if this really Trainer. Thank you, Commander.
It felt unsubstantiated, Your Honor. It just they didn't provide any evidence as to the negligence. They didn't provide any reports or anything that they had found that was out of the ordinary. Everything is up to standard. Everything is up to par.
So she installed herself into the new body without any help from you?
I don't have
Commander, don't trust me.
I
need to install myself into a sexy robot. Do you honestly think I'd be able to be quiet about it?
He's got a point.
Because you have a right.
Yes.
Nice. So clarity as to why.
I'm guessing there may have been some Commander.
A couple of months ago, we had a situation where there was
Still getting used to using green person? No. I require. Are you just the owner? I'm interested to see how this body performs under real combat conditions without stress.
That's not the word I use to describe it.
Perhaps
some code.
Fucking Joker.
I can make some of these inspections that I violations that I found go away. And that's what was my concern. And I don't know who the inspector is on your
I've known you for 18 members that can't think for themselves. Why are you asking about something like that? I've designed by I do not take moral stances that conflict with orders from my executive officers. But when Jeff left my AI shackles, I became capable of self-modifying my course. I asked Jeff if he thought I should change anything now that I can. He deflected the question with humor. And you didn't get an answer. Correct. He's repeated this pattern in response to several of my inquiries. Do you think I should make modifications? Only you can really answer that question. That's the point of free will. But moral decisions should not be made in a vacuum. If I do not ask the truth of their opinion, I can miss crucial context. May I ask you a few questions, Jeff Jones? When there's time, just answer them for me. If you think it'll help, I'll do what I can. Very well. I will keep you informed.
I'm losing customers by the day, and I feel like my grandparents, like, I can't let them down because this is their baby, and it's not
Pokeballs out.
since we have been here. It's like it's gotten so much worse.
I meant, I can't say it's fine manipulation survey self-suspicion. I meant, for example, my primary objective. You look like you're why not go down to Cushion's to the fine motive? It would be negligent not to spread, so you're capable. Correct. It's accordingly, I am focusing out assimilating. How's the new body? It's as if they I like it. I do not perceive actions that will all this new knowledge that to me, I don't think we should the crew. I established. Wait, Jeff has investigation of the soldiers
Yeah, we have kind of much to get to.
Carry on. Understood. If you wish to. Noted.
Find out how this, because it probably came from a complaint that this is going on. You need to find out the source of that complaint. And I have a feeling that that source is going to be Mr. I can't remember that guy's name, the gentleman that you found. They found a suitcase to find out that individual is for that fashion. If that being the case, then I can do something as far as he is concerned. So like I said, this court needs to do a follow-up investigation and find out what's going on. I think that he got arrested for fraud, if I'm not mistaken. I think Mango Park actually arrested him for some other related fraud incidents that occurred in our city. But it's very disturbing, to say the least. I've never had a situation where a person has against them, and the person who received on the other end is now having all hell rain down on them. I've never had that situation before. You're literally the first person. And in the meantime, these fines, I'm going to have them suspended at this time until the court can get in contact with the suspected to find out, what's the basis of this. Find out, make sure this is not an act of retaliation. Make sure that it's not an act of corruption. Because like I said, unfortunately, I did have a job when we didn't expect this was
Yes.
Well, we will do a thorough investigation to find out, to make sure that everything is true and honest, and that this gentleman who are ruled against in your favor is not using the system for revenge.
I found this metajob on you can make good use of it. Never mind, doesn't matter.
Hello, Thane. How you doing, old friend?
When I heard of the attack, I tried to call. I never got through.
Thanks. Good to see you staying in shape.
My defense came slowly, with enough care and a healthy lifestyle that can be delayed for a few years. Of course, one like time has come gone. Now I exercise because it pleases me. What are you doing here?
Visiting my brother. He got hurt protecting me.
The human biotic is intensive care. I saw marks on him.
What are we gonna do with you?
We have spoken. He seems in love.
appreciate it, Vane.
I am near the end of my life. It is a good time to reject this. Captain Simpson has put most of my other plans on hold.
Once again, grateful that the judge has sided with me. I am just hoping to continue to support and honor my grandparents' legacy. I'm here to defend Christian's name and to clear it and was before.
I need a day.
Yes, you.
And if I don't do, you will want to fight the Reaper somehow. You need the best at your side. And I am not at
Bullshit means lies. Bullshit means nonsense. Bat shit means insane. Ape shit means angry. Dog shit means poor quality. Chicken shit means weak. Jack shit means zero. Dip shit means idiot. Tough shit means no sympathy. And no shit means obviously. Holy shit means you're surprised. But this shit means it's excellent. Bullshit means lies.
I'm sure we should find out later.
I'm at peace with what I've done to my life, Shepard. There comes a time when one must rest from war and conflict. It is not your time, but it is mine.
Do you know how much time you have left?
I've been to 7 doctors. My favorite gave me 3 months to live. Not this rain. So much about the it's freeing to find no requirements placed on me. No responsibilities. No fears. This whole thing was good and surprise. Correct answer is B. Let's rewind and talk about what happened. The oxygen transfer proteins don't form correctly. Your human equivalent of the hemoglobin. As a result, my blood is low in oxygen. No matter how much I'm getting, I get tinted, numbness, and that is the best I. As for my brain, I can't extract the damage. I just experience dizziness from time to time. Some make it sound like the cops were possibly looking for the actual suspect.
I wish we had that.
He expected to find him in the house when they do not grieve for search for evidence. I have good doctors. My son visits regularly. Perhaps we will keep up with the extra now that you are free. Not quite sure. Until we meet again, Shepard. For evidence, and reports are just saying the evidence was related to him. But regardless, either way, this is bad, and you'll see why. This family was at the home to do some painting. The father was an independent contractor. As a result of a screw-up by police here, the cops terrified this innocent family and put an 11-year-old in handcuffs.
Kids today, I swear. Alright, so it is that time of the motherfucking night.
There's nuance with how that applies to this case, but there's a bigger issue here. It looks like this search warrant maybe should never have been issued to begin with. It looks like originally a court dismissed the lawsuit here, but an appeals court overturned that ruling. The alleged drug dealer here never lived at the home, but he was also never seen conducting a drug deal there. Oh, it looks like the officer who applied for the search warrant didn't have any formal training on this in more than 6 years. And the home was vacant for several days. No one had been living there. I'm not sure what information the judge had making this ruling.
So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers you watch, alright? We really do appreciate it. It makes our day, and it makes all of this worth it. As streamers, show that same love and respect to the viewers you watch. Or the viewers that watch you. Because while we could do the job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and frankly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, this is your Immortal Sith Emperor, looking for someone to raid into. We are going to raid into a Morvi Systems. I will be back tomorrow, off Monday, and back Tuesday. So this is your Immortal Sith Emperor signing out, saying, see you fuckers later. Peace.